Yeah, big up, big up. Big up to each and everyone were there, I know. Yeah, man, you know the thing go. Yeah, my apologies for the late start. You know, sometimes it's time and space permitting, so we just go with the flow. Um, let me go through the formalities bright and early. Yeah, my at root, big up. Godfrey Goldburn, big up. Only good karma, big up. Lone Star, big up, you know. Nikki Willie, big up yourself. Bi strong, yeah man, big up. A private figure, yeah man. Another interesting reasoning, you know. Private figure, we kind of move the reasoning over down a Jamaica part there, you know. You get what me I say? So we kind of deal with a more political reasoning in the evening now. Sound check 369. Respect Merkaba. Respect my at root. Yeah man, that is code. Yeah man, so private figure. Yeah, my family. We are dealing with a political reasoning night, man. We are move the reasoning now. Yeah, dancehall reasoning, toxic bad in a family. So sometimes you have to just go over one part where you know say, yeah, nobody can follow you up. Anytime people are follow you up, you just go over some place where you know they can't come with you. So yeah, man, just that we are dealing. Just go and deal a little reasoning because you know the dancehall musical reasoning corrupt wickedly. So you know the thing go. Jamon, big up me general. Real Simo, big up family. Yeah, man, Cash, you know the thing going on me general. Big up yourself, you know. Yeah, that was a solid reasoning. Sunday Cash. Yeah, yeah, that was a solid reasoning, Cash. You definitely hold the ground and go on with some good reasoning. Big up yourself, me general. Um, Dory, Rick Starman Dory. Here we go on family. When people are follow you up, you just go to some place where you know they can't follow you go. I just that me a deal here, brother. Me not have time for no argument with nobody on the internet. 2024, yeah, it's all about presenting content that the audience might appreciate. And if them appreciate the content, them listen, them leave a like, them leave a subscription and keep it moving. Very, very simple on YouTube. You get what me I say? Very big space for everybody. Um, Please remember we have 27 people in the building. Yeah, man, leave a like on the stream as you enter. You know, it does help the channel. And if you are new to the channel, you know how the thing go. Leave a subscription. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, don't worry. You know the thing go more time in general. Yeah, anytime people are follow you up, yeah, man, you just go some place where you know they can't follow you go. Simple maths, in general. Wait, RJR in the building. I wonder if RJR news this. Um, oh, up Imhotep. There, me and me Vinci Bridging. Give thanks enough for the check-in, you know, me general. So Vinci, that means you're from St. Vincent, me general, RJR. Yeah, man, big up for check-in. You don't know what thing go. Sweet Pea. Yeah, man, big up in a Sweet Pea. You know what thing going on, my sister. Sandra, Richard, Samuel, big up. DJ 62, all the way from over Texas there. Lone Star State. Yeah, man, big up. Low case. Yeah, man, ninth person. Yeah, man, big up, big up, big up. You know the thing going on. Jamu and me general. Yeah, man. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, man, we have to just go over that little lane, yeah. Yeah, I might have to stay over there, don't worry. The way how the place hostile, me general. You get what me I say? At least me know say nobody can follow me over here, so. Leslie, yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know. Mr. Leslie, I say, big up yourself, G. Good to know young people follow politics. Yeah, Leslie, you know what's going on. We have to reason about, you know, matters affecting Jamaica. And we have to speak in a manner that it does foster, you know, constructive and healthy conversations that can yield the desired result. You get what me I say? Yeah, we now just talk because we have platforms to talk. You get what me I say? We're talking about presenting some argument of substance that people can listen to. It's food for thought and it does stimulate critical thinking. Oral Donaldson, big up me general. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. All right, now say a word in the RJR. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up the Vincent natives, them, you know. RJR, just make sure them subscribe, you know, because you don't know it go. We definitely got reason about a whole heap of things where, you know, even the St. Vincent people, them, and, you know, the Grenadines people, them. So make sure that them check in. We reason about music more time. We reason about politics more time. Sometimes it's a religious reasoning. Sometimes it's a historical reasoning. Sometimes it's a current affair reasoning. You know, so me really want to throw in the topic of the Pope. You know, yeah, man, but we can't reason about that still. You get what I say? Yeah, man, watch, look and listen. Big up, in general. Yeah, Carla, big up. So, we have 37 people bright and early, right? Please remember, the link to join the panel is pinned at the top, you know, and all I ask is that, you know, you just keep it respectful. Yeah, very simple maths. You get what I say? So as you guys can see, we have some topics at hand. Yeah, we want to hear your perspective, boy, if Andrew Wallace turn Jamaica into a dictatorship. You know, we definitely want to speak on it. You get what I say? Passion done. Yeah, me general, big up. Yeah, man. Is Andrew Wallace you know, taking Jamaica to a dictatorship? Or is it an autocratic regime? You know, is it like, you know, one man trying to control everything? We're gonna have some discussion on that. You know, we also wanna speak on the red flag, shaky, quote unquote, as they wanna say, rainbow Samoa deal. Because that deal is a deal where generated a lot of public outcry initially, and then we hear say them sign it a couple of days after and the place silent. So we want to hear some perspective on that as well. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Ruan Ellis, big up me general. Cannot make people that. Oh, yeah, man. That's a word, me general, man. You know the thing go. Yeah, so people, remember, to the ones and ones who want to join the panel, yeah, you are free to do so. You get what I say? And partake in the reasoning. So pretty much, you know, we're looking at, let's start off with this Samoa agreement thing, right? All right. Is everyone seeing this screen? Is everyone seeing the screen? Yeah, man. Just put a 9. Put a 9 in the chat if you're seeing the screen for me, please. Just want to make sure. You know, ones and ones, I see the screen. All right, BI strong. Respect me, general. Cool. All right, so this is an article from the Jamaica Gleaner, right? And it was speaking about the Samoa agreement. So if you notice now, it's a this is after them sign it, you know, right? After they sign the agreement, it's a in making the announcement in a statement, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Kamina Johnson Smith, said the government also used the opportunity to deposit an interpretive declaration. An interpretive declaration. All right? Interpret by who? An interpretive declaration to affirm the primacy of the Jamaican Constitution and laws and its contextual understanding thereof. I'm very sorry, people. You know, sometimes when they want to pull off some towncraft, them use them big words, yeah. So the average person start read and not to care what it say, don't to have a clue what these quote unquote big word means. So people just walk away and leave it. So this is the craft them pull off. Them publish this in the Daily Gleaner, and them use all these words and talk about they deposit an interpretive declaration. So all of them things there, very vague. You get what me I say? Very vague. And these are all quote unquote legal words, right? That are up for legal interpretations. You get what me I say? So watch this now. It says the government's decision to sign the agreement was taken in the interest of the country's development goals and its partnership arrangement with fellow OACPS countries and the EU. So these organizations of African, Caribbean, and Pacific states, that is what the OACPS entails, what it means. You get what me I say? And guess what go on now? The OACPS is called the Organization of African and Caribbean Pacific States. And guess which part it there? In a one place named Belgium, in a Europe. So that is where the headquarters is. But let me finish, right? It was also taken in the context of Jamaica's close involvement in the negotiating process, which lasted over 2 years, and the scrupulous assessment of the provisions to ensure the agreement's alignment with Jamaica's constitution and domestic laws. You get what me I say? Big up Michelle Clark. Big up in a blogger out. Big up Odie and Cunningham. Yeah, man. So people, that is that. You get what me I say? So pretty much them I use them big words, yeah, and I say a bag of things, right? But in reality, the average person are to overstand it. So this is the reality, right? The decision taken by the cabinet and in response to the interests of some sectors of society. Notice what I'm saying now. Some sectors of society, but this is a matter of national significance. So what kind of some sectors of society uno tell we know? You get what me I say? So anyways, foreign ministry officials together with representatives of the Ministry of Education and Youth and Planning. No, hold on. Let me read it again. Together with representatives of the Ministry of Education and Youth and the Planning Institute of Jamaica convened an engagement session involving approximately 18 civil society groups to share information on the Samoa agreement and to clarify important points of concern. So what they are saying is that it's 18 civil society groups that were engaged. So we want to know if that encompasses the entire Jamaica population of 3 million. But we can definitely get there. This Samoa agreement, which unites more than 106 countries and approximately 1.5 billion people, will govern, listen to the word, govern, strengthen relations between the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States and the EU for the next 20 years. I'm going to read it one more time. The Samoa Agreement, which unites more than 106 countries and approximately 1.5 billion people, will govern. That's the operative word, You have to watch how them play with the words. Will govern strengthened relations. So, all right. So let's break down this whole Samoa agreement thing there, right? Let's deal with it. So pretty much the European Union, because this deal that was signed, it's gonna last for the next 20 years. So pretty much the European Union say, here we go now. This organization is where they actually negotiate with the members through. And what they do is whatever funding, whether it might be loans or grants, right, that the EU gives to these countries have to adhere to the terms and conditions. So it's like somebody will give you a loan or a grant, but they are telling you on which conditions you have to take the loan on. We have 50 people in the building. Yeah, enough respect for that, because me know say it's not a musical reasoning still, but respect the numbers nonetheless. The thing go. Respect for that. So pretty much the EU agreement entails giving these countries grants or loans under the condition that they have to, quote unquote, accept these new ideas, these new interpretations. Case in point, in European schools, a teacher can, in some European schools, because not all, but I'm talking about most European schools right now, the teacher cannot look at a student and say, call him a boy. No. Because if that child, even that 6-year-old or 7-year-old say, no, I am a girl and you have to call me, address me as, Keisha or Shauna, that teacher has to do that. It's the same thing they want to implement in the Jamaican schools and call it some form of some sexuality education, right? Now, what they're trying to do is to play games around here in terms of the wordplay. Because them bad them way there. Big Papa, yeah man, big up my general, you know the thing go. Big up free thinker. Yes, so I'm just saying now, right? Jamaica has to accept these loans and grants under the condition that they have to introduce these quote unquote new type of education in the curriculum. So in reality now, with this agreement, right, they will take them little time and introduce this kind of education in the school system. So a little 6-year-old girl can just say, yeah man, you have to call me Paul, miss. Yeah, I Paul my name and you have to call me that. I choose to be a boy, I choose to be a girl. So you kind of realize that right now, people can choose that. Once this is allowed, people can choose and say, I am this and I am that. And the system can, teachers or the school system can't change that. Long story short, there were different groups or different lobby groups that were against the government signing this. And lo and behold, there were other groups that represent, the other interests, are saying that Jamaica should sign it. So what's this now? You have a coalition that is saying, I think them call themselves the Coalition for a Healthier Society, right? So pretty much what they are saying is, this deal, Andrew Owens, is a Trojan horse. While it might sound good and look good, it is going to change the way our education is as it relates to one's sexuality, one's gender, etc., etc. On the other hand, you have some various quote-unquote human rights group, right? And this is their argument. If Andrew Owens does not sign the agreement, he will be discriminating against, you don't know it, God, the rainbow people them, right? So the rainbow people them, I say pretty much, the members of that community, I say, boy, right now, yeah man, Andrew Owens should sign it, because if he doesn't, that means, here we go now, he's infringing on their freedom and their rights, their fundamental rights. However, the Jamaican Constitution does protect the fundamental rights of everyone. Because in reality, everyone is afforded the same laws according to the Constitution, irrespective if you're straight, you're lean, you are this, you are that. You get what me I say? But what these groups who are pro rainbow wanted Andrew to do is to sign it quick and fast because it is in their interest as well. So a little back and forth go on, but when them say these 18 civic groups, you get what me I say? Me not really overstand when them say 18 civic groups because me sure say them people don't represent the whole of Jamaica. But let me continue here. This Samoa agreement, which succeeds and replicates many provisions of the 22-year-old Cotonou Agreement, aims to strengthen technical cooperation between the EU and its member states and the member states and regions of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. You get what me I say? So you hear them talk about strengthening technical cooperation. The technical cooperation is me give you the money and you do as I say. You get what me I say? That is it. It also represents a continuation of Jamaica's long-standing and beneficial partnership with the EU, a relationship that has supported Jamaica's economic growth and development initiatives for over 4 decades. I wonder if you don't really understand where them people are trying to say, because the way the gleaner are frame this, notice the persuasive techniques used in the writing, right? So the gleaner I tell you, say, yeah man, it's a good deal and over 4 decades, 22 years partnership, blah, blah, blah. Let's continue. As we move forward with the Samoa Agreement, it is imperative to recognize that this decision is rooted in a balanced approach, respecting our national sovereignty while engaging in meaningful international cooperation. As Cotonou did for 22 years, this agreement supports relationships and creates opportunities for Jamaica in a manner that is consistent with our laws and societal values. Okay, fine. It is consistent with our laws and societal values. But what about the laws of the EU and their values, so to speak? You get what me I say? So you notice how them frame it, So what they are saying is that no worry yourself, people. The law where we sign, yeah man, it good. It protects Jamaica's territorial integrity and blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, these words and their meanings are only local. I remember said Jamaica is a signatory to, the international conventions and human rights and all them something there. So we know the whole craft go. You get what me I say? So anyways, let me just finish read this now. All right, so it said this agreement supports relationship and creates opportunities for Jamaica in a manner that is consistent with our laws and societal values. This is an agreement centered on a holistic approach to development and cooperation, spanning a wide range of important fields. Spanning a wide range of important fields. You see how vague that is? Them can't tell we. What are the important fields? So we see how the media use them craft more time still. You get what me I say? Black Zeitgeist, yeah man, big up. Uptown TV, big up. So we definitely want to speak on this Samoa deal because unfortunately with us Jamaicans, yeah man, we easily distracted. We tend to focus on what's trending. You get what me I say? We tend to focus on what is the next hot topic, and that is where our attention is. You get what me I say? But what we also have to take note of is that this agreement is done in a time, and we are talking about a 20-year agreement, right? That Jamaica signed. This agreement is done in a time when there is quote unquote constitutional reform. So we sign a 20-year deal with the EU where, yeah man, them can bring in their policies, the same policies that is applicable to their countries as it relates to gender identification and sex ed, all them things there. The same EU laws that govern the EU countries, the EU is saying, when we are giving you these loans and grants, you have to apply the same laws or the same practices in the education system as well, as it relates to students can choose which gender they are. Just like in America, you know, you can't, as a teacher, you have to be careful. You get what I say? Yeah. I mean, it's very muddy. It's very blurry. You know, a child can be a female, and that child can say, listen to me, I am a boy. And the teacher have to respect that. So I don't say that to say this though. The reality is that all of this is being done. So we sign a 20-year agreement, 20-year agreement. So no other administration can just run in and say, oh, yeah man, we are going to dismantle this. No. Once government sign agreement, yes, governments can pull out, meaning say a next administration can pull out of it, yes. But there are penalties and consequences. We saw that with the Petro-Caribbean deal between Venezuela and, you know, Jamaica. When Trump came in, because Trump them did want, you know, yeah man, the ExxonMobil and the American companies and get all of the oil revenue, them just ban Venezuela. And you don't know it go. Brogad just cut off Venezuela, so then go a quote and one bag of banger and still a go on or whatever. So long story short is this, that when they signed this 20-year agreement, right, nobody can really change it like that. You get what I say? These bilateral agreements, yeah, you can't to change it like that. What is mind-boggling to me is that they are signing 20-year agreements at a time when them are trying to rewrite the Constitution and amend certain things and amend that and whatever. So I think that is cause for concern. And the problem is, you know, the problem is that when they say, oh, our national laws and, you know, our sovereignty and stuff like that, yeah, we get that, you know. But what about international laws? What about international human rights where Jamaica signed to? You get what I say? Big up to GW876 production, right? The general said they just passed the law in the UK now for teachers to not refer to pupils as a specific gender. GW876, yeah man, thank you for that input. You get what I say? Because it's the same EU deal where Jamaica signed. But we know say them are going to use craft now and spin the narrative. So we have 72 people in the building. Remember to just leave a like, please and thanks, so we can get the stream moving. So yeah man, in England now, you're right, my general. Because in Europe, in most of Europe, that is the case. Probably countries like Russia, because it's a very conservative country, you know, it's a lot of Orthodox Christian in Russia. So them not to deal with them things they still, but most of Europe are European member states. Yeah, man, that them are going with. They get what I say. So the same thing I go on in England, GW876 is the same thing I go on in Europe, in general. Yeah, man, big up in a Clifford Cameron. Have anyone heard about the maths teacher who was fired in Britain because he referred to the class of female as girls? And one student felt disrespected because she had herself as a male. Sandra, I'm very happy you pointed this out because that's a fact. You get what I say? And them things are going. So when Jamaica signed the Samoa deal and take the people their money, yeah man, these are the things that must be done. You get what I say? Because at the end of the day, these grants and loans are tied into quote unquote international laws or international human rights laws. So Jamaica must adhere to international human rights laws. And we know, say, they move the goalpost and say, international human rights laws means, say, even the rainbow people, them can do anything where them want to do. But these people are afforded that same law right now. So why them want to change that? We can definitely reason on that. Lynette Thompson, bless up sis, you know the thing go. All right, so Kasha say it won't last. Trust me. Them same foolishness what them are try implement gonna turn around and mess them up. Well, Cash, let me tell you something, brother. We are moving in a direction that yeah man, a whole heap of things are gonna reveal. And you know what I go on, Cash? Nobody can say nothing in a real life. You get what me I say? You remember when the big C did I go round? Yeah, man. And the government say you have to stay in your house. Yeah, you can only go buy food at 12 to 3 on Saturday. You can't go nowhere. They have to close down, lockdown. Who opposed that, Cash? Nobody did. You get what me I say? All right, so the Black Zeitgeist say if the agreement does not contravene the Jamaican Constitution and subsequent laws and societal values, what are the concerns? Yeah, but you are speaking in hypotheticals here. Because what you mean, if it doesn't contravene, that's a if it doesn't. You know, I think we're having a conversation that it does. You get what me I say? So that's how we really are reason from. All right, so pretty much people, when the government accept these grants and these fundings, yeah, they have to pretty much conform to European Union laws, and as Eva Sanja pointed out, yeah, in the schools, yeah man, you can't even call a boy, I'm a male. You get what me I say? Yeah, because it's whatever they identify as. And unfortunately, that's just the reality. You get what me I say? And sometimes them say what? Sometimes we have to face reality. So we have to be careful with how the government just kind of sign the agreement and tell us that, oh, we met with the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Some quote unquote coalition, right? And then them say must be 18 quote unquote civic groups, right? But does that represent the entire 3 million people? Does these people speak for all Jamaicans? Because this is a law that will be affecting all Jamaicans. In my honest, humble opinion, I couldn't care less, right? In the sense that whatever law them want to pass for consenting adults, I don't care because to each his own. My issue and concern here is that these young, impressionable, undeveloped minds, are being taken down a road that it is gonna create confusion. Yeah, you get what me I say? Yeah, definitely. I go create some confusion. Yeah. Oh no, GW876. Which gotta go stop them? Trust me, man. Them man you know what them are doing, brother. And them man you know say nothing like that. No miracle now come out of the sky like that, in general. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. All right, so Cash is saying, so they're gonna walk around with what they identify as on their foreheads. They can make it law. Some more. This is going anywhere. Well, Cash, that's why we are having this discussion, to create the awareness that they have signed that agreement and they have submitted quote unquote Jamaica's laws. But at the same time, you're looking at national laws and you're looking at international human rights laws. Because what happened is that, just like from time to time, the US will say, all right, yeah man, we're gonna look at these countries and we're gonna rate them and we're gonna sanction them for breach of international human rights laws, right? I remember one time the United States was saying the Jamaican police were actually violating the laws and them something there. You get what me I say? So long story short is that, the US will lecture we and tell we say, here we go on now. Yeah, the humanitarian laws are not being adhered, and as such, yeah man, we can't fund certain projects, we can't give certain grants. So what they do now when it comes down to international humanitarian laws, they make it look like say the rainbow people are being suppressed, and as such, they need to be freed from bondage in Jamaica. But the reality is that in Jamaica, they are afforded the same law and privilege as any Jamaican. So there is no discrimination against them, in terms of the law. The only problem them have is that them really want Jamaica to legalize the whole marriage thing. And we know that is coming. Just a matter of time. Remember when Andrew Owens was asked about it, he said that, what did he say? We were not ready as yet, right? Yeah. He never rule it out and say absolutely nothing. You never hear him say, this will never happen, Him say, I don't think the Jamaican society is ready for that as yet. So when we are saying all kind of these ads and all kind of these ads, I say we are one people, and you see them put up some rainbow this, rainbow that. Yeah, pretty much they are inferring an inclusive society. You get what me I say? But I don't think those people are really ostracized like that. It's not as bad as it's not as bad as what it is perceived, because they want to make it look as if say Jamaica is one of the most, homophobic countries and this and that. Yet, yeah, no, Jamaica not trouble nobody like that still. You get what me I say? No, not like that. But them use the argument there to strengthen their position, to make it look as if they are oppressed and marginalized and whatever. But reality is people have their agendas, and people will use whatever is at their disposal, and whatever is beneficial to their agenda, they will use it. So, yeah, me not go bash them, because to each his own. So if there is something that benefits them and them are use it, then we have to know, say, here we go on. We have to just watch what go on and know, say, here we Brogad. If you don't take the people and money, sign the 20-year deal, because what's this in a people? You see, 5 years from now, cash, my at root, all of the ones and ones them, 5 years from now, where you think are going? You are going to have a new definition for gender. You are going to have a new meaning for gender. 5 years from now, right? A boy, the definition now for a boy, it are going to change down the road. The definition for a girl, the same thing. Definition for a man and a woman, the same thing. And you have the gender neutral people too. And you have what? Non-binary and all kind of confusion. So here we go on now. While they are saying, in this moment, while we sign this agreement, our national laws and constitution, we make them know, say, this is our laws. But what go on 5 years from now, when the definitions change and the whole world accepts, say, there is no more such thing as no boy or girl. People can identify based on what them feel like. Those definitions will be what? Null and void. So at the end of the day, the laws will not protect it again, because the definitions change. And when you look at national legal definition, it's different from international definitions. Just like how in the EU now, as Sandra show we say, and as we said earlier, you can't call the boy a male, or else him can report you and say you offend him because him feel like a girl, and the teacher lose them work. Right? Couple of years from now, when the whole laws change and everything free up, because we see all the Pope, Remember the Pope free up the thing now too. The Pope say what? Yeah, man, the bishops them can marry the same people them right now. And remember, say the Pope say him a God upon the earth. You get what me I say? So right now, we realize say the EU agreement, yeah, man, and free up them things there. We see the Pope forward out now and say, yeah, man, them things they free up. And we don't even hear no whole heap of nice about that neither, Because we know, say what? We know, say, these are things that are slowly and surely being introduced into our society. The problem is, there are some countries in the world where them know them can't really mess with. You get what I'm saying? You have enough of them Islamic countries there, you know. Them can't go over there and tell them, say, here, I'm going to give you grants, but you have to free up certain things, whereas, you know, minors need to identify as whatever them feel like, and you can't even put even a bathroom and say male or female and them sitting there again. You get what me I say? So them can't go certain place and do that, you know, but certain third world countries, you know, certain quote unquote developing countries or underdeveloped countries, them use the money and bribe them and tell them, so, all right, we're gonna give you the loan or the grant, but you have to free up this and free up that, and you have to introduce quote unquote sexual education, and sexual education entails teaching one little 6-year-old boy, say, yeah man, if him feel like a girl tomorrow, he can call himself Shana, go to school in a skirt, and the teacher can't say nothing, the school can't say nothing. That's the reality going on right now. So the reason why I'm speaking on this is to create an awareness that while these deals right now might be sound to say that Jamaica's laws are in place and based on the local definitions, it will not affect Jamaica. That is not so. That is not so. Because that's the reason why all these civic society groups were up in arms about it, because they know what it entails. They have seen its application in other countries and the results of it. So when them raise the alarm, it's not like, say, boy, I fight them, I fight her, them I play politics. They look at the details of the agreement and them realize, so guess what? The wording is very vague. And as such, right? All them have to do is change the meaning. And them change the whole nature of things. So those groups that opposed it, you know, they do have a very valid position. The Jamaican Society or Jamaica Coalition for a Healthy Society, something like that. Them people are say, here we go now, that Samoa agreement is a shaky agreement, and as such, it needs to be reviewed. Yep, yeah, man, and we need to make sure, say, there is proper consultation. Unfortunately, what the government did was to actually meet with some various little groups, and then them say, well, that is everybody. We have 81 people in the building, you know. Yeah, man, big up, you know. Yeah, if you have 81 people for a political reasoning, yeah, man, greatly appreciated. Big up, you know, Andrea. Yeah, please remember if you just leave a like on the stream. You get what me I say? Private figure, let me tell you something, brother. People, it's gonna reach a stage where people, and we're talking about Jamaica in a real life. Jamaica in a real life, because Jamaica is more of a quote-unquote liberal democracy. But when you look at political parties, right? The People's National Party, they have always been about like a democratic socialism. The Jamaica Labour Party now, they are more like a conservative, like a right-wing government. The PNP wouldn't be like left, you know, left-wing or left-leaning or, you know, democratic socialism, as they want to call it. So these are two different political ideologies. The same thing with even America, where you have Democrats and Republicans, and their ideologies are different, right? People will say most Republicans are conservative. They want to maintain the status quo. Don't try to change up this and change up that. We saw where Florida even a stand firm on them and them something, and one banger and I go on with that. You get what me I say? So the reality is that, you know, throughout time and history, this society will accept these norms, unfortunately, as a result of us allowing, you know, these European countries to superimpose their cultural identity as it relates to gender, sex, and all those things. Big up in a Black Star Views Entertainment. Yeah, man, enough respect for the check-in family. So, ones and ones, please remember, the link to join the panel is pinned at the top. Yeah, man, you can feel free to check in and give us your perspective as well on things. You get what me I say? yeah, man, we definitely we definitely would definitely want to hear, you know, your perspective on that as well. Because the reality is that this Samoa deal is definitely cause for concern. They did not you know, they didn't meet with the general public. Them not go from parish to parish, right, and have no town hall and say, all right, let's have some meeting, let's discuss this thing. No. What they did was to meet with you know, these quote unquote groups, right? Who me certain say them people they represent 100,000 or 1,000,000 people. And them signed the agreement based on the fact that they met with a couple special interest groups. You get what me I say? So there was no public awareness, right? We not see the government tell the people them say, all right, the JIS, right? The Jamaica Information Service, because you know the thing go. They are like the propaganda arm of the government, whether JLP or PNP. The JIS is always there as the propaganda arm of the government to tell the people what is being done by the government, blah, blah, blah. Me not say no public awareness. You get what me I say? About the Samoa deal. We not say them a publish nothing like the details of the Samoa deal. We don't hear them sensitizing the public about the Samoa deal. No, 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 no. The Jamaica Gleaner now just put out something, you know, whole heap of big words where the average person can't even read and understand. No disrespect. And then now at the end, them use some persuasive techniques to say, yeah, man, this is beneficial to us and blah, blah, blah. So, long story short, the whole Samoa deal is us taking these loans and grants on the condition that we accept the superimposition of, yeah, man, you know, them gender neutral thing and, you know, boy identifying as girl and vice versa and the whole confusion. Big up in our whole Earth community, autonomy network. Yeah, man, big up. Big up in our Island Spice. Yeah, man, big up. So, definitely, that is cause for concern, people, because while now they might say it's safe and sound, you see when the meanings of these words change, and there is gender neutral this and gender neutral that, and those terms are adopted internationally by the United Nations, here we go on. Everybody have to fall in line, or else you breach the agreement and we have to cut off the grants and the loans and them things. So, you know, it's just sad that while sometimes something has to go viral and then we react to it emotionally and make one bag of noise, and then when the deal signed, nobody asks the question, but wait, what did they amend? Because if the original deal was controversial, right? And then meet with some stakeholders and now it's signed, what was adjusted? Oh, nothing was adjusted, you know. We just made the European Union, you know, made them aware of our laws and our legal, you know, definitions and things like that. But remember, people, as I'm saying, the legal definition of even gender in Jamaica is different from the legal definition of gender in the EU. So that is where the problem lies. Because when the EU has said, all right, you have to have gender neutral this and that and whatever, whatever, yeah, man, you take the money, you have to work with that. So we have to just keep an eye on this one in a real life, because it is cause for concern for the younger generation. You know, me not really care about consenting adults. I don't care what kind of law they want to implement for consenting adults. If a grown man want to say him feel like Shauna or Kerry, that a theme business. And if Shauna and Kerry, as grown woman, want to feel like Paul, yeah, man, she all right with that. I don't care about that. You know, I think that, you know, the problem is the young, impressionable minds. These things being superimposed on them. You get what I say? And we act as if, you know, it's swept under the rug, or the legal definition that we have locally is the same as what the EU have. That is the problem. Because when the EU word it, right? When we sign the document and the EU word it, their definitions are different from ours. But when we sign the definition, we are signing on the premise that, oh, it's applicable to our local laws. But when the EU word it, it is applicable to what? EU laws and quote unquote international laws based on the Convention of Human Rights. So I saw them kind of throw in some little Trojan ass thing more time. You get what me I say? Big up, Kenny, Marshall. Big up me general. Yeah, man. Hold up. Remember when the government did come out about the same SEX diplomat that was assigned to the embassy? Why you don't hear anything else about it? Did the government accept them in? Well, Kenny, we know how that going, brother. You get what me I say? We know how that go. You get what me I say? That polish off and that left right there and whatever. Nobody speaks much more about it because it's a very touchy topic, right? And we know that that was deliberately done, Kenny. We know what craft them use. You get what me I say? All right, so big up, Leslie. Yeah, man, not to burst your bubble, me G, but the bridge has already been crossed. JA imitate everything the US does, yeah, man, stuff like that. Yeah, man, me overstand where you're saying, Leslie. But at the same time, creating the awareness and having discussions on it, I think is also beneficial, in terms of, people applying critical thinking to what is to come. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. When one person suffers from delusion, we call it mental illness. When society suffers from it, we call it being normal. Well, Michelle, say the country has always normalized it to in a real life, We have it in a song too, So I was part of the culture, I guess. You get what me I say? All right, so Cass say, so Imhotep, like how them say gender can be neutral. What about your age? Well, I don't really know about the age part, Cash, but I know say the gender thing, them really are trying to bring it in, whereas the thing neutral. You get what me I say? And we can't to tell no little pitney, no little boy at 6 or 7, say he must say, yo, you're Sean, and you're a boy, you're a male. No, Sean can put on a skirt tomorrow and say him name Shauna and go to school and nobody can trouble him. And them things are going on in real life, people. And we have to really speak on these things. You get what me I say? Kenny Marshall said they are in Jamaica, because our diplomats are still here and they were to leave. Yeah, man, I faxed that, man. Remember, say he was gonna be a tit for tat, You get what me I say? And then polish it off. So, what we know for a fact is that probably them can use certain little craft and circumvent the thing. You get what me I say? And them people are good, and we not hear nothing more about it. But with us Jamaicans, man, we kind of have that little 9-day wonder there. Not even 9 days, because if it was 9 days, that wouldn't so bad. But we have a little 3-day wonder, brother. We make some noise, and after 3 days, that's dead in the water, so to speak. You get what me I say? So the reality is that the public tend to go with what they are told as well. Nobody now do no research, nobody now read up on things, nobody now really care like that. But when it's all Pride Month and them something there, and the flag start flying at the US Embassy, one bag of people make a bag of nice about it, right? But this deal, this Samoa deal, me David hear all the Rasta man them a come out and say, they were not a part of the conversation, or the government did not meet with them. Me no hear the Council of Churches come out and say nothing, because we know so them compromise too. As a matter of fact, probably this week or next week, they might go have like a national prayer breakfast, right? And all the politicians, they meet up, and all of the pastors, them and church leaders, they meet up. Everybody pray, everybody eat and full them belly, and them expect Jamaica are going to change the next day. And every year them do it, funded by the government, national prayer breakfast, and them say them a pray for Jamaica. And every year it gets worse and worse. So, I think Jamaicans, the majority of Jamaicans, especially, a certain demographic, they are not focused on what affects them. The people who are well off don't really care because the status quo does not affect them directly. You get what me I say? So therefore, them good with that. So that's the problem. The people with the money are okay with it. The people who are poor are oblivious to what's going on. And you have probably a couple percent who don't care or them distracted too. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, blagger out. The thing about Russia in a family, Russia is a very conservative country. They are Orthodox Christians. They are Eastern Orthodox Christians. You get what me I say? So, yeah, man, so them not too deal with them things, brother, in a real life. As a matter of fact, it's one of the few European countries where it is illegal. You get what me I say? Them things, the rainbow thing, yeah, it's illegal in the country. So, yeah, man, them people, them all them stance, man. That's the reason why you see all our going down there going now in a real life. Yeah, Sweet Pea. The people's rights are not taken away. The people's rights are never taken away. The people give up them rights. You get me, Sweet Pea? Because at the end of the day, and we can segue into this whole new constitution, because my greatest concern is that the new constitution will not have term limits for prime ministers. So we might see Al Andrew unless for the next 30 years. I may have a problem with that. Because them say absolute power corrupts. But what we see going on now is a consolidation of power. Because the reality is this. The JLP have, I think, 49 seats and the PNP have 14. So we know how that go. So the PNP now, the PNP have to go win like 18 seats. The PNP have to go win 18 seats in order to win back the election. And them can't lose none. So right now, the JLP is in the ascendancy. Because them have the majority in the parliament. Them have more seats. So therefore, it is more difficult for the PNP to win next election. Me I tell you from now. So no make nobody gas up and talk about the time come and Brogad must go. Yeah, you can't say that. But is it a general reflection? Who is in power? Who have more seats? Brogad have the world seats them 49 to must say 14 or something like that. So my concern is one person being prime minister for 20, 30 years. And we see that in Africa as well. We see a lot of that going on in Africa where a lot of these African countries, especially even in West Africa, places like Mali, places like, Burkina Faso. Because in Burkina Faso, when Blaise Compaoré got rid of Thomas Sankara, he ruled for maybe 30 years or more. Or over 27 years. Blaise Compaoré rule. So in places like even Gabon, them prime minister named Bongo, he is now the son and he's ruling for must say 30 years. And last year them kick him out of office. And his father ruled for the next 30 years. So I say that to say this. Absolute power corrupts. And when we have a prime minister who is assured in the sense that here we go on now, if every time them win, him a prime minister, then here we go on now, that is cause for concern. Bad to bad, me more appreciate the American system in the context of here we go on. Your party couldn't win for the next 100 years. One thing is for sure, 2 terms, and that is it. You step aside and make a next leader from the party come run off the thing. And I think that should be cause for concern, because people will say, well, the reality is in a Imhotep. Yeah, man, a PNP, if you really try and win the election, so this no happen. We are in the real world, people. And all we are saying is that in the Constitution, it should be a law where the Prime Minister serve 2 terms and go. Because when you have one person as Prime Minister for 20, 30 years, it's the same person, the same philosophy, no new ideas. And we see it happen time and again in so many other countries where one person hangs on for power for too long. So we definitely need to take a look at that. There's a new, well, I'm not going to say new constitution, but them say it's a reform constitution that is being, amended. And they're actually, them actually have a panel of 13 people and they are making recommendations and stuff like that. But how are they making recommendations without Yeah, I'm sorry about that, family. Yeah, so as I'm saying now, as it relates to like the recommendations, right? And the constitution, we have to take a good look at the constitution and what is being rewritten, what is being amended, and what is being introduced. Because at the end of the day, this new constitution is gonna be around for a very long time. You get what I say? The old constitution might be what? Probably 200 years old or even older. Because I remember up to 1898, yeah man, the constitution did actually, ban Obi and them something there. So I say that to say this. The Jamaican constitution has been around for hundreds of years. This new constitution, once it is ratified, that means that it is gonna be here for time immemorial until there are certain amendments that needs to be done. So right now, we are looking at Jamaica going towards a republic. But what type of republic is it? Will you have a president, like a ceremonial president, or will you have a president per se who has authority and certain legal powers to do certain things legally? Because you have some countries, right? Case in point, I think Barbados, when they became a republic, I stand corrected. When they became a republic, their governor general became the ceremonial president. So it is a ceremonial post, but the prime minister, Mia Matley, really have, most of the power. So we want to know what kind of government will be in place, because I honestly don't see the need for a ceremonial president. Why you have a president where not have no power? It's just like you trying to pay somebody, or you trying to reward somebody for some from a long service. And we know how the whole politics thing going on, because we know so with the new constitution, yeah, them now got to marginalize the governor general, because it's not look away. But the reality is though, is that a new governor general, in terms of being the president in a ceremonial capacity, that not really make much sense to me at all, at all, at all. Me not really understand it. And we have to look at that, because we not really need to have no ceremonial president and pay that person. You get what me I say? And also, all these people who, we see 13 members of the quote unquote, you know, the group of people who are rewriting or amending the Constitution, we definitely have to take a serious look at these people and make sure say here we go on now. Them don't introduce certain wording that in the long run is going to affect us. Because at the end of the day, all laws are up to legal interpretation. All right, Cass say, what's the difference though, Imhotep? In America, that is. The face changes every 4 or 8 years, but the system stays the same. Well, what's this, Cash? I understand and I agree with you. But my problem is, at least every 8 years is a different individual. Yeah. So while the policies might remain the same, or the policies might be similar because of their political ideologies, right? It actually have a different person, a different mindset. Because when one person around too long, you know how that go family. You know how the thing go there so. One mind, problem. Because what you have is that you have someone who is in power for so long, so them just feel like say, them are the boss. You get what me I say? Yeah man, I'm calling Burton, big up in a family. Yeah man, big up for the check-in family. You know the thing go. You get what me I say? All right, so Clifford Cameron. All right, you said that you can't watch that how many seats the Jamaica Labour Party, the Jamaican Labour Party, our people cannot tame. Yeah, me get that, brother, but we have to look at the reality as well because if the JLP have 49 seats and PNP have 14, yeah, man, you can't play that off, brother. You get what me I say? That is not something that you can play off and say, well, the Jamaica Labour Party have 49 seats, so therefore Jamaicans can't team. So next election, PNP can lose. You get what me I say? Yeah, we can't look on it that way there. We have to kind of look at a realistic argument. You get what me I say? And something that is practicable too. Because if me I lead you 49-14, it means that you have a mountain to climb. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So big up, kid. You know the thing go. Michelle, I'm very happy you mentioned this, right? That the word democracy isn't even in the Constitution. Because the thing about law and Constitution is that everything is up to legal interpretation. You get what me I say? That is the problem. So you have some vague wordings, you have some words that were deliberately placed in there, and throughout time, their meaning changes. You get what me I say? Because you have some form of wording in the Constitution that is 60 years old, and the meaning change. You get what me I say? So once the meaning change, the nature of it changes as well. And as a result of that, you realize that them have to, quote unquote, amend the Constitution so that it is compatible with the new word or the new meaning. So from time to time, these things take place, man. You get what me I say? But we know the people have to be mindful of these things and what it entails because we understand that we are in a political environment where the masses are always perceived to be ignorant and gullible. And we see throughout the political history of Jamaica, like the people them are pretty much quote unquote, ignorant and gullible, and as such, we can treat them, in whatever way we want to, and then when election time come, all when we abandon them, we certain say, when election time come, they will be the ones voting for us, as long as they get one brown envelope and get couple beer and some food. We know say, once a conference time, yeah, man, we just rent some bus. Yeah. And we just drop a little pocket money. Yeah, man, and them get a couple beer and one box food and them good. So these politicians, them understand the assignment, man. And them know, say, the masses don't really care much. They don't really care. People can talk as much as they want, but nobody really cares like that in terms of being aware of what is going on, in terms of being aware of what is to come. I think that is very important. Big up to Bridget, Yeah, man, respect for the check-in. So we definitely have to take a look at the Constitution. We have seen where they have actually held some town halls because legally, the government has to, quote unquote, sensitize the public. You know, them have to kind of, make the people them know what go on as it relates to the constitutional reform. But unfortunately, when them have these town halls, the average person don't have a clue what them people here say when them start talk because they are using all these big words and legal jargons and things like that. So in reality, people don't really know or understand what them I say. So these town hall, right? When them have couple town hall and some people come over a seat and the Minister of Legal Affairs or whatever is there along with some legal minds and them start use some words where people don't have a clue. And then now them just have it to say, well, we met with the stakeholders, we had town halls, so therefore we're good to go. Nobody is going to question, and say, okay, before the new constitution, the public need to vote on it first and foremost. Because what they're doing right now is pretty much putting the cart in front of the horse. There has been not enough public consultation. However, the people who are framing the constitution, they are making recommendations. So how you making recommendations without public consultation? Wouldn't it make sense to first, engage in public consultation, get a feedback from the public, and then formulate your recommendations based on the feedback from the public? I think that will not make way more sense, but what they are doing now is that the quote-unquote 13 people who are pretty much a part of the reform committee, they are the ones making recommendations. So I want to know if they are making recommendations based on what? Based on who? You get what me I say? It's like them just get these people who are, all right, they are legal minds, right? And they are part of, certain aspects of society as it relates to knowledge of the law and the constitution, blah, blah, blah. We get that. But when they are putting forward their recommendations, whose recommendations are these? That is the question. Whose recommendations are these? Because the reality is that there should have been public engagement, widespread public engagement, and then you can formulate, your recommendations based on the feedback. So it's more like, the cart being in front of the horse, but typical it being Jamaica, you know how that go. Nobody understands and nobody cares. Not to say nobody understands, but the people who should care don't care because it will not affect them. The status quo will remain. So, quote unquote, middle class or uptown people couldn't care less because it will not affect them. The poorer class don't have a clue, don't understand it, and don't care. But when we see it now, and a man might point out and say, say, something shaky in the constitution, then we start make one bag of nice. And it asks the question, where were we when they were formulating this and presenting proposals and I give them recommendations? People are going to say, well, we never know what's going on. And by law, once it is gazetted, then good to go. So we have to look at the constitutional reform because what they are doing now is to really, insert a lot of wording that are very vague and in the long run will come back to haunt us, so to speak, because when them throw in certain words and the definitions and meaning changes, that means that it has to be amended. You get what me I say? So it's pure confusion I go on with that. So we definitely need to take a look at the whole constitutional reform and watch them and see where them really are going with. You get what me I say? All right, so what's this now, people? All right, so this now have to deal with the whole the police and Indecom situation, right? Now, They are saying that. Indecom is saying that, there were over 600 police engagement, whatever shooting or whatever, whether abuse or police misconduct, so to speak, because Indecom is there to, respond to quote unquote police misconduct. And we totally understand why Indecom was created. Yeah, man, we know it's a year ago on. The police them did a overdo it. Yeah, we understand the crime of a fight, and we understand the criminals them out there too. But you should not really abuse your power and your authority, in the interest of fighting crime. So what people are saying is that, yeah, man, we support the police with crime fighting, and we want to see a better Jamaica. But it should not mean, abusing your power and authority. You get what I say, breaking the law or, committing human rights violations and things like that. So watch this now. The Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? Yeah, man, them said them are modernized and everything, We see Andrew Owners go over Israel and them sign some private deals where them can't even talk about. Then we hear about Jamaica Eye, right? A touching and stuff like that. Long story short, the conversation was about body-worn cameras for the police. And when Indecom, right? And I'm gonna read this, people. I'm gonna read it so that everyone can really understand, right? The reality is this now. What Indecom is saying here, people, is that after all those cases, only 600 cases, right? There were 600 cases of their investigation of quote unquote police misconduct and whatever. 600 cases. And only one instance where an officer wore a body camera. I remember about like a month ago or so, when the Minister of National Security was asked about body cameras, him said them not really need that right now. But the problem is there has to be accountability, because what's this now? When the police them go out on the road and people accuse them of brutality, what evidence is there for them to defend themselves? It is more of me are the police, so whatever me say should be accepted. And in most cases, that is what goes on. Now, the importance of body-worn cameras is to what? Protect the integrity of the police and the integrity of any investigation. Because at least if people accuse the police, because we have seen so many instances where the police have been accused, of quote unquote extra judicial killings and things like that. We have seen that. We have seen the protests. But at the end of the day, right, when people ask, were there any body worn cameras? No. The police just gives a statement as to what them say transpire, and they give it to Indecom. You don't know how that go. Indecom have an interview with the officer, them go through the statements of the officer, right? You get what me I say? Yeah, man, and you know how it go. That is that. So the problem we're having now is that the lack of body cameras worn by the police, because if you want a better police force, then you need better accountability. And better accountability entails wearing body cameras so that the people them who are accused of brutality, who can say, all right, here we go on, I lie, them are telling you, what's this? We have the evidence, nothing no go so. But 600 quote unquote police abuse of power instances, and only one case where they actually had body cameras worn. So you realize the police now are not being compelled to wear body cameras. You get what I'm saying? So what you realize now is that police just go some places, people accuse them of misconduct, and then now that is just it. Them just write a statement, and that is it. Big up yourself in a text, 876. Big up yourself in Chanel, Baby British. Yeah, man, respect for the check-in. Remember to leave a like on the stream, greatly appreciated. And if you rate the reasoning and you appreciate the platform, you can just leave a subscription. You get what? Yeah, man. Big up in our role. Where you going with me, General?
What go on, daddy?
Me there in a family, what go on?
Yeah, man, me there, man. Bless up, man. So how are the people them there? How are the people them afraid of bro G?
Where say them afraid of Brogad?
Right, look, so you know, brother. How many say nobody a check in and I say nothing?
Oh no man, what's it in man? Remember say that's remember say politics reasoning to you, brother. So enough people will just check in and listen and you don't know it go. Do them little research and them thing there. So nothing wrong with that because you know we got more time, you know. We can reason for our next 6-7 hours straight, you know. You
For
get what
real.
me I say? Because
Yeah,
that's how we do it, family. You see it?
yeah, man, we know
So
what we ask, man. We
yeah,
know the
man. So
things
you
set.
know the thing goes still, but respect for the check-in. So what's your perspective on things though, as it relates to the constitution? You get what me I say? Yeah, man, and stuff like that. Where you think I go on a yard where you say need to change? What is your perspective?
I mean, I tell you, brother, it must be a long time where I tell you, so we don't trust Brogad with the constitution, you know. You see it, because we've been so what them are doing, you know. And when I go even so Brogad, like, him are the only one, as we say, a government, we burn government, because we can identify the folly where government are pull off. You see it. So from years upon years, our Jamaican government, you know, them don't represent us to the fullest. You know, unfortunately, this this leg of the government is one of the worst I have seen in my lifetime. And it's so sad. It's so sad to see the direction where the country are head right now. Want to say big up to Queen Africa. A lot of us maybe understand more. I wish she'd have said over the past few months. You know, unfortunately, other Jamaicans never really stand with her the way how she did want it, or maybe how she did expect say we as Jamaicans would have stand with her. But it's just a sad situation, brother. Like I don't know, like trust me, I don't even have the words of it, say, brother.
Well, truth be told, doing a role is right. With Queen Africa, like, what was she saying? What was she doing that you would say, well, people shouldn't follow her then because now she has proven it to be true. Let me hear your perspective on that there.
Repeat the question.
No, I'm saying, what has Queen Africa? You mentioned Queen Africa in the context of say boy. A long time she had point out certain things. Nobody never did that listen. And now things are come to pass. So me I say, can you give us some case in points where she made some inferences and people ignore her and it come to pass, so to speak.
Remember, so she that try to highlight to us that things is coming that is going to affect our children, and children to the future. Like she was always hinting that follies is coming. She never really break it down in layman's term as maybe how you would have break it down, or maybe um I don't know if I should say this, but
Right,
maybe her levels of education wasn't a part of the higher echelon that run the country. Unfortunately, she was still saying things where most of us Jamaican would understand her. You know, but as I must say, brother, I don't even know where to start, what to say. All I know, it's to me, it's a sad situation. Our country is heading down. It's just sad, brother. You there?
right. So what's the solution though? Make some recommendation. Let me hear your perspective there.
Um, wow. Solution, we need a leader, brother. We need a leader, we can bring some growth and stability to our country without depending on other people to just pour money in our country. Like we need forget our agricultural part of the country on a level where we can actually feed ourselves. During the corona period, it proven that we have to get at a part where we can at least feed ourselves. Rice and flour and all these imports that been pouring in the country is not the way. That to me that's part of the solution where we need somebody who can revitalize our agricultural and our production line because we used to do it. We used to do it. We born and when we born and we little bit to here, so we used to plant rice and we see the levels of production we used to happen in Jamaica. At one point, Jamaica did have steel factories where we used to make our own steel. We used to build our own glass bottle. We have West Indies glass. We used to do that around the Ashanine Road. We did have rice mill. So we used to plant even our own rice. And we know what the sugar cane and the banana has brought us.
Right, but we have to also look at the history of Jamaica because unfortunately a lot of people, while in the present we do engage in politics and we take we side and stuff like that, we have to look at the history of Jamaica in the 70s, right, and in the 80s, and how neoliberalism was superimposed on Jamaica. So remember, Michael Manley was fighting to not take the IMF loans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But remember say Edward Siaga them did a fight, so them couldn't get out Michael Manley. Them can
Mm-hmm.
bring in the IMF so that they can quote unquote apply their structural adjustment policies. And what the IMF structural adjustment policies are, your national industry, your sugar cane, we destroy that, so at least we are supplying with sugar. Your banana, yeah man, we destroy that so United Food can be the supplier. Or they do all them and them people, right? So you realize that they destroy the coconut industry. They destroy
Mm-hmm.
all of these kind of industries, right? As a result of quote unquote structural adjustment. So those are also factors that have come back to haunt us. You get what I say? So in
Mm-hmm.
reality now, the structural adjustment policies was to destroy agriculture, right? Destroy sugar, destroy, coconut, destroy local industries so that these multinationals could dominate your economy. That was what it was all about, and we are reaping the results of that. You get what I say? Mr. Real Man check in. So let me give him piece of the mic, no? Big up me general.
Where I did from.
There, man.
There are them kind of argument and my argument them May I show you one vibe on the same bill. You know the reason why certain things are gonna fly over the elder Jamaican them head because it's like most of them not really inclined to where really are going. So you see all the changes we make still come like nothing to them because them are gonna jump up PMP labor right same way. You see younger generation them now with them no business, them no care because they are so Americanized, Europeanized, and just out of Jamaica altogether. So whatever come along the line for them, it's like it not gonna mean nothing. You see me? Long while the whole of Jamaica them not have a clue. Cause most of where we are say right now, as much as you are pointed out in the best way you can, and we are gonna use the platform to spread it across, it's still not gonna change because most people they understand some of them never know what the Samoa deal is, and them never know how to go about it. But the younger generation, them not care, because they are so Americanized. So in the mind, if you call them he, she in a school, them no business, and them are gonna stand up to what them a deal with and what them not deal with. So I just so me kind of really pray what happen now in a way island where we live. Kind of it's really really sad, sad. But like me, I said to you, say, wanna pull one side, wanna pull one side, and nobody want to be educated, and the educated don't care. So, me no know. It rough.
All right. So like what are the solutions though? Like what are the recommendations? Because the reality is, right? Yeah, we can identify the issues. You get what me I say? But like how can we present ideas or recommendations that are beneficial to the society. You get what I say?
You know, to be honest with you, Matet, you see, um, if we have at least say a group of 20 people with the minds like maybe me and you and others will reason on a daily basis on the
Right.
ground, I do the groundwork. We can go in the communities. You know, if you hold big hall meeting because when you try to do that now, the government are gonna knock you down. So you go against them thing. If you can gather people to make people understanding in each household, say, this are gonna affect your child when you send it to school and can talk to them, then are the only way we can push out the message for most people to understand it. You understand what I say? But
Right.
just by standing on the pulpit and shout over one mic, it'll fly over everybody's head until refreshment time come around. You understand what I mean? So these things need to be spread in and the ghetto them where we live. The Waterhouse, your area, my area uptown,
Word.
downtown, Montego Bay areas, Westmoreland areas. People have to hear them something upon an individual basic. You know what I mean? We now wait upon this MP to come round to come say something and fi say something. So we just need minds like me and you who willing to lay down. Because the problem is with we, imitate. We don't have no more Marcus Garvey again, We don't have no more Bob Marley, We don't have no more freedom fighter, brother. In a sense, And
Right.
the ones them who are there, who have the ability to do so, them get sensitized. Them can't even talk.
Some of
Right.
them
So
get
what is
buy
the
out.
reason? What is the reason for that, you think, real man?
The reason for most of these situations, is buyout is one of them. We can't just put it across and say buyout. But you realize, as soon as you start talk, right? Even the man when no one want to hear it, and the man when I know don't want to hear it none at all, because he is so busy on Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. Him is so busy on
Right.
other
Right.
social event that the rug a pull away from under him foot, and him can't feel it.
For real.
Right. So my question is now, right? And we have 69 people in the building. Yeah, man. Big up to each and every one, Remember, if you just leave a like on the stream, enough respect. I appreciate that. So, all right. So, what's this now, real man? What
Mhm.
do you think about the new constitution where there are term limits? Meaning, sir, Prime Minister serving 2 terms, and here we go on now. If the JLP is in power for the next 20 years, at least we know, say, 2 more terms one prime minister get. Because if he say once Madia rule for 20 years because in party dominant, it can become like an absolute
A
power and it
dictatorship.
corrupt the thing. You get what me I say?
Yes.
So I am
Yes.
very concerned about that. And when we actually talk about Andrew Holness, if he might go down the road of a dictator, what's this now? Case in point. Free speech laws. Notice, I don't know if ones I want to observe the ground,
Yeah,
You
may I
hear me
observe
talk
it?
about
May I
free
observe it?
speech laws?
Mm-hmm.
Free speech laws. And Mr. Bridget, may highlight her comment. Big up Bridget. What new bill about rainbow was signed?
Mm-hmm.
No, Bridget. I was really speaking about the Samoa agreement. And free speech laws also is in the Samoa agreement.
Mm-hmm.
You get what me I say? So now me see Andrew Owens I tell we so now they are gonna be implementing or reviewing the laws. Or in other words, them are gonna change the free speech law. We have to be mindful with that because what's this now? You see, dictators, the first thing them do is to take away your freedom of
Freedom of
expression.
speech, of
That is the
expression.
first move. So, I
Mm-hmm.
want to hear on the perspective on this free
Yeah.
speech law, where Andrew Owens them are implement our plan for bringing in. Got you?
Who want
Well,
go first?
him
Got
big
you,
up
roll it.
yourself, real man. He already
Mm-hmm.
proved himself say a dictatorship thing a go on, brother. We see it even in the same corona time where if person talk out, police can find them. But yet still criminal a kill a lot of Jamaicans and nobody been getting arrested. Nobody been sent to prison. Multiple murders. Like we see them even point fingers on multiple people, so them response for a lot of things. We hear even with security minister come out and say him no. Say how much he gonna come in the country and we don't see nothing done about it. So,
All right, so what's this now, brother? Not to cut your wisdom, right? When the youth them they tell Brogad whatever profanities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we say police go for them, not true?
Yeah.
Was that legal?
No.
All right, so here we go on now. If the police or the government acted illegally and you are a victim now, at the end of the day, now, brother, you have to act, right? And set a precedence because here we go on now. No police cannot legally go arrest nobody because a man a cuss off the prime minister in a real life, bro. That is freedom of expression as long as he's not threatening the prime minister. If him threaten to harm, injure anyone, right, then that is where freedom of speech or freedom of expression is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You get what me I say? But you being critical of the prime minister and you might use some indecent language or quote unquote indecent language, and that again now, you see the whole free speech law again, we have to make certain say, you see this indecent language thing, this can't in the law because it is very vague. You get what me I say, brother? If a man say be clot, by definition, how can that be deemed indecent?
But
on what criteria?
Tonight, our night we fit my find so we're on a different topic. Sometimes here and I speak entertainment, right?
Right.
I have so much to say and very little nothing to say. You know why? I'm gonna say this now. Because said something is going on in our reggae music and we idolize our artists, them more than some people that use the term God then. You understand? We hold the artist them on some high pedestal. Watch this now. Uno know. Unless you tell me say uno no have no understanding of this what go on. Everything will happen. I want to play a pivotal role in our in the country, in our upbringing, want to play a pivotal role in our culture. I want to know say them something are going on and nobody to step to the forefront. Maybe one or two or three people alone out of hundreds of artists we have. They said nothing to nothing. So everybody just sit down and everything when them chew up and we just take it. But chew a man I tell us say my bill, a highway a cut through this and a hotel a bill around this, so and two new house bill around this. So you just use that and wash with everything.
All right, so what's this now, real man? We have 80 people in the building, Yeah, man. Big up for the check-in ones and ones. Big up to Wayne Huggins, Big up Leslie. Big up all the ones and ones them where in the chat go and interact. So what's this now, real man? Not for the people them in Jamaica, right? Even not for the artists them. You know why them not go talk? Or them not lick out no sound? Yeah, you will have Queen Ifrica and Spragga Benz and them people who don't really care.
Couple people, yeah.
Sizzla Colonji them not really care. But what's this now? Most of the rest of man them, everybody want an order of distinction and them sitting there. So nobody not too want lick out no sound because here we go now. Them want to make sure say when the road is called up yonder for them issue out no more order of distinction for them name the inner it. That's a part of the problem too.
Yes, hello.
Well, real man, you know say that I always go on, brother, but we not too care.
But
you get me?
Care.
But
then
but got you, real man.
And the truth, you attack. A man I think about him more than distinction. He might think about him visa when him now go get back. No, me now say people not feed them family, Cause me now go tell nobody, say try your best to make sure say you eat, But in other words, are your kids not the same kids them we go camper down Meadowbrook, Calabar, JC, you name it? Are you not the same kids them we go get them kind of argument upon a regular basis? And if you pick them there, unless you not care about the future at the island to live on as Jamaican, are you rather work permit over the kids them we grow today, including your one them?
For real.
Well, roll this 1 second and I give you the mic. There's a way in which you can express yourself, right? And there's an approach to it as well. The problem is, even with the artists them, because let's look at this now, right? Let's look at Babsy Grains. Yeah. Babsy Grains them in a music for years, not true? Music career in a politics and the rest is history, right?
Yeah.
And she's a minister of sports and them sitting there, right? And I saw some serious developments that took place last year. You know, say, me's a man like this, because me's an old soul, Me love cricket back then.
Yeah.
Brian Lara, me general, Richie Richardson, Desmond Hines, Jimmy Adams, Courtney Wallace, name it, brother. You get what I say? Yeah, me can definitely hold 1 9 10 hour worth of cricket reasoning. Long story short, the Jamaica Talawas is a franchise, a Jamaican franchise, and guess what I go on? You see the next series. There is no Talawas in a Jamaica. The government said them not support them. Now, how you deal with sports and development, right? And you're not supporting local sports. I say that to say this, brother. Even the Ministry of Sports, them not really fund the thing properly. And when you look at culture and entertainment now, right? What group is there to represent the Jamaican artists or Jamaican entertainers? All right, we will know so there is J-Cap and Java and things like that, but Java for vintage artists.
Exactly.
And J-Cap now, is more like a register and be a member and blah, blah, blah. But in terms of lobbying the government on their behalf, right? Where is the group of artists that will lobby the government on their behalf? In terms of it's a year ago now. All right. You see, a man a perform on stage and in cuss couple bad word, it cannot be illegal. You can't carry him to a station to go charge him. That is wrong. You get what I say? Who a lobby if you make sure say the government dash that out in the garbage bin, because that is nonsense, brother. Mr. Babsy Grains there sting the other night. And bad word. Everybody a perform across bad word.
You know, I was going to make a land still, but I'm glad you brought up that because I wanted to touch a point.
Exactly. All right, got you, my general.
All right, watch this. I am saying, Sting the other night, right? Babsy Grains was, I would say, in a Babylon farm. Babsy Grains was the highest representative over there. So not even the sponsors of Sting or Leng and him team, them never bigger than she, because she make it happen. Because if she decide that no, Sting couldn't keep, he couldn't keep based upon her status. So she won. And you are tell me, say, you stand up there as an a political game, you there for one thing, no police shouldn't lock us Sting, none at all. If you there on the spot and represent entertainment. Two, no fight shouldn't go on. The organization should have been well put together. Babsy Grains should have come out with a plaque. 40 years of Sting, and I give to Leng and them team to keep up such great one night reggae show, greatest reggae show upon earth for 40 years.
Right.
Boy, pass me my slippers.
So there's nothing to me. Babsy Grains went over there and do the other day. If you ask me, I'm gonna do politics. I'm gonna care about PMP and labor right. But me just show you how these people are. If it's not political gain, they don't care about the mass of people. It's just that us. Where we use the term all the time, where we say curry goat, comrade, refreshment, upper, where them give it up there. And right. Fight was not like a t-shirt. Right. I'm going to say the younger generation today who more tapped into the more deal situation won't talk about it. And we're talking about the young holy childhood, the young queens, the young other schools, the all girls and the all boys, them who actually engage in these kind of situation. They won't say nothing. But the older generation, them never know half because they wouldn't take up a book or go and download the farm and read it out loud for people who can read, understand it.
All right, so 1 second there now. Cash, big up, Cash said there was never a thing, bro. Free speech never existed. All right, so what's this now? Freedom of expression. Yeah, man. It does exist in terms of say you know, it does have its legal framework. You get what me I say? Because what's this now, Cash? You can't say that, yo, that them and defi, you know, yeah man, DED, right? And then now you are gonna say it's freedom of expression, because as long as you are not threatening anyone, right? And planning to create no harm in what you say or whatever, then that's freedom of expression. But if you're gonna tell somebody, say, yeah, you're gonna kill them tomorrow and blah, 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 that is threatening. So yes, there are constitutional laws that protects, you know, in America, it's what? First Amendment or whatever, the fifth. The fifth, right? No, the fifth is the right to remain silent. But I think the first or second amendment, the right to freedom of expression,
freedom of
whatever.
speech, yeah.
Right. But long story short, the American Constitution allows it, but its definition, its legal definition now is that you are free to say what you want to say. And notice in America, right? In America, when a policeman harass nobody, a man just cuss off the police, cuss one bag of bad word, and the police can't charge him for that. You know why? Because the Constitution protect his freedom of expression as long as he's not threatening the officers. In a Jamaica, if a man accost the police and say them harass him, them just beat him up, throw him in the truck, charge him, and not no come out tight.
And
you
that
get
no,
what me I say?
And that no means say no, it might take, like we are
condone any disrespect or anything like that.
To us, no police
right,
either, no
right.
law enforcement.
Right.
You understand? But we just want people understand what you are saying in a context that these things around here would fly as long as you not threaten the police and where I deal with, and that's how it go.
Right. I gotta give Rolly Spice the mic. I'm say Lalibella check in, but let me say this real quick there to real man. You know, say a couple of weeks ago, one taxi bridging and some police in an argument, and the police then shoot the man 9 foot. And when we're looking at the news, must say last week, we then charge him for attempted murder. The attempted murder by the taxi man was him use the door hit the police officer. You get what me I say, brother? I'm just show you how corrupt the system is. The police them know so them shoot the man 9 foot. We see it on the video, you know. And we see when the man I say whatever he say, and people start cuss the man and say, yo, you no shoot the man for no reason. And now the taxi man is charged for murder. And the detail is that the car door, one of the car door, they must hit the officer or something like that. So I just say that to say this, bro. Sometimes when they know so them wrong, them cover up things. So now then charge the taxi man, you know, him have a whole new case on him head. He might not get no bail and everything. When what it does, it also absolves the police. He say, boy, why we not shoot the man? Oh yes, he use a car to try to kill we, so we had to shoot him. So I'm just show you how them frame certain narrative.
But the matter, how it gonna change? Tell me. Because here why it can't change now. Here why it can't change. Because that happened and there's nobody protest, not even one person. But tomorrow morning, just make an announcement, say Brogad will be up by New Kingston tomorrow, and refreshment and things will be out there already. And you see what happen out there tomorrow morning. Hope they're full of people. But not one person would have step out and say nothing towards that taxi man.
Right. All right. So Rollis, go to una family. Let me hear what you say.
Lalibella take a piece, right?
All right, go to Lalibella.
Big up Lalibella.
Yeah, man, and big up to the ones in the chat, you know, big up to Mark, you know, big up to Gray, you know, yeah man, big up to all of the ones Shante Dawson, you know it go. Big up to each and every one that check in, man. Go to Lalibella.
Yeah man, salute. Yeah, as it relates to the case we are talking about, the Virgin and the police. I mean, I'm going to get a lawyer, not to say he can afford a lawyer, and them charging him for murder, they'll have to furnish evidence of such, right? And,
right. For attempted murder, right.
Right. So even with that being said, to the extent that we're saying that all he did was hit him with a car door accidentally, intentionally, I'm sure the judge, within reason, should rubbish that. The biggest issue in Jamaica is that people are largely politically illiterate. And we've been too docile when it comes to properly understanding politics. Not voting for a particular party or whatever. I'm talking truly understanding politics and how the citizenry are to wield politics to benefit themselves. That's the biggest issue we have. I know I'm kind of late. I'm the one to really get back to some of the things we talked about earlier. But really and truly, the issue in Jamaica, as when we talked to a brethren before, we need a contract between the people and the government, and there is no such thing as a contract between the people and the government. What we call secondary rules or secondary laws are not powerful enough, and this is why politicians and police and so forth are able to abuse the people them and abuse the laws them. But we the people, if we not demand these things, it will never happen, and it's not enough to point to a corrupt system. If the system is corrupt, enough of us need to speak out. And when we say speak out, it's not only just vocalizing something on any platform, but we need to vote accordingly.
Right, true. Mr. Cash check in. So let me hear what you're saying, Cash. Got you.
Oh, best of everybody, you know.
Yeah, man. Big up family.
Yeah, so they are taking it live on. As a whole, if you mention, I don't even know which part to start from to back foot. Since we're there, the how we there now? Freedom of speech. Yeah, I say there was. I never see this reason for them come with a thing called freedom of speech and freedom of expression. You get what I say? Because anybody always free to do what they want to do. Even after this freedom of speech thing come about. Because the freedom of speech is really lack of fear, not having any fear of saying and expressing yourself however you want. So you don't fear consequence, you don't fear nothing at all. But that don't mean say whatever you do, you now get punished for it. You know what I say?
Yeah, but Cash, I remember Cash, say freedom, right? It's just like free will, quote unquote free will. Free will is any act or any action without consequences, so to speak. So what you're saying now is that freedom of expression is you expressing yourself without consequences. No, the reality is that
the fear, having no fear of doing that.
But that's a difference. No, but there's a difference with being fearful and being free to express yourself. You get what me I say, Cash? Because you have some people, you know, because they are fearful, they don't speak. But if you have the freedom of expression afforded by the law, are you saying that it is okay to threaten someone, to harm someone, and use that to say, well, freedom of expression allows me to do that? Would you agree with that, Cash?
No, I'm going to say that.
All right, so how would you categorize that now? When someone uses that quote-unquote right, and threaten someone and say, yo, me must do you this and me must do you that, would you call that them having the right to threaten you?
Well, the thing is, you know, you have to understand, you know, say a situation like that, yes, whoever the individual is still free to say or do whatever, whether right or whether it's a right or not. Because these things, you know, bro, these things, rights and all these things are some convoluted foolishness some of the time, brother. Because how you give a man a right for speech? A man can say what he wants to say, you know, whether I'm having right to do it or not. So me I try to tell you, say this thing of free speech, it don't matter. The thing that matters is the consequences. I think that's what people should focus more on. Consequences instead of this free speech or the right to have free speech.
Cash, if you look at the genesis, right? There was a time when people didn't necessarily have any right to speak their mind. That is why they framed the law, the constitution, in the manner that they do. There was a time that if you were to speak and you offended the king or whomever, that would be your head. And they've had, so it's not necessarily a function of today why these protocols are informed. And Bridget asked a very good question. She said, can we unpack freedom of expression? Does it entail speech? I don't think speech is a protected or defined in Jamaica. So expression goes beyond the vocal reference, right? You know what I mean? So freedom of expression then entail even sexuality, religion, and everything else.
Everything.
You see? But to the extent that speech is free in any respective jurisdiction, right? Even in America, there are certain things that you're not allowed to say. Like you can't, sorry. Like what them always say, right? If you're in a theater, you can't say there's fire. You see? So there's certain things, and then this is why we need dialogue.
Right, facts, Lalibela. Not to cut you. Just like, if you're at the airport, you can't say BOMB neither. That's a crime.
But that's the thing doing on imitate. Man, try to show you. These things are just common sense, bro. Because I'm sure there's not a list of things you're not allowed to say.
Right, but Cash, make Lalibela finish and then you can respond. I'm sorry, Lalibela. Go through.
No, you're good, man. And Cash, right? To the extent there's common sense and that there's something. Here's the problem, right? For a long window, we haven't been taught about these things. So for all intents and purposes, they might as well not exist. Because if you're not aware of them, you cannot exercise them, right? And I think Imhotep have said it before on the platform, or others have said it elsewhere. We need to have re-education. We need to have this window wherein we re-educate the masses, inform them of what the protocols are, and so forth. Because right now, we're just not active. We're not involved politically in the way that we should. But go through, Cash.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I think the people them need to be reinformed or re-educated, relearn, anyhow you want to phrase it. Yeah, I agree 100% because growing up, they not really put much emphasis on the youth them for be excited about learning about politics or the ins and outs of how the country run. Because if you know too much, if you know things like that, it's a stereotype in itself in a society. Oh, you're a nerd. Yeah. You know what I say? It's a stereotype. You go like you're better than other people because that's a thing we need to fix too in our society. As I say, so the whole system itself
I agree.
want shake up. The whole society, government, the people, them everything want shake up.
All right,
the government.
Gosh, me understand. So the government want shake up. I mean, always say this again. It start at home, brother. Because to me personally, half of what happened to Jamaica,
All right.
All time teachings, give me 1 second. All time teachings, make things get beyond, This brother were now a prime minister. Inheritance him get, inheritance him get, and him and him know how to play upon it, So him still a continue. Like me just say a while ago. If things not reach certain communities by the people who live there and put in the effort, because you're not gonna get it from politicians. You're not gonna get it.
So all right, I agree. Say if it starts from home, however, you have to understand. Say the parents themselves, most of them are duns. Them not understand themselves, never understand nothing. You get me? I say so that need to fix. So even if I get it from home, you're not getting nothing really. You're not getting nothing really. So as I say, everybody need to forward and get this thing right, bro. Like
right.
Them said the people have power, brother. But me yet to see it, bro. Me not see it.
Well, the thing is this, knowing that you have power, right, and utilizing it, is a different thing. Because at the end of the day, the people have the power, man. Them just not realize them have it. But I saw where Sanja made a very valid point. When Lalibela spoke initially, he did speak about the fact that man, while the police them charge the taxi man for say attempted murder, after we see the video where they shoot the man in foot and whatever, yes, him can get a lawyer and this and that, but note, this man get charged for attempted murder of a law enforcement officer. So so one bag of sitting that, right? And he might get what? He might get locked up, he might get bail, he might find legal fees, and this I go jag off for probably one next 4, 5, 6 years. So at the end of the day, yes, people can challenge the legality of the actions of law enforcement. However, they have to have resources as well. You get what I say? And then now me see where Bridget made a valid point again here. But if swearing is illegal in Jamaica and someone tells the Prime Minister SYM, that would be illegal. But the problem is, how comes we even have swearing as being illegal in the first place? Let me hear your perspective on that, Lalibela. Because I think swearing is a very vague word and vague in legal definition. But go to Lalibela.
Yeah, and I was gonna reply to what Bridget posed right there. Right, here's the problem. You know what I mean? In a law, right, you have primary rules and secondary rules, right? And what happened is that there are certain standards. I think it's about societal norms or whatever earlier in what we were talking about, the Samoa rules, right? You see, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, when the society was more Christian, it went without saying that swearing is bad because everybody was a Christian. See? The problem with society is that society is always evolving. And that's what they call a static law. It is so static that it takes forever to change. And this is why some of these legal subject matter experts are saying that the secondary rules that we have need to deal with rules of recognition, rules of change, and rules of adjudication, wherein us having this conversation today, if we want swearing to be clarified or removed, we should have that codified in the Constitution, where we know how to change that, how to remove it altogether. That's the problem we have now. We have these very old laws. Even Bruce Golden has written about it in the newspaper multiple times. These laws are dated, and the penalties for these laws are definitely not even relevant anymore. So that's what the issue there. You see, the conversation we have right now is a conversation that's not usually had in Jamaica. See,
right.
I read an article this morning when them talk about the nuclear option, right? And the person who wrote the opinion piece is saying that there hasn't been any meaningful dialogue in Jamaica about it. And I responded to that article by saying that we have never had meaningful dialogue around anything that's actually important. And that's the sad reality, but we don't have that curiosity. Every morning me get up and I think about the Constitution of Jamaica. I don't live in Jamaica. I don't even want to talk how long I live in Jamaica, seeing? And people in Jamaica who are impacted by this Constitution seldom, if ever, speak about it. And that's the sad thing about it. The people, if we think that government is inept, we shouldn't expect the government to reprimand themselves.
You see one thing the other day, I don't know if you see it, where the some private sector, right? I think I'm not quite sure. I think it's the U.S. government, but the fraud, but the bugger corruption within the government. That is powerful, man.
Well, that was actually the diaspora people, them.
Yes, man, that's very powerful, man.
Yes, and
that's serious.
And clearly, the people of Jamaica are not taking that well. And I'm gonna say this, right? You see, we have the Virgin who are trying to resurrect the Marcus Garvey Party. I can't say this, brother. I read the manifesto. It leaves a lot to be desired. See?
Right.
And unfortunately, he's not ready for prime time. And I know a Virgin who spent over 20 years writing a manifesto. See? And I never want to go into details about this Virgin, but this Virgin has written policies that has benefited Jamaica. See?
Right.
And them Monday talk to me and explain to me what we need to have as far as a contract with the people. See? And this man pretty much could have lost his life probably 20 years ago because of what he was doing.
Right. So Lalibela, chances are, if time and space permit, probably can line up something with even unlocking our voices to an in. You get what I say?
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, this dialogue that we're gonna have to have with this Virgin,
right?
It cannot be platformed publicly initially because the man almost losing life over this thing. See, because here's the problem. They engage PNP and GLP for giant what am I do, and people were not transparent with their true intentions, and goes without saying the man meet up to start dealing with the funding. See. And then all of a sudden you hear say right, see? But you see that youth here? The man tell me, say, really and truly, and I never want to talk about the man truly, he have a PhD in a particular field, see? And the man tell me, he says straight up, that if some of his policies were implemented, every single Jamaica right now, within 10 years, would have a 10-fold salary increase. And he never does say it. I stress test the Virgin, see? And I really said this, just for the fact that I intend for us to have more conversation around this.
Right.
And ultimately engage him. And as what the man telling me, him say I'm ready to launch again as soon as he gets committed people. Seeing? And I tell you see that brother? Let me say, the man I'll show me, I'll say, say meet some of the brethren them who were involved in the trip to Jamaica from Singapore, right? And he studied what they've done in Singapore. He studied them academically. He studied the Mexicans as far as when they made their reform. Trust me, enough details the man have. And I don't know footnotes.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me big up Skeptic, you know. Skeptic, big up yourself, my general. All the best for the new year, you know. All the best to the ones and ones for the new year and beyond. Got you, Skeptic, a long time in the see a check in, my general.
Skeptic, what go on, man? Long time in the game, man.
Big up, real man. What go on, man, chat?
Yeah, man.
There, my general.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, everyone, man.
Yeah,
No,
Salute, Skeptic.
it's not. It's really not my new year, you know. My new year falls in April.
okay.
Word.
When spring, you know, because everything dead, most stuff dead now. So for me, it's not new. For me, you know, for my new year begins when spring start to
come up.
Right. So
come.
let me rephrase it. Happy Gregorian New Year, but you know, sir, inapplicable to you. But got you, my general.
Exactly. Well, I'm very impressed for your thumbnail. Now you start to actually gain some momentum as it relates to AI and start to see the real power.
Got you, my general.
I'm really liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
You
but
know?
remember, say, I won't heap of them things that we are going to reason about, you know, because it's not like, say, it's not something that is happening. You get what I say? It's just that
Well,
what we really want
eventually,
to embrace is that we not going to scare the people them like that, but at least make them see what go on. But got you. Sorry for interrupt you.
no, that's fine, man. Eventually, it's gonna come around where people is going to, you know, gain more awareness as it move forward because that's what's coming. Um, m- I have a very interest as to why they will name this new you know, Samoa thing, you know, from a country. And you know, etymology does not change, it evolves really, because Samoa is actually a country. And so it's interesting why they would name that law, you know, or that agreement on a
Well,
country
the
itself.
thing is in a skeptic. Just like how you have the Geneva Convention, right? And this is where all the world leaders met and them actually determine certain quote unquote human rights laws and this and that and whatever. They actually met in Samoa to actually present whatever proposals and then now them sign off in it in Belgium. So when them say Samoa agreement was more like it was crafted at a meeting in Samoa and then now them sign off on it now. But got you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. That's how usually go.
yeah, I get that because every single, you know, and I know you like to use the word conspiracy theory, but I really take it go down that line because when they have their meetings and everything, people must understand the Jesuits and the cabals and these various different people, when they draft up certain framework and have certain meetings in various different countries, it's based on certain etymological history, and it's based on everything that all their deities. It's more like deities because there's actually a Samoan god and everything else. So it's all a variation from all of that stuff. You know, if you look it up, you'll find that I think what they're gearing towards, because the Samoan god, it's based on the god of the sea, the god of you know, the water, land, agriculture, all of these stuff. So when I see they use that law to actually draft up and to combine various different countries under one umbrella, it makes me think about all the plan that they want to really structure everything on the you know, one global governance, right? So that's a plan. The plan is to make everything become in one global governance where all countries is going to come under one umbrella with one law. They're going to get rid of what makes a man, what makes a woman. They're going to deconstruct the family, the whole family settings and everything, because it's all about eugenics. It's all about, you know, transhumanism. That's where it's all going. It's all first and foremost is to deconstruct what makes a man, what makes a woman, to deconstruct the entire family structure and to formulate this quote unquote new world order. That's
So,
where they're taking it.
so skeptic, what are you saying? Basically, Andrew Wellness can't stop what going. He must just be the
No,
puppet.
no, and you see that's the thing with I listen to you guys all the time having all various different political debates. For me, I no longer have political debates because I know that the system is crafted. It's all controlled by the it's like, it's left and right, but it's pretty much two river going in the same sea. It's all governed by a specific group of people who their whole mission is to really control um human beings overall, and
All right, let me
that's
say
the
this really quick,
intent.
skeptic. Big up yourself in the Hannibal. Yeah, man. Anytime the book club thing drop, man, you don't know it go with there. So, skeptic, what is your solution, though, family?
Well, you see, my thing is, Imhotep, is that the information that I want to give, I don't think people are really ready for it because it's going to be going to shine as a conspiracy theory. People must understand that we are going through an evolution change. That's what it's going to amount to.
They always
Okay?
been though.
It's going to be an evolution and it's going to be a complete change of the trajectory of humanity. It's going to be a full blast on eugenics. It's going to be a full blast on transhumanism. It's going to be a full blast on AI takeover. Where
Is
it's
that a
all
bad
going to
thing?
be, huh?
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it is going to be a bad thing for us. It's
For humanity.
and yes, there is going to be an imminent revolt. There's going to be a lot of riots and protests to come. And people has to be ready for it. I'm not saying it to scare anybody, but this
Oh no,
this
we're
thing
not
have
scared.
already been planned, and they're going to move forward with it. When they talk
So,
about the ESG, when they talk about the Agenda 2030, when they talk about the various different stuff, it's all coming to play here.
Any
This is just the first play of what to come.
anyone
so
of you all ever seen a movie called Equilibrium
No.
with Tay Diggs and this dude there? Where they make what happened is something similar to the Matrix. And would I love guys if you can get
nah,
a
man,
chance.
watch that movie there, man. I remember that movie very well. As a matter of fact, Matrix and Equilibrium was one of my favorite movies.
Right.
Yeah, because I buy that movie there when
Thank you.
DVD.
Yeah,
Remember
thank you.
bootleg DVD days?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
man, at
yes.
them time there. That
So
was 2006
you
or
know who
5, them time there.
you know how who me buy that movie there from? It was a
So,
guy out on Reddy's Road, from Common, we sell DVD. You could have know that you there too. But anyway, long story short, you see when I watch that movie in a damn time there, it blow my mind to see where these people want the earth to be. Because if you see that movie there, man, me want to see that movie, man, Equilibrium. It is such a matrix. Is the same kind of concept
right,
of how
right,
they
right.
want mankind to become.
Right. Right. But the brethren did turn against the system
Thank you.
when did I
Hey,
represent? Because
Diggs
I remember,
and yes,
All right, watch this,
yes.
You see in that movie, in the kind of represent that Paul on his way to Damascus where
Thank
him
you.
persecute the people and then him realize and turn back around and I
Turn
fight
back
against the
round.
system still. But
Yes.
Miss Julia there as well, and I don't know if she wants to
Hi,
say a
good
thing.
night.
Big
On
up, Miss
Cash and
Julia.
other
Yeah.
ones and ones can chime in as
good
well.
night, Miss
Good night.
Julia.
Yes,
Yeah, man,
actually,
bless
the
up.
Big up,
Equilibrium is
Miss
one of my
Julia.
actually favorite
Good
movies.
Thank
night,
you
So
very
that's
brother.
a
much.
very good one. Yeah, no, you know what? To be honest, I missed everything that you guys were talking about because I just got settled, but I was able to, to
Mhm.
to come on. But I presume you guys are talking about the freedom of speech
Yeah.
laws that's going on, right? Listen, freedom of expression is important. Freedom of speech. I think that this is a part of the agenda with what they're putting down for the rainbow community, right? Um, you know, it's hard to say how this thing is going to go because there's already very little accountability, and because of the fact that there is no real, I don't, what's the word, between the government and between people, the just accountability people, so that they can abuse anything, right? Anything that we put in place here in this island can be abused because the people are, I don't want to say dumbed down, but they're in survival mode. They don't know their rights. They're not sensitized to their rights, right? Um, it's worrisome. But anyhow, but I'm gonna listen to what you guys have to say because I know that it will actually stimulate my thoughts. So go ahead.
I have a question.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Me understand 100%. What most people might not understand. Me understand Lalibela. Me understand skeptic also.
Mm.
Where when it comes to like the government heads, even the Caribbean, when you think about it, because watch this now. I figure that it's if we resist, if the government or the Caribbean or say Andrew Holness or Mark Golden, whoever come in power or stay in power, resist
Mm.
from all of that, then that's where certain things now go happen for we again. We're not gonna get certain endorsement from certain countries. We now get certain money, certain grants, this, that to the third.
But wait a second. You know what? I'm glad you just said that about resist because you see what I mean by when you talk, it stimulate my thoughts. You realize that he broke quite a number of laws recently with the state of the emergencies. He's not supposed to have them so long, right? And every time he operates in another parish, you guys realize that, right? And there's no accountability, right? You
Somebody was
you
talking
guys are
about it
there?
the same thing the other day. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Yeah, Miss Julia. I'm
I
happy you
get it.
mentioned that. I'm gonna give you the mic real quick, Lali Bella. The thing is this, Miss Julia.
Yeah.
It's not the Prime Minister doing it right now. What him do is use craft and make the Governor General
Yes.
sign
That's what
off
I
on it.
mean.
So
But I
and then
mean
him come and
you
him say,
guys.
oh, because what's this,
Yeah.
no one can challenge the Governor General.
Right.
The
Right.
Constitution make the Governor General whatever him say, that's the final step. So because them know say legally, if them
Right.
implement no whole heap of SOEs and stuff like that, it is unconstitutional.
Right.
Yeah, you get what me
The
I say? Them
reason why I
use
said
him
him
to
is
sign off on it.
right. The reason I said him is because we all know he's behind it. You understand? So that's why I says him because he's the one moving. He's moving the lever. You understand? So
Right.
even these little things, right? And then him just go from parish to parish to do that, right? With no consideration of the people at all, or how that will hinder the business, or how that will hinder it, just even not even hinder just our rights, period, right? And the people don't know their rights. So little things like that is like, it's anyway. Continue talking because I know it will stimulate me. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to hear you, Miss Julia. Always
Hi,
bring
skeptic. I,
yeah,
I saw the picture and I was like, is that skeptic? It's good to
yeah,
happy new year, my dear. I'm
yeah,
happy.
man. And big up yourself, Lala Bella. Always a pleasure to hear you guys.
Yeah, man.
You
Likewise, sir.
too.
Salute,
And
salute.
real man as well.
Yeah, man.
Big
Big
up on
respect.
yourself.
Yeah, man.
Don't be a stranger, skeptic, because you're missed.
Real talk. Hey, I want to go back to something that Bridget asked
Yeah.
earlier. Salute, Miss Julia,
Salute,
as well.
Lalibela.
Yeah, she asked, why is it that we're in uproar when it comes to the laws on the books, wherein the government is looking to enforce them by way of the police if they are on the books? And that's a very good question, right? We ought not to lament the fact that we shouldn't just, oh, uh, how should I even frame it? We seemingly are frustrated by these laws. We are of the view that there shouldn't be laws. But what we have to understand is that as long as they're in the books, they have to be enforced. And to the extent that we're informed enough to understand that, it is then that we ought to agitate to have those laws repealed. And I
Right,
think and I think that's a problem with the discourse. We're
right.
frustrated by a lot of outdated laws, but we don't seem to understand that there are certain mechanisms in place to inform these laws being repealed or changed. And I
Yes.
yeah, and I think that's where the problem is. Um, So the concern is not a free speech law versus a hate speech law. And yes, one can make the leap to conclude that it might entail speaking disparagingly as it relates to the prime minister. People like to make reference to certain phenotypes, features of his, and people, people being mean-spirited seem to affect the thin-skinned prime minister and other politicians. And clearly, as it relates to the LGBT community, I could see where in a society where everyone is given the same level of protection, that some of these things that we think are innocuous aren't necessarily innocuous, and we probably will have to refrain from certain utterances. I'm going to be real quick. Skeptic, you pointed changes are coming and so forth, and it does seem as if, to the extent that we are in opposition of these changes, is because we're tethered to a value system that's been highly informed by the religion that most of us seem to abhor. And if we are walking away from this religion, we probably should also examine the value system informed by that religion. And in so doing, we might find that some of these things that we have issues with doesn't make sense if we were to examine them on a proper philosophical lens. So truth tables, properly stress test them to see are these things efficacious, or just folks who are bigoted by way of religion, where they're in opposition of whatever they're in opposition of.
Yeah, I mean it is really a program, and a program does what it's intended to do. It's to program people. Some people is not going to be captivated by the program. Some people are going to be able to be a critical thinker and analyze what they're being fed and realize that this is more of a control mechanism, more so than to really help us. The law itself is programmed to really divide the people and to control the people, right? That is why there's a constant debate, I'm in a platform on YouTube constantly, every single day, is specifically designed on what the government is not doing and who is the better party, who is the better this, who is the better that, because it is working in accordance to how the structure is set up. It is set up specifically to create conflict and to control.
Skeptic got cut off. Skeptic, I'm not too sure if you can hear us when you get back, but I mean, look at us. I think we're
Can you
relatively
hear me?
speaking. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I can hear you now.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm saying, I don't know which part I cut off that you didn't hear me.
Conflict. Laws created to cause conflict.
Yeah, it was specifically designed to create conflict and to control the masses, right? And that is why specifically so many different YouTube channels is geared specifically for arguments. Which side is better than which side? I mean, look at so many blogs. You find various different personal and different team, and they're showing blows, at each other, which one is better, which one is that, because that is what the program is set out to do, and it's doing just that. What people must realize is people must start to govern themselves internally, because human beings are designed to really focus more externally, and that is how they want people to program, to be looking out external. If people start really thinking internally and start to accept whatever political governance, and realize that one is really, yes, they come with different policies, but like I said, there are two rivers going to end up in the same sea. It's
Skeptic.
all by design. Yeah.
Skeptic, here we are on this platform, right? And it's reasonable to say that we're fairly informed. Why is it that we aren't having enough of this meaningful discourse? I know we don't represent a microcosm of the larger society, but why is it that we as a subset, why is it that even Why are we not more curious about these concerns? Why are we not talking more about these topics?
Because of sensationalism, and that has been built into the culture, even with
Exactly.
politics, right? They'll rather you be happy, dance, drink, right, get a box food, and not think. These
Right,
are
right,
facts.
right, Miss
So
Julia, right?
yeah,
Sorry, not to cut you, right? So there's 73 or approximately 70 of us on this panel, right? And it seems as if we've circumvented those trappings. So I'm trying to figure out, just us who are
yeah.
seemingly curious about this topic, why is it that we're not having more discourse around these topics?
I
We who
think
here
there
on this
are, but they're
platform.
private. I think they are,
Okay,
but they're not public. I think they're
okay,
private.
okay.
You know
So,
what I mean? Because
fair enough.
and it depends on just the circles that you move in. Because I've had conversations like I've seen conversations like this happen, but
Right.
they're all in private, right? So what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Tell me.
No, no, I agree with you, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
there is a lot of private dialogue,
Mm-hmm.
and these dialogues are disparate, they're not connected.
Mm-hmm.
And in so doing, we won't gain any material traction. And
Right.
and my question now is, how do we
Mm-hmm.
go from these private spaces where we're engaging these safe zones, or what is it that's inhibiting us going public like a platform like this? How do we go from these private spaces to a broader scope?
To,
You know, may I be honest with you, me fine with the people them, even though private, non-private. I guarantee you right now, if we were talking about Mr. Vegas and Bounty Killer and who are bad DJ and who got dead, you got 500 people on the platform.
Facts.
But you know what though? Okay,
I agree.
let's not be doomsday for it, because we have to have hope, right? So what I am
Yeah.
thinking is a big part of the fact is we're not sensitized anymore, as I said before.
Yes.
Remember, one time we were even talking, I think, on Rick panel, and I was mentioning that under the law, and Imhotep was mentioning it too. There was a program we used to listen to when we were kids, Under the Law and Wrong Move, right?
Yeah.
And actually, when we used to go back to school, and them time that I was in small school, when I go back to school, we used to talk and laugh about it or make like a skits about it. So, if you start to educate people, even through radio, through the media and stuff, then you're gonna have little conversations come up, and people will have more discourse, public discourse of what's really happening. I really believe that, because look it,
Mm-hmm.
there was we as Jamaicans think about it as our culture, so we know we can see each other, and we just know says that is a Jamaican, right? And sometimes we're just there and we just stand up and we just start chat to each other in the supermarket, high low, wherever we just
Uh-huh.
start talking, right? So the more you put these information out there, free information out there, that is not where the people have to actually read a book or something that them have to read, because a big part of our culture of learning is auditory, right? And that's just because of the old culture and storytelling and stuff like that. So if we put it in digestible put the content digestible in digestible little snippets,
Palatable ways,
so
right? More
people
palatable ways, right?
exactly,
Yeah.
so people can understand, and people, and not to dumb down anybody's intelligence, not
Right.
at all, not like the way how that lawyer was there talking about him have to gesticulate and him have to act a certain way because the people are dumb, right? No, we're not going to underestimate anybody's intelligence, right? So you put it in story form, get it out there, and you'll find that people will talk. People, but the fact of the matter is that the information is not out there. People don't know, so they don't know what they don't know, and if you don't know what you don't
Very
know,
true. Very
you
true.
understand what I'm saying, right?
Oh,
That's
Miss
what
Very
I'm
true.
Julia,
yeah, yes, dear.
say also, when we kind of analyze, we're living in a time
Mm-hmm.
where us trying to put things across on certain levels, we are like snail to the powers that being. Cause when them a sweep a narrative, them just run it right over here like a rainfall. You understand what I mean?
Right.
And
Right.
it have to stick. Them not stop until it stick. You know what
But
I
we have
say?
to try, though, real
No,
man.
I'm not this. No, I'm not saying that we are not supposed to. But
Right.
I'm saying to you, I hope, I wish more people would have opened up them ears
Mm-hmm.
to certain conversation and look into it.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it goes right back to the program, because similar to similar similar to a computer, right? A computer goes off algorithm, right? We are a biological computer, right? Yeah, and I said this to him at once before, and it's true. It's basically neuroscience, neuroscience and psychology. It's embedded in our faculty. The thing is, there's a triune brain, right? We have the reptilian brain, we have the mammalian, and the prefrontal cortex. Through repetition, as the information goes in, not everybody is going to be enticed by a certain message, right? Because we all have a different algorithm as it relates to it. And it's based on what is in the cerebral cortex. So if whatever is lodged into that cerebral cortex, it's going to be it's waved in patterns, right? So if people like entertainment, and if people like watching blues, or whatever whatever messages based on repetition is in that cerebral cortex, that is what the messages that they're going to in tune with. So it all goes right back to neuroscience, right? And so everybody is not going to have the same input, and not everybody is going to have the same output.
That is
That's
true,
how it
but
is.
at the same time, but skeptic, at the same time, you make it available, you'll have more people. The more the merrier. You understand? The more the merrier. And if you have that content out there, right, and you have it out there more, just like how them used to have those signs, don't dirty up Jamaica. You remember them big billboard signs, not dirty up Jamaica, and all that stuff. And people start being more conscious now in smaller ways, even though them don't have the facilities there, like the garbage cans on every sidewalk as they should, right? To facilitate the message, what them showing across. They can have messages and actually implement it in society, so it's not saying that it can be escaped, but so that it can actually cling to more people who are probably fertile soil for it. But right now it's
Yeah.
not out there. You see what I
Right.
mean?
I think there is a machinery. Did I interrupt anyone?
So I was gonna say this real quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this old adage. I'm going to paraphrase it. I'm saying, right? The good
Mm-hmm.
intending person, it said man, but that's a person, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he plants a tree, he is reasonable enough to expect not to be shaded by that
Not to
tree,
be
right?
shaded by the tree. That's right.
Right? And to the extent that we want change, when we're planting our trees,
Mm-hmm.
we need to not be looking for instant gratification. We've got to
That's
think for
right.
posterity. And
Right.
I think that's where the problem is, because we're looking for instant gratification when we're looking to inform the changes that we think ought to be realized. We
Right.
have to plant these trees knowing that we won't be shaded by them.
Exactly. Exactly. For the future, we have to think more
Yeah,
about the future.
posterity. Yeah, that's it.
Right, but this is another thing too, like what you just said, thinking about that, and that's a part of the problem. That's a part of the catch 22, because thinking about the future is hard for people when they're in survival mode. So everything
This
works
is true.
together. All of this system, all of these cycles, everything works together, and it either works
Exactly.
for a good or it works for a bad, and it keeps feeding each other. So
Right.
the people are desperate. The people are worried about their next meal. The people are trying to survive and make sure that them picnic go ahead and get through and all of that stuff, right? Because that's what them have to do, right? So them can't even think about the country as a whole, because it's about me and my picnic and what we can do and how we gonna eat, right? And how we gonna not get killed.
I
So
agree.
Right.
when you have people in that survival mode, it's hard for them to think about the future. You
Yeah,
understand?
let's
All
do
right,
that.
so hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, please. All right, so Lion Man is here.
Oh,
Let me hear what he has to say. Big up
okay.
family. Go through.
Yeah, man, give thanks, man. Give
Give
thanks. All
thanks.
good
Yeah, man,
things.
bless up.
This reasoning is enlightening and me have to chip in, you know. And I always think about the word truth. And I see how powerful the truth is whenever it is been spoken. You know what I mean? Because the truth become a target in the room of lies. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And how it become a target in the room of lies, like throwing a stone in the river and you see that ripple effect. You know what I mean? Now, once the truth is spoken, and it is spoken in a it don't have any special way. Once the truth is spoken, even the little child that have awareness can understand it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's just that what happened is over the years, from the days of Yeshua, when the truth him speak the truth, there's a target on him back. You understand me? And it come along the way, whereas one flowers, because we are spiritual flowers, see the injustice, and the person start to speak the truth, and they become a target to the one who don't want the truth to be spoken. You understand me? And the ones who don't want the truth to be spoken, them have big guns.
Yeah, man.
Them have all of the equipment for just take you out by just snapping it. Them not for say nothing. Them just shake them head, and somebody come at you. It's whether a sniper or whosoever. You understand me? I will see throughout the years. You understand? There's a force there that oppose the truth. You understand me? And
Mm-hmm.
in order for the truth become very effective, it have to be spoken by a vast majority more than the liars.
Yeah,
Real
You
yeah,
talk.
understand me?
Real talk. Saying, and no
yeah,
man is hated more than he who speaks the truth.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Um,
Yeah.
there is a machinery behind preventing the actual truth to be on the surface, because they don't really want people to really talk about the real truth. You understand me? So the machinery that is in place, and it's globally. There's a global machinery, and yes, they set up shop all over the world, and it's specifically targeting people. Um, for all of that. There's several amendments coming down the pipeline, and even now we're having this dialogue here on, I know Miss Julia is in Canada. There's various different bills as it relates to,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
monitoring social media and,
Oh yeah, definitely.
and Facebook and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
and YouTube. Content creators is going to have a tough time within 24, and it's
Oh, they
going to
already are.
intensify. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to intensify. There's
I have a
going to be a
question,
lot of
skeptic.
different stuff. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. 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 Well, and another thing is the content creators are already having a hard time because of AI as well,
yeah,
right? A matter of fact, right now, when you go to any investments like what do you call it, when you not performance, oh my god, when you portray, not portray, when you go there to present any kind of investment presentation, one of the questions they ask you is what is your AI, what is your artificial in intel, what is your AI plan in the future for your business?
mhm,
Like, how are you going to incorporate AI in your business? They ask you that
right,
question because they
right.
want to know what that you've been thinking about the future, right? And a
Mhm.
lot of the content creators went crazy. But when you were just talking about talking a while ago, it stimulate that thought again about, you know, Jamaicans for Justice, right? You've heard about the fact that they're trying to get them to look at the minimum sentence, what they have, the they say is excessive for 14 to 17 year olds that commit murder, capital
mhm,
murder, right? So
mhm,
they're basically, so right now the law is right that if you're 14 to 17-year-old and you commit murder or any kind of capital murder, basically you are supposed to serve a life sentence. But if you're 14 to 17-year-olds, not only that, you have to serve at least 20
20
years, right? 20 years before parole.
in it.
Now, the thing is, they have said nothing about the capital punishment that should go for the people who put the guns in these 14 to 20-year-old people hands. Because the thing is, these people are, these murderers are sending these little youths out there to commit the crime, you know. right? The 14 to 20-year-olds. It's not even 20, it's 14 to 17 probably, right? Them sending them out there. Them don't say, okay, you know what would stop, because these people don't care about the kids anyway. If you're going to send a child to murder somebody, you don't care about that child anyway. So them don't have anything in place to say, you know what, whoever is involved, whichever adult is involved in giving this 14 to 17-year-old child a gun, they should have capital punishment. Them should go a hanging tree, to be honest. You understand? We as taxpayers should not be paying for them to stay in prison, right? And the prison them already packed already, right? So they need to put something in instead of you giving a 14 to 17-year-old life in prison. 14-year-old, your frontal cortex not even fully developed as yet, right? Them can't even peep straight properly yet, right? So instead of you putting them away for life, or saying 20 years, and you know your justice system, you know your prison systems are not set up for rehabilitation or for counseling, right? Why don't you put something to deter these gray back, eight back people who is putting the guns inside of these 14 to 17? Any adult at all who is involved in getting a 14 to 17-year-old child with a gun, them need to go to the hanging tree, and them need to put that up there, right? To stop it.
You know what thing now in another sense, in my opinion, it's because again it goes back to the people uneducated and informed. So all these laws cook up behind you without you knowing, and then a man come belch it out. And they say, well, this is what it is. And when you hit him hard, they take him time and backtrack a little bit. But the law doesn't change. It still remain the same.
Right. We have 72 people there, so enough respect for that, people. It's a very solid, informative political reasoning. Yeah, man, and we have a very intellectual dialogue. So I don't know if Cash want say a thing, because you know him there wait patiently as well, and then it can flow to, I don't know if it's Lalibella or whoever, but Cash, yeah, man,
Yeah,
go through family and say what you say.
I mean, yeah, I think what I still what not so much still what yeah, basically skeptic right still, but the way how skeptic talk him, I pretty like the negative part of it, because me aware of all of this, but I'm not looking at it in that perspective, like the negative part of it, because people have all, I mean, somebody was always in control. As long as they live in a society, somebody was always in control. And it's so unfortunate or fortunate, depending on how you look at it, that the world is one social place. So yes, people are going to be in charge. Now, we disagree with a lot of things and a lot of direction, how them a move in terms of this gender thing, but we're not really touch upon that right now. But yeah, um, so yeah, so that me basically.
So
More I know skeptic. Oh, sorry. If you have no
no.
good news, ask if you have no good news.
Well,
Hmm.
to be honest with you,
Good question.
my friend, I the Pandora box have opened for me for many years. I see this world and this life from a complete different lens than probably most of you on this platform, because I understand what the Jesuit order is. I understand what the black nobility. I understand what the black bullies and various different organization that is definitely designed to really control our world. So what on the
But
surface you all see a structure, but what you guys don't know, that structure have been formulated when the first, second, and third industrial revolution. It was
Right. All right. So
built specifically for that.
hold on.
so
Lalibella was gonna say something. Let Lalibella go through. I don't know if
Yeah, this is where
Lalibella
the
even
problem
want to
start.
ask skeptic
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
the Jesuit order and how them control things, and then Lion Man too. You don't know it can get pissed at the reason. So go through Lalibella.
Yeah, I was going to ask a gender question, but with what Skeptic mentioned just now, and clearly the concern is that changes are coming. And as certain as we will age, right? And we've got to make adjustment for aging. And it seems as if skeptic is resigned to nihilism. My thing is,
But
changes are inevitable, right? Changes
that's
are
even
inevitable.
weird. Yeah, even weird that you said that, brother. Because me consider myself a nihilist, guys. I don't think none of this matters, bro. At the end of the day, we continue. Continue.
Okay, see, and it's good to have that discourse, right? Definitely. And the truth of it is that changes are inevitable, but are these changes in of themselves necessarily bad? What of these changes are so bad to the extent that they're bad?
Yeah.
You want me to answer that?
Yes, sir.
Well, if the number one person right now, there's two major person right now that is pushing the fourth industrial revolution. Two mainly. There's other players, but two mainly: Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. What is it? What is the plan for humanity as it relates to Elon Musk? Well, I'll tell you. What he says is, in order for humanity to survive, everyone will have to get a Neuralink. All right. So you have to ask yourself the question. Now, if you get a brain interface, will you continue to be human? Now, that is up for questioning. As it relates to Mark Zuckerberg, right? His plan, and I don't know if any of you have ever seen when he had unveiled his industrial metaverse, where everything is going to be transferred to AR and VR, which is augmented reality and virtual reality. So
Web
everybody
3.0.
is going, yeah. So those are the two major stuff that is coming. Not to mention all the humanoid robot that is presently in mass production that is going to be on the street within about 2 years.
So
Okay.
skeptic.
So skeptic, quick question.
Uh-huh.
Why do we need Neuralink though? Because I know you mentioned that must they are saying that humanity in order for us to survive, we need Neuralink, and we there are thousands and thousands of years what we sure about,
Yeah.
and we never need Neuralink.
Exactly.
So why we need Neuralink now? Got you?
But would I
Okay.
say that if me I try to sell something to him, would I say that too?
No,
Well,
no. Well, it came before
well,
Elon Musk. Go ahead, Skeptic. I'm not you.
according to him, his explanation is he wants to make humanity become multiplanetary species. Okay. All
Mm.
right. So he wants to make us interstellar, right? So have the capability of actually teleporting ourselves to other realms. All right.
Mm.
So if you guys think that's still human, then it's up to you guys to really
Okay.
What
consider
makes
it
us
that way.
human, though? I got you.
Right. Right. And hold on.
Well,
And that's an
well,
ethical question, right? That's
well.
an
What
ethical.
I will say to you guys is, we are ambient transient sentience. Okay, what that means is that we came. Okay, we came for an evolution. We didn't came to remain as an Homo sapien. Okay, a matter of fact, most human beings, through different genetically modification, through foods and through the water supply system, most human beings is actually a meta sapien already, and they don't know it.
And I agree with that reasoning, right? And here's the thing, skeptic, right? Clearly, when you look at it from one end of the spectrum versus the other, to the extent that we become transhumans, right? Where our brain power would be outsourced to the cloud or whatever it is called then, you see how they could make the argument that we're more efficient, right? To make to be able to travel to the extent that you've made
Mm-hmm.
reference to. But think about
Yep.
the
So
person, think
interesting.
about the paraplegic, right?
Mhm.
Think about the paraplegic. That's how they're gonna sell these things, right? Here I am,
Exactly, and that's what they're doing.
right,
That's exactly what they're doing.
right. So here I am. I have lost a limb. I'm blind. I'm crippled. And here comes science. I can make you walk again. I can make you see again. And I could have you provide you with your full capacity of limbs, wherein I reinstitute your full humanity. Now, they will sell transhumanism in that sense, right? And it will be irresistible to most people. Think about exo-womb and so forth, right? Wherein the risk of women having children, especially black women in America, Canada, and so forth, for whatever it's worth, more black women die during childbirth, even though they're saying there's parity as far as the efficacy is concerned. Now they're saying, yo, we will no longer have the risk of women having health issues, potentially losing their life, or the child dying during childbirth or en route to childbirth. We have these exowombs. We will
Yes,
guarantee the safest fetus from fetus to a full birth and so forth.
exactly, and that is where the deconstruction, that is where the non-binary movement is coming up, because if they get people to really completely annul genderism, it's easier for them to accept transhumanism.
Skeptic, since you
Yeah.
mentioned that, 1 second, Lolly brother.
Yeah, that's worth it.
Have you seen in Jamaica now where Andrew only said that they are laying the cables for jam, what is it, Jamnet or
Jam decks,
Jam Web?
jam
Yeah.
decks.
Right. So so them are gonna deal with a whole networking system where
Yeah,
everything
they're
are
gonna.
interconnected, interrelated, I know. You
Yeah,
get what me I say?
it's
And
all
them
a part
actually I
of.
say, well, I'm a skeptic man. Let me just
Yeah, I'm
land them in
sorry.
general.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
and them say them are gonna expand Jamaica Eye, and we know what Jamaica Eye is, That does put up all over the place now, the public spaces and stuff like that, and all of that is synchronized into one system. Now, all right, make a kind of stay local, right? Now, since Andrew only a deal with that now, and some people will say, oh, this is a part of our development goal because we know say we sign and take them loans and we get the grants them and them something there. You get what me I say? Even during the big C, then get whole heap of money from the UN to do all kind of things and implement development goals. So some people would say this is a good thing for Jamaica. What is your take on that now?
Skeptic, before you answer that, right?
Mm.
That's why I say I like when you guys talk, because it make me remember certain things, right? Now, you see what Imhotep just said a while ago? Do you people really believe, right, that there was any question that they were going to sign that Samoa agreement, which is really the post Cotonou agreement?
Oh,
Right?
they had
You
to.
know what that you don't see everything falling into place. Even that Jamaica Eye thing, right? Even all even the lines that they're putting up, right? It's all have to do with the Samoa agreement. They were going to do, look at what the Samoa agreement said that they're supposed to do. They're supposed to do migration and mobility, right? Human and social development. This is between the EU. You guys know about the Samoa agreement, right? Which
Yep,
was
Yeah, man, we
before
spoke on it
which was
earlier, Miss Julia. I
which was
did
the
yep.
speak on it.
Cotonou agreement.
Right.
Okay, well, I don't know. Well, I don't want to go back too far, but
No, that's fine. That's fine. Nothing wrong.
okay, but
You
look,
can go through.
but right. So peace and security is one supposed to be. Climate change, them say, is supposed to be another one, right? We're okay. Let me do it in order. There's I think there's 6 or 7. Okay, hold on. There is okay. Let's start over. Migration and mobility, human and social development, peace and security, climate change, sustainable economic growth and development. Okay, and I think something about human rights. Now, all of these things that they did before, don't you think that they had these discussions before, and the signing of the Samoa agreement was just a formality? They
Well,
weren't.
well, well. The
Yeah,
thing is, Miss Julia, the previous agreement lasted for I think 27 years, right?
27 years.
So
That's
this
right.
new agreement is a 20-year agreement.
20 year.
So
That's right.
we have been signing these agreements for a very long time. You get
Right.
what me I say? The problem is now that we are signing this agreement at a time when gender is an
Right.
issue in
Right.
terms of identification and all of the whole confusion. We know the whole agenda. That's all.
Yes.
You get what me I say? So we are at a
Yeah.
critical time now where
Yeah.
European definitions of gender and this and that, where a little
Right.
boy can say him is a girl and you
Means a
can't
girl.
challenge
Exactly.
that, right?
But it ties into
That is
what
what
I'm
they want to
saying.
superimpose in Jamaica. You get what me I
That
say?
is true, but this is
So,
what I'm
so,
saying, guys. But hold on, guys. This is what I'm saying. Zoom out. what I'm saying is that too, but how much of our autonomy is going to be affected by these agreements? This is what I'm saying, right? To me, them already knew what they're going to do, and it's just a matter of a formality, because our autonomy, right, when it comes onto the EU, I think that I don't think it's going to, I don't think it's going to be good, especially when it comes to culture.
So
Go ahead.
hold on, real quick,
Yeah.
right? The government is on the record stating that to the extent that we enter into any of these agreements, they will not contradict our social norms and our constitution, right? Do we see anything in the Samoa agreement that contradict the government statement?
Yes,
Yes.
everything will.
Examples, please.
The thing is, Lalabella,
I'm going to give you an
it
example when you're done. Yeah.
yeah, the thing is, it's just a different wording. If you guys read the Agenda 2030 PDF, you will see similarities. Okay, it's similar to Jamdex. It's the same thing as Fed Now here. You understand me? Fed Now is the same umbrella. It's just different name, right? Fed Now is in the state. Jamdex is in Jamaica. It's going to be a different name for a different country, but it's all under the same global ties. You understand me? It's just different name, and they use that. They make it an umbrella for the Caribbean, various different country, right? But if you read the Agenda 2030, you're gonna see distinct similarities with the Agenda 2030 PDF.
Okay. So
My
Agenda
problem, Lalibela, to answer your question, right,
mm-hmm.
is they they will put certain things under certain headings to fit their agenda. So basically, see what Yontif was just saying about the gender thing and the boy and girl thing. You know, they will put that under human rights, okay? And our definition of that will basically be whatever the European or whatever the EU and the rest of the world and the other 79 countries decide that, you know what, it is this child's human rights to go in, and he shouldn't have to tell his parents. We shouldn't have to tell if he wants to be called a she, then and he's 8 years old. Listen to me. Let me tell you
Right.
something.
I just want to say this
I want to
real
Yeah.
quick
respond to
as
that.
well. As it relates to what Lalibela said, right?
Yes.
First thing first, Lalibela. That agreement, right? That agreement garnered national attention,
Right.
national outcry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, went trending or viral and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Good. That agreement, along with the national outcry, made the government put the signing on pause.
Right.
So even the government acknowledge
Right.
that the agreement shaky. So them a put it on pause, do public consultation, and then them sign it. Now,
Right.
what they did initially, you know, when the government was supposed to have gotten the agreement and looking at it and whatever, they were supposed to, they promised to meet with the stakeholders to outline the agreement and the details therein. They did not do that for over 2 years. They did not consult them. So long story short, now that they got the pushback, they decide to meet with the stakeholders,
Yeah.
right? To engage with them and outline to them that this not gonna happen and that not gonna happen. But the reality is that in the definitions of the wording of the agreement,
Right.
it will affect Jamaica having to implement it, because
Yeah.
the wording and definitions are not the same in the EU as they are in Jamaica. So my point is the fact that they had to put it on pause. Mute the mic, Lion Man. Somebody mute back. Hold on a minute, just mute him there. Yeah, I'm just saying, for the mere fact that the government had to put it on pause and there was a national outcry, Lalibela,
Right.
that says a lot.
This says a
Okay.
lot.
Okay.
And my thing
So
is, they will put certain things under certain headings again, just like they will say, "Oh, this is human and social development," or "This is human rights," right? So a lot of our culture, or what you just asked, right? Certain things that are significant to us and our beliefs and our culture will be s out of luck. You understand?
okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So here's what I'm gonna say, right?
So here's what I'm gonna say, right?
Somebody need to
Mhm.
mute, right?
No, hold on. Lion man, you need to exit. Exit and forward in again. There's a device feeding back. I don't know if you have your TV on or some other device, but double check it. Go to Lalibella.
Testing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lion man, just exit. Hold on, let me kick him from stage. Just exit and forward in again, Lion man. Me don't know what's going on with your sound family.
Okay. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily agree with the characterization that the government saw the Samoa agreement as being shaky. I'm not trying to dispute that. But what I'm saying is that clearly people objected to it. And the government elected to listen to what these stakeholders have to say. Yes, they didn't engage with these individuals real time. And with the government being on the record telling us that nothing of this agreement will contradict our constitution and our social norms, right? The government have that written document with a written statement provided to us, right? That's what the government is saying to us, right? So since they're on the record saying that, we've got to look at the Samoa agreement to see if we truly can find references that contradict our constitution or social norms. And be mindful, the Samoa agreement as it was initially drafted, based on international law, also afford any sovereign nation to object to particular segments.
All right, so let me say this, Lalibella.
One moment.
Yeah.
They can have aspects of it muted if, for one reason or another, they're not in agreement with it, right? I think what we ought to do is see what version of that document we've agreed to. And when we do that, we ought to comb through it and see if we see any contradiction. And beyond that, we're merely speculating.
All right. So beyond that, you're saying we are merely speculating. But let me just say this real quick that the people who protested were brilliant legal minds, public advocates, and all these kind of people. We're not talking about a man up on a corner and I'm feelings. Right. These are the people that came out and called the government out, and the government put it on pause, right? Because initially the government was supposed to meet with them. Why didn't the government meet with them? You know why? Because they knew that had they met with them, they would have gotten that pushback to say, well, the wording is not constitutional, or it will infringe on our constitution, because what's it now? While they are saying this now in a statement that it does not infringe on our constitution, we also know that there's a 13-member constitutional reform committee making recommendations as well with the constitution. So we know for a fact that there is going to be certain amendments to the constitution. Yeah. So right now, legally, yes, it might not infringe. But when they take the money and sign and the new constitution forward out, we know so here we go on. It's part of the modern, quote unquote, modernization or agenda 2030, whatever, in that sense. But I'm saying the problem is from the get-go that they waited until the last minute when they were about to sign for them to be called out on it, Lalibella.
Okay. No, that's fine,
that is where the real problem is.
Yeah.
Go to skeptic. No, one. So for the natural for the conversation, right? So I've entertained whether or not the constitution is what they're going to hedge everything on, right? The new constitution, right? And to the extent that that's the case, right? There's also the language of social norm, right? And we've got to figure out what is this thing called social norm, and what could they potentially inform in the constitution. And when I thought about that prior, similar to what you're saying, I'm saying to myself, there we go again. We need to focus on this constitution that is being reformed. Right. Everything of our posterity will be informed by the constitution. So and that's why I'm saying it's fair to say that we're speculating, but one thing we know for certain is that the constitution will be reformed, and for whatever it's worth, it's probably going to be more quote unquote liberal. Right. And Lalibella, I think we can all agree that the fact that the government was about to sign it, and there was a little bit of outcry and then put it on pause. Yeah, that really says a lot as well. You get what I say? And it wasn't to
deal with public engagement because they had 2 years to do it and then go around the people them and when the people them are track and watch them because remember it's a whole Jamaica coalition for a healthy society and you have the next group where represent the rainbow people them and one bag of other human rights people run a one part. So we're talking about some serious people involved in this thing here in a real life.
Right.
You get what I said? That's to the point where they make the government put that on pause. You get me I say? And come back to the table and sit down with them.
A lot of those objectors, though, are highly informed by their morality, right? And what we have to examine is this moral standard that they have. So it's not unusual that governments wait till the last minute for sign off on certain documents. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing. And
no, I'm not saying that it's not unusual for them to sign off once everything has been finalized. I get that part, but I'm saying a deal like that where the definition of genders and male and females and stuff like that are worded very vaguely and it leads to legal interpretation. You get what I'm saying, family? So what people are saying, hold on, Lalibela. What people are saying is that these things are Trojan horses where words are very vague, meanings and definitions are very vague because the meanings and definition in the EU countries, according to the EU constitution, is different from Jamaica.
I get it, right? But we need to see how it's
human rights.
Human
rights. Go ahead.
I get it, right? But we need to see how it's framed in the document that we agreed to. And you see, the thing is, until we examine that document, we're merely speculating.
No, but hold on. What we are saying in Lalibela, while we might not know exactly what is in the document, what we are saying is this. The reality is that the government was about to sign it, right? There was pushback from civic society. They had to put it on pause, consult with them, and then go back and sign it. So something, right? Something never did right. And remember, these groups have been sounding the alarm for a very long time. It's just that they were being ignored.
Some of those groups are properly conservative, right? And if a group is conservative, we cannot get the gist of why they will be concerned. And being concerned doesn't mean that there is really anything material to be concerned about.
Right, but the thing is not Lalibela. The liberal side now, you see the liberal side, you actually have, there is even the Caribbean Committee for Freedom or whatever. And guess what happened? Them I represent the rainbow people because you know how that go. That is beneficial. All right, you see the way the European Union word in the document, right? That's beneficial because it actually open for legal interpretation. The rainbow people them.
Right.
So
hold on now. So they were actually part. If you look at the various groups that are a part of this whole discussion, they are an entire coalition in themselves.
Right.
So are two different groups, the conservative and the quote-unquote liberal. But the liberals, their agenda of bringing that thing there in a full effect where its interpretation now allows people to can know, say, yeah, man, them can do this, and the law can't interpret it because it's vague.
Right.
Because notice, I'm saying we quick and land. Notice it too. It coincides with even the Pope now. I tell the pastor them or the bishop them, they are authorized now to marry. You know, the same and them something there, brother. And guess what go on now? Never throughout the history of the papacy. Of the Pope around Rome, you ever see the Pope authorize that? In that time, the two brother.
So hold on now. Here's the problem with that reasoning. Here's the problem with that reasoning. Give me a few seconds to break this down. You see, herd mentality or a groupthink informs us saying this is how things have always been, this is how things are, and this is a sentiment. Both of those are logical fallacies, right? So yes, historically the church has been more conservative and same-sex blessings wasn't blessed. That in and of itself, though, doesn't provide any efficacy as far as to why change ought not to take place. But we can touch on that afterwards, see?
No, but I'm just saying, but what's this now? Remember in Lalibela, you see, the church, right? Remember the church, you know. I mean, me and you, we know the history of the church and the hypocrisy and whatever. We understand that. But the church did always was steadfast to Leviticus 20, verse 13, not true?
Right,
Right?
but guess
And
what?
the church kind of push the narrative of Sodom and Gomorrah as use that as a moral compass even in the Bible. So their position, even though in reality the hypocrisy was most of the cardinal them were there abusing the little boy them in a real life. And them
Right,
two
Right.
and them settle and
right,
get pay off and nobody not talk about it again. So
These
we
are
know the
true.
hypocrisy. But the
right. So
reality is that now the church which hold so much power and sway, you know, them never legalize it like that. So
right,
no, when the Pope said, because anything when the Pope say automatically becomes like an edict or a papal bull, so to speak.
right. So here's where I'm
So
trying to go.
right now, the thing free up. I just that we are say, you know.
Right, fine. So here's where I'm trying to go with it, right? I am a thinker, and I can't remember the last time I used the church as a reference for moral barometer. So it matters. I get it. I understand the implication of what the church does, but I don't use the church as a standard. And here's what I have to say, right? In every age, the social fiber, the social construct evolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see that we have concerns about these shifts, as we said, to be more inclusive of what we want to call the alphabet communities. In any constitution, every individual is an end in and of themselves. And if you stress test that philosophically, everyone should have the same level of rights. And if we believe in those philosophical fundamentals, we ought not to spend not even one scintilla of time trying to deny individuals rights that are afforded to us.
I agree with
Right.
that
Hold
too.
on, hold on. I just want
But
to
that's not what I'm
hold on,
that,
hold
that's
on,
not
Miss
what we're
Julie.
saying. Yeah, go
Hold on, one
ahead.
last
You
statement.
Yeah,
can
make
continue.
understand.
One last
Yeah.
statement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the extent that we are in opposition of these changes, it's because we're informed by Christian morals.
All right. So
Okay, hold on a second.
hold
Can I
on.
say something
Hold
there,
on. Hold
Lalibela?
on, Miss
This is
Julie. I'm
that's
gonna
not
give
the
you
it's
the
the
mic.
principle. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. But I
No,
really
what
want to
I'm
say
trying
something.
to
So
say
go
to
through.
Lalibela is not the thing, because I do believe in equal rights. Listen, I don't care what you're doing. Once you're not hurting children or animals, I really don't care. Keep it to yourself. I really don't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
And really and truly, I think it's better even for women, but so you won't have a lot of these undercover brothers or brothers
Mm-hmm.
on the DL who are
Right.
really gay, trying
Right.
to pass off in society and
Thank you.
having and giving women all of these
Thank
diseases.
you.
So
Thank you.
I'd rather them marry themselves. I'm not worried about it, but what I'm talking about is the principle of our culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we say that, okay, this is not Jamaican, right? And not only it's not about the same sex thing, it's about our autonomy, right?
Okay.
And the things that make us unique. We are a unique island,
Right.
right? And all the
Right.
other and we have different needs, right? So what I want to know is that if something we don't agree with, right, there is going to be actual dialogue, and we can
And
actually have
Let,
flexible and a tailor-made
let,
thing for us, instead of just a blanket
that's my
saying,
point.
right,
let,
exactly.
Right, but hold on there. I just
Go
want
ahead.
to say this as well, you know.
Yeah.
The church is in the context of Jamaica. Yeah, man, the church does you know, have significant sway on the
Right.
social norms. Most of
Should
the
they?
JPs, hold on, there is a marriage of convenience between church and state, and we cannot deny that. You get what
I
me I say?
understand that. I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
But should
and
they? But
because
should
here
they?
we go on now, we can argue that Jamaica has the most churches per capita.
Right.
Every probably next week you have the national prayer breakfast. All of the pastors they meet up with the politicians them and them eat and pray and whatever, whatever. So it is
Right.
woven into the fabric of the society. The church does
Should
have a
they
lot of
though?
influence. So we
Should they
can't,
though?
yeah,
Should they?
no,
Should they?
no, I don't think they should, but I'm not talking
Okay
about
then.
the
So
reality.
that's right.
You get what me? I
Okay.
said good. So what
No.
I'm saying now, yeah, we have to acknowledge that, and they were also a part of the coalition that pushed back against the government as well.
can,
So I
can
just
I
want to show
can
you,
I be
I just
honest?
want to show you that they do have some influence in Jamaica. You get what me? I say,
Right.
go to skeptic.
Let me be honest with you guys, and I get it, and like I said, it's doing exactly what it was intended for it to be done, to having people conflict about whatever sexual preference or whatever. The thing is, I get what you're saying, Lalabella. I could tell that you're somebody that believe strongly in the constitutional arrangement, and you believe strongly in whatever utterances these politicians made.
No, 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 no. I don't believe in the utterance of politicians, but go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I don't. I understand that they're just players in the system. They're just a part of the team that is recruited to act within the simulation.
Okay.
For me, I this whole sexual thing is just it's absolutely nothing but smoke and mirror for me.
Thank you.
Mhm.
For
Thank you.
me,
Right, right.
for me, it is a part of the Hegelian dialectic. I think that they
Hegelian.
created.
Right.
I think
Mhm.
personally they created this just for people to conflict. Because you know why? Because I know what they're planning to do. I know
Okay.
that their plan is to move away from natural selection, right? The same thing that you mentioned, Lalabella, in babies born in incubators, right? That that's ex-
Exowombs.
yeah, echo wombs.
Exo. Yeah.
That's exactly where they're taking it. So
Is that bad?
they know that this is going to fuel all kind of debates and all kind of fights and distraction and everything else because
Which is all good.
their all plan is to move towards eugenics and transhumanism.
Okay.
That's where they're heading.
Okay. You cannot say Hegelian dialectics and then point to chaos. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Synthesis, right,
This is
right,
how we iron out anything that is
right,
meaningful.
Right.
See?
Facts.
right.
So there isn't anything chaotic in it at the end, right? Here's my concern, right?
I beg to differ. But
No,
go
but
ahead.
No. So
skeptic. Lalibela is correct. Unfortunately, Hegelian dialectic is a term that is used colloquially in a lot of conspiracy theory conversations. I'm not insinuating that that is where
right,
you got it from. I'm saying they use the term Hegelian dialectic and they say like problem, reaction, solution. But
Yeah,
right.
then that's
and
that's
and
that's
that
not what
uh,
that's
and
not what
and
Hegelian dialectic is.
So
That's what we are saying.
skeptic. My favorite philosophers: Spinoza, Hegel, Marx, and
Right.
Nietzsche. Seeing?
Right.
And by way of Hegelian dialectics, or to the extent that people reason by way of dialectics,
mhm.
those individuals are the ones who fine tune it. So here's what I'm going to say, right? It is perfectly okay for us to be concerned, but we've got to first establish what we know and what we don't know and what we're speculating, right? Clearly, we wouldn't want anything to infringe on what we call social norms. And I see
Mhm.
Bridget is asking, what are social norms? Social norms exist in a spectrum and they're flowing. See? So you see what made sense in the 50s doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily make sense
Doesn't
in
make sense now.
2024.
That is
See?
true.
Right.
And
True.
we have to
Facts.
be cognizant of the fact that the young children, I've said it before on this platform, young children, for all intents and purposes, and we can look at it in music, right? The music that mattered to me in the 90s, how music was disseminated, it doesn't resonate with this generation.
But
Things change.
yeah, when you finish, Sally, but I'm gonna say something
So,
to that. Go
sorry,
ahead.
things change, and we have to
Mhm.
first reconcile with the fact that things change. And to the
Right.
extent that we don't like these changes, to the extent that we can, see if we can inform them. But I don't
Right.
like. I think we need to have a meaningful dialogue around this thing called gender. Why we might
Mm.
have an issue with it, probably why we shouldn't have an issue with it.
No, but
To the
hold on a
extent that
second,
that's
Lalibella. But
applicable.
let me say something. Wait 1 second, because I don't want to forget this. Lalibella. Yes, it is true that certain things change and certain things change for the best because really and truly, they used to burn witches and they don't
Mm-hmm.
do that anymore, which is fantastic, right? Okay, now, but there are certain things that stay the same. When you're a child, childhood is very fluid, regardless. Regardless, it's fluid. Let me tell you something. When I was like a girl, I could have swear I was a mermaid. Okay, I swear up and down I was a mermaid. As a matter of fact, anytime I went on a plane, I had to get a window seat because I had to look outside on the sea to see if I see any mermaids, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I swear I was a mermaid. My mother did not go and say, "Oh, you identify as a mermaid? Let's go give you fin surgery." You identify as you understand what I'm saying? Because as a child, you're very fluid. As a matter of fact, me and my brother was very close. We're best friends. I used to be a tomboy, believe it or not, right? used to run up and down behind him, wear shorts, climb tree, all that stuff, right? Until my mother tell me, said, when you get older, your leg them you're gonna look terrible, right? And she beat it out of me. Okay. And then afterwards, of course, I went through puberty and I like being a girl. You understand? My mother didn't say, oh, you want to be a boy? Oh, you want to wear? No, guess what? You're a girl. You're not gonna do what your brother do. This is what it is. And I'm glad she did that. So a lot of these people right now, right, they're thinking that, oh, she always wanted to, she always wanted to hang with the boy, she always wanted to be like that. She identified. No, she doesn't. She's a child, and childhood is fluid. So there are certain things, yes, that's changed, but there are certain things that we have to say, you know what, no, for their developmental age, they're a child and it's fluid.
Right. And I
Right.
just want to say this real quick too. As it relates to even the Samoa deal, right? All right, let's look at it, Lalibela. The Organization of African Unity, right? That transition into the African Union, right, Lalibela? And we can both agree that that is in Addis Ababa, right?
Correct. Yes. Chinese
No,
built headquarters.
no, good.
Yes.
This entity called the organization for what? The Association of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, right? Their headquarters is in Belgium. You get what I say? In a Europe there. Why it not over there? So me not understand that. The next thing is this now. All of this agreement is based on grants and funding, which means the European Union are going to give us money for quote unquote development goals.
Okay.
The problem is now, based on the definitions, Lalibela, right? Based on the definitions, you will realize that the social norms in Jamaica are different from the social norms in Europe.
Yes.
So you see, when certain things are worded like that and countries agree, that is where the legal aspect come in. Because the
Right.
word are weird there, but the social norms are different in reality.
Right. But when you read the language from our government, right, and they're saying that Jamaica is a dualist state and there is no international agreement which will ever supersede Jamaica's constitution, says Senator Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith, right? Now, we can verify the efficacy of what she's saying. And that's the problem, We're saying these things and we're concerned, but we're not looking at any of these agreements to see if our constitution, our social norms are being superseded. So it's not enough to speculate without empirically basing our concerns.
No,
That is
well,
true. We need to look at it.
no, hold on. I can tell you what is in the agreement because it is a public document. You get what I say?
Okay. So
Right.
The gender
stick up
thing.
in.
Hold on. You see the gender thing, brother? The gender identity, that's a part of the sexual education,
Yes,
whatever.
it is.
So
That
That
is
hold on,
true.
hold on,
gender
hold on,
thing
hold on.
that is in it, brother.
That's in it.
You get what I say?
Hold on. What does that language say relative to gender?
Okay, fine. What it is saying is that a boy can identify as a girl
As
and
a
vice
girl.
versa.
Yeah.
And it's
So
supposed to have gender neutral spaces, and that is a part of the curriculum as well. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be
In
inserted
schools.
into the curriculum, brother.
Yeah.
That is in the agreement.
So hold on. I will reserve my response in specifically to that when I take a
Right.
look at it. So here's my
Right.
question though, right? What's wrong with that? And so let me preface by saying this, right?
Right.
None of what I've exposed on this platform represent my personal views.
Right.
Any thinker has to have the capacity to entertain thoughts, whether they agree with it or not, and they ought to be able to process it. So when
What's
we're
wrong with it?
engaging,
Yeah.
we've got to examine what others are saying, stress test them. So my thing is,
Agree.
what in of itself is wrong with what you're saying here about gender?
Because if they implement, listen, the social norms matter, okay?
I
Because
understand.
if they implement that, right, basically you're promoting collective behavior. That's what you're doing. So you basically, if you start that from them little bit and you put it in the school, you're basically making a uniculture with the EU. You're changing our culture. You're changing everything because that's how social norms start. right? Them start from you start to learn them from your kid, from your small, right? They're unwritten rules. A lot of them are unwritten rules. Most of them, most social norms are unwritten rules, and they're accepted
Yes.
from an
Yes.
early age, right? A matter of fact, probably from even infancy. I don't even know how the brain work when you're a baby, but regardless, right? So when you have them in there now, right, and you have it where why this is changing up, it's as a slow relearning, it's re-education, and that is my problem with it,
You
because
see,
the
can I say
re-education is a
something?
problem, because the thing is, and that's another thing too, what are they going to take out of the schools? Because right now them already taking out and filtering out a lot of these things with slavery, right, and how slavery really happened, right? And they have people showing that, oh, if slavery didn't happen, oh, the good of slavery, if slavery didn't happen, we wouldn't have the America the way it is, or we wouldn't have the new world the way it is, and we wouldn't be so developed. All of these foolishness they're still pumping in certain curriculums, right? And they're taking out what really, really, really happened. So now, when they have these things and they put it as a collective social norm, these new agreements, you know what we just
Right.
talked about, right?
Okay.
Let me
They're
say this,
slowly
guys.
Can I
re-educating
say
people.
something?
Hold on, please, guys.
It's a
Hold on. Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Right.
They're re-educating people. Go ahead.
All
Let me
right.
I want to
So
respond to
say
that.
something.
so
I want to say something.
yeah. All right. I hear Lion Man. He want to say a thing, and him there too. So go
Yeah.
to family.
Yeah, him say what's wrong with that? The thing that wrong with that is population control, and it target the melanin people. You understand me? And it's been going on for over these years. You know what I mean? And if you even read the letter where King Leopold write to the man them where claims to them are Christian. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is something where it sick my stomach.
All right.
You understand?
So I just want to say this really quick as well. In response to what Lali Bella said, right? Like, what is wrong with it? We can argue that that is subjective. You get what I mean? I say, or relative,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And we can also apply some logic and reason to say, well, I think that throughout humanity,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, man, at least we can say probably a couple thousand years now, we have always been controlled and told what to do, especially as it relates to religion and things like that. You get what I mean? I say, so I think that our children should not be subjected to
Yes.
these things being superimposed on them,
Pose on them. Thank
them
you.
being young, impressionable, undeveloped minds. I think
And
that
fluid.
I have no problem with all of this being applied in a mature adult society, right?
Right.
Not a problem with that because I don't really care. But I'm just saying, these young, undeveloped, impressionable minds, it is being superimposed on them.
Right.
It's not as if
Okay.
it is something that they choose to learn.
Right.
When it becomes a part of the curriculum, it becomes mandatory.
And
You,
not
you
only
get what
that,
me I say? So
can I
I'd
say
write
something?
this
One,
so right there
yeah.
so the problem there too,
And not
What,
only that, guys, just what Imitev was just saying. This is what I forgot to say, what I was trying to say a while ago. Why are you sexualizing children? If you are going to have kids that say, "Oh, this child is bisexual, this child identify as gay," how does she know? She's 10 years old. She's 12 years old. She never
okay.
start bust breast yet. Or even if she start bust breast yet, she don't even know what the hell is going on with her
Okay.
body. Believe me, I was a 10-year-old. You
You,
understand what I'm
you,
saying?
you
How
see
are
Okay.
you
what?
sexualizing these kids
You,
and teaching them? Go ahead.
All right,
So
so make Lalibela respond and then
Yeah.
Skeptic and
yeah.
then Michael there too. So
You cannot
go to
label a
Lalibela.
child as bisexual,
Okay.
right? If you are not sexualizing that child.
So
These
so
are
so so
facts.
so,
Go
so
to
hold
Yeah.
Lalibela.
so to the extent that collective social norms exist, we've always been impacted by it, one way or the other, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, because of the size of the panel, I won't be getting to that. Lion Man, the document NSSM 200 is a document that points to population control of the darker hue. But here's the question one more to ask Imhotep. What specifically is being superimposed on the impressionable?
No, I'm talking about the sexual
The sexual thing in the schools.
sexual re-education because that them are
Re-education
do
in the
that
schools,
are the whole
Ladibella.
thing, which means gender identification and all them something there and reclassification and all those things.
Right.
And that that's the reason why the church actually forward out and abona have a fire upon it as well.
Right. Okay.
You
So
get what I say?
the church is not an authority, and here's what
No,
I'm gonna
I'm
say to you.
hold on, no, but Lalibela. I
I'm
get
not.
that, but hold on, Lalibela. We cannot deny the importance of the church in the context of Jamaica.
So hold on, brother. Listen,
So yes, in this matter, they do have a solid
no, hear me
voice.
out, you know?
Yeah.
When it comes to ethics, morality, superior ethics and morality, the church doesn't have an argument there. You know what I mean? The church is behind, is what I am saying.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with the role that the church plays in Jamaica. I'm just saying when it comes to a superior morality,
Right.
the church ceded that eons ago.
Yeah, I agree.
So here's my thing, and I've said this to you guys before, right? Fine. We don't want certain things taught in schools. Here's the problem. Are we going to create a silo wherein Jamaican children won't be exposed to the internet and all of the social tools that will inform these things one way or the other?
No.
Because
all right, hold on, Miss Julia.
It is going to happen, you know, seeing it is going to happen one way or the other. And do we want our children to blindly engage in these things that they will be forced to embrace? I mean,
all right, so let me hear skeptics response. If I mean what skeptic I gotta say, and then the skeptic now respond to what you said, Lally, but then Miss Julia can respond, and then Michael there as well. So go to
Now,
skeptic.
what I'll say, first let me respond to August. August, my boy, you're right, my friend, when even though you think it was a typo, you said transhumanism, you were right first. You know, I know you're going down the line, transgenderism. Yes, that is it. But you're right the first time. It's really transhumanism. That's where it's all going. Let me say this, and I don't think you guys can really help yourselves. You guys are forced to having you know, debates and everything else. You know, I cannot go down that path because I really can go toe to toe with the debate personally, because I know what the agenda is. I know
Tell us then,
what
no
the
skeptic.
I
No,
know
but
what the
skeptic,
plan
hold on,
is.
skeptic. No one is debating though.
Yeah,
Respectfully, hold on,
because the whole
skeptic. 1 second,
question,
I'm gonna
Imhotep,
give you back
is
the mic. Hold on,
why this and why
skeptic. Hold
that
on,
and
brother. Hold on, skeptic. I'm saying these platforms are to have discussions so we can look at what is going on in the world and our society, and we can look at solutions. So these
okay.
discussions are needed. This
Well,
is not
for
hold
me,
on now. Hold on
yeah,
now, brother. There is no pathos, ethos, or logos being applied here in the conversation. It's not a debate. It's more like we're having a conversation about where we see Agwan. So I don't
okay.
respectfully, I don't want to use the term debate. We're not debating.
Let me say this. For you see, the question is being asked, why this, why that? It's problem. Why is this? Why government is doing it? Why government don't do that? Why there's no legislation for this? Why there's no legislation for that? The point is that I'm trying to really and you know, eventually I'm not beating down you guys throat for you guys to understand where I'm coming from. Eventually you guys will. All right. It's just a matter of time for you guys to see it. But what I'm saying is it's all planned out right down to a T to where they want it. The reason why they're pushing and stir up these different various debates and everything else is because they're changing the trajectory of humanity. Plain and simple. That's where it's all going. The plan is transhumanism. The plan is fully unblast eugenics. The plan is completely move away from natural selection. The plan is to make everything live in the industrial metaverse. The plan the plan is to what to connect everything to the ESG. The plan is to make every single human being have a carbon footprint tracking system in place, right? And so this is just the beginning of what to come, right?
All right.
You guys haven't seen anything yet, but I'm
All
telling
right.
you, Everything
so
is
hold
going
on
to
there.
move
Hold on there now.
toward
All right, hold on
bringing
there.
you,
One second there.
hold on, let me finish, Ted.
Yeah,
Everything is
lol.
actually pushing humanity into becoming full-on robots.
So,
All right. So,
go ahead,
all
Imhotep.
right. I mean, we hear you and we respect your position too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you the mic, Lalibela. I make you say something, and then Michael as well. But skeptic, we are here having this discourse so we can look at solutions, creating awareness, right? Now, from your angle, you tell me about everything where they about and what go on and what is to come, but you not tell me the solutions though. You get what me I
Well,
say? So
well,
what I'm saying is, hold on, a skeptic, what I'm saying is nothing wrong with telling we what go on and what is to come, but we also want to hear some solutions for how we can counter it. So I'm gonna make Lalibela just say
When
what him
after
a say, and
Lalibela
then
finish, yeah.
Michael there as well. So
Michael
go
will
through
after
Lalibela.
afterwards. Did you
So,
finish, Lalibela?
no,
No?
no. So
Okay.
materially, I agree with Skeptic, right? Skeptic, based on his vantage point, is of the view that there isn't anything that we can change, which is to come, right? So, Skeptic, what I'll say to you though is that not all see things through your lens or from that vantage point, and in so doing, they've got to use what tools are available to them to rationalize these concerns. And I agree with your skeptic. In time, enough of us, hopefully all of us, will come to the realization, one way or another, that what you are saying today was inevitable. But just reconcile the fact that not all are looking through your lens. So I don't necessarily
Right.
disagree with you. And then Imhotep,
Yeah, Lalibela.
solutions are not always solutions in the way that we expect them might not necessarily be an option. And I think that's
Right.
what Skeptic is saying, right? Skeptic is saying that there's certain things that are a foregone conclusion. And there
Right. So
isn't
and
anything we can do
remember
to
that
reverse the tide.
remember as well, Lalibela, that we kind of overstand that a doomsday mindset there too. You get what I say? We know
Yeah.
Yeah,
that a human nature as well.
I would
Remember,
right.
so
like
But
that I come
hold on
from.
now.
Remember, so that I come from evil religion to with revelations and last days and everything. And we see where Van Danick and them. You get what me I say? Them people they feed off of that. And we see
But
Malachi Ziyak, them feed black people with that. We see Infowars them with Alex Jones, them feed people with that. So I'm just saying, human nature, there is always that fear and stuff like that.
I
No,
don't
me not
think
have no
I don't
problem with highlighting what is to come and what go on. But we have to also look at say what are the solutions? How can we approach it? You get what me I say?
Can I go back
right,
to what
right.
can I respond to you, Lalibela, please, before I forget what I was gonna say?
Sure, go ahead. Sure,
Yeah,
go ahead.
and then we really
Okay.
have to give Michael a minute too,
All right.
Time they are
Okay,
away.
but you made Lalibela talk again and I was supposed to talk at
All
that.
right, so but because I didn't
All
want to
right,
cut
Michael. Okay,
off
okay.
Lalibela like that.
Okay. All right, go ahead then. Or you
No,
who
go
you
ahead,
gonna
Miss
have
Julia. No,
next?
no, go ahead. I mean,
No, you can go ahead, Miss Julia. I
Okay,
just said
okay.
that once you speak, me really want to
You
give
want to
Michael an
make Michael?
opportunity.
Okay. All I was trying to say, Lalibela, right? Is remember that gender norms is a subset of social norms, right? And if them and gender norms really and truly we start internalizing them from we are kids from an early age, right?
mm-hmm.
So that is my problem with them having these things in schools. I'm going back to the schools again because I care about the kids, right? And it really is going to change the structure of our culture. That's what I'm saying because listen, there are collective beliefs and expectations within our community. Okay, gender norms. This is that's what they are, right? And if they're going to start teaching those things in school, that oh you can change your sex, you can be fluid, boy and girl it is the same. We are not the same. I am not a man. I cannot do what a man does. You are not a woman. You cannot do what a woman does. These are facts, okay,
So
and these are cultural facts as well. Even though that the rest of the world said that okay all of this equal, and that's fine, we should have equal rights, yes, and all of that stuff, but we are not equal, we're not the same. You
Right,
understand what I'm
right,
saying to
right,
you?
right, right.
And these
So
and a lot of it is
so
cultural beliefs and they're changing it from the
right, so
schools.
I want to respond to it when I get a chance.
yeah,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
all right, but me have to go give
Michael,
Lalibela
Yeah, man, when I get a
respectfully.
chance.
Michael, they are wait. So,
Sorry,
yeah, man.
Matthew.
Go through family. Unmute your mic. The reason kind of hot still now. So, anyway, thing go.
Yeah, man. Good night. Good night. This kind of sensitive and personal, cause my daughter got school at one place in America, and the only teacher where she ever tell she about film personal life is a trans. But one have to notice, this a come from a demonic perspective. Like if you don't do this, we take with that, and it come with money and benefits if you see what them want you see. For instance, you pick enough for prayer school, but the counselor can't tell him say him is a girl tomorrow, and him not have to tell him mother about it and have to them secret. It is more than pedophilia and criminal. It is a demonic thing. You understand? Where if you not say what them a say, you have to be suppressed and you have to be notice if a man come in your store where a swing on that side there, and you tell him say yo you're not depend that. He might tell you say we are gonna shut down your store. No one is gonna shop here and Ray Ray and Tate, you understand right now if you say certain things on this live you might get boycott or shut down because YouTube not support it. So them can't tell you basically what I try to say is them can't tell you say them not like this, don't do that. But you not dare tell them say, even if it come to your picnic, bro, you come out of fear back, You not tell them say yo, me no want you deal with this with my picnic and me not agree with the views with that. Your views is suppressed because for them one is over yours. It is a demonic mindset, brother. It is more than law. It is more than this nonsense where them are trying to separate it with this word and that word. It is wrong and it is right. Anytime you sexualize a youth charging in any way, you're wrong.
Exactly.
But what them a do is spoon feed it. That's why it feel a cartoon. So that's why them a go after we picnic them because we picnic them to grow up and think it is a norm.
Right.
You understand? So them a spoon feed it. You understand? So don't get it twisted like it is this confusing thing. It is wrong and it is right. That's the only two options, and these people are demonic. You understand? And that's this where it come from.
So me I go make Lally better say what him a say and Lion Man, him there wait as well too. So you know what the thing go. Go to Lally Bella.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to exercise brevity as best as possible. So you see, at this time, 100 years ago, when women were agitating for the right to vote, it was baffling to men, white men, that women would want to vote. It seemed unnatural to them. Right. And I think I've said it before, right? They were like, yo, it will be very unfair to married men that they'll get 2 votes. Yeah. I want us to ask, why would they think that married men will get 2 votes? It is for the fact that the woman was deemed to be the property of men.
You're right.
Right? And to as much as what we're saying here is unnatural, that's exactly how they felt then about women getting the right to vote. Right? I am a thinker. I subscribe to philosophy. I don't, to the extent that epistemology points to what is correct and what is right and so forth. We're far from it right now in this discourse. Here's what's important. We oppose a lot of these things. By way of dialogue, dialectic discourse, we can hash these things out. You see, the thing is, no different from even when women start getting the child support and so forth, right? You know why that happened? Because men were derelict in their responsibility to take care of their household in that regard, right? And what we fail to realize that this church that has imbued us with these moralities, they've suppressed the humanity of a lot of people. But we've been conditioned to think this is demonic and this is angelic, and we're not realizing that this is just the perspective of the church, and we've got to go beyond.
And I do agree with you, because we can all agree that the church is morally bankrupt, but when it comes down to them, the society, the Jamaican society, does recognize them as having the moral compass. That's even though they are morally bankrupt. We get that. So it matters of stuff like that. Yeah, man, them do have a strong say. You get what I say? Me not there, I back them because you know my stance already. Me not too deep with no religion. But me know say the reality is these are the people who influence the Jamaican society predominantly. You get what I say? So what's this now? When you look at them even opposing, right? Say, oh, they're gonna oppose it, right? Notice as them saying, I hears them a watch it and them actually advocate and attack. And them now getting a response. And just to show you the power where them have to a point, they actually brought the government to the negotiating table.
Yeah.
You get what I say? Where they
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
sit
yeah.
with them and talk with them and explain to them this and that and tell them say that the Jamaican Constitution, which is under repair, let's just say that, right? The Jamaican Constitution, right now, what she's speaking in is present tense. So right now, according to the Jamaican Constitution, nothing falling and go on. Now, we the people have to go wait until when the new one forward out. When will that occur? How would things be worded? This loan that we're getting and these grants that we're getting. You
Right.
get what I say? Remember, this agreement is all about money, brother. Loans and grants.
Yeah.
But it just come with the string attached. You get what I
Yeah.
say? That is the essence of the whole conversation. The European Union giving us money through loans and grants,
That's what
but
it
the
is.
string attached is for no say here we go on. Yeah,
This is
man,
what you have
that
to do.
male and female thing there, we have to go mix
Yeah.
up that and something there and
Exactly.
introduce it in the curriculum and stuff like
In
that.
the
So
advantage of
that's just
school.
where we are at. And most of us will agree on that.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Facts.
What if, as we were 100 years ago, wrong when it came to the position of women, right, in society? What if we are
Right.
wrong now as we were then?
No, but because of biology, Lalibela. Because of
No,
biology.
gender is not a biology.
Because certain
Sex is
things
a
is just
biology.
science. That's what I'm talking about. Sex, and we are different. We are two different sexes. So we shouldn't. There should be nothing that should be infiltrated in the child's mind. That
So,
you know what you can just change your sex. You're born a female. You can be a male. You understand what I'm saying? Wait until when the child grow up. Okay, if them want to put in body, they want put in breast, lip, they want to dig a hole or build a hole, whatever them want to do. When them 18, 19, 20, if they want to do that, that's fine. But
so,
as a child, no, it
so, so,
should be
All right,
off
so
limits.
so
so here's what I'm saying. Let me say this real quick, sorry.
make Lally Bella say what I say, and then I go give Lion Man a little piece of the talk
Right,
too.
right.
More
Not
ask
gonna,
Lalibela something when
Yeah,
I
but
get
hold
a
on,
chance.
yeah, man.
but me
Yeah,
have to make Lion Man say a little thing, cause they are wait and all even, you know the thing go.
yeah,
So Miss Julia, I'm not
yeah.
necessarily saying that what they're looking to implement especially for the fact that I haven't seen the language. I'm not necessarily saying it's necessarily bad or good, but here's the point: to the extent that it is bad, it's probably gonna be good for someone else, right? But to the extent that it's bad, right? This is why we need to have conversations. And you see what happened? By way of the dialectic approach, right? We get to work these things out. That is
Right.
where the problem is, seeing, and it's possible that they're shoving things down our throat that are not
Yes.
palatable.
Yeah.
But
Right.
until we have the dialectic discourse, we
Yeah.
will never get to the
That's
synthesis
right.
that
I
we
agree
all
with you
need.
there. That's
Yeah, I
I
mean
agree
And I
with
see
you.
we
that's where we
agree,
are.
and that's the
We
reason
agree on
why
that, my dear.
we are here
That's why we're
having
here.
this
Yeah.
conversation,
Correct.
discussing these topics.
Correct.
So at least there is engagement. You get what I say?
Right.
Correct.
But their
So
thing
we're
moral,
making
but what
sense.
just to before Michael, we're gonna go right now.
Yeah,
But
me have to give Lion Man a piece of the
just to
mic there.
just to say this to you, to Lalibela, right? Like, yes, of course, certain things change, moral things, like them used to have slaves, used to burn witches, all that stuff, and they were wrong. Okay, fine. But there's certain things in biology. Listen, I am a woman and you're a man. I cannot, even though, yes, I should have the same rights as you, as vote, work, freedom of pay, all of that, balance pay, all of that stuff. I need to see myself as a woman and understand that I am different than you as a man. And that
I
is
understand.
one of the biggest problems in societies right now, why relationships cannot last and why marriages cannot last and why there's so much breakup in families, because people don't give enough space to say, you know what? He's a man. He don't think like me. He might think a little different. Him naturally want to provide. Him naturally want to do these things. I have to allow him space to be a man. You have to allow me space to be a woman. And that's a big problem that is messing up our families right now. Anyhow, go ahead, Michael.
Right. And yeah, man.
Michael
I give Lion Man a
Lance.
piece of the mic. And Miss Julia, at the
Yes.
rate that all them people are go, probably the next 5 years, all them definition we can't even use them again.
Can't even use them again.
Yeah, them they are going to
I
eradicate
want to
and then
say
replace
something
them.
after the
And that might
And
not
say
be
Jonathan.
bad.
non-binary,
Right.
whatever, or
Exactly.
But that might not
non-gender,
be bad.
whatever. So, what's it now? Lion Man, go through family.
Where say me have the mic now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
sir.
The whole conversation. I don't hear nothing about the hermaphrodite, the one we're born with two
The
gender.
two thing.
And
Okay.
that's how the situation start.
The next
Because me not,
fashion that
me not
earlier,
like use the
or
word
what they
problem, you know. Me I talk
or pretty
about a
that, pretty that.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When a kid born with the two gender, and that's how the topic come along. That's why we have this discussion.
Fair
You
point.
understand? And
Right.
then now the whole thing transcend in right our doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And that has been a thing that been underground and now it come on the surface
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
over the years.
But
I
Hold
agree. I
on, hold
agree.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We can't make that go, so.
when
All
you
You
right.
finish,
Go
no,
through,
cannot
when
Michael.
you're
use,
done, I'm gonna talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go through, Michael.
you
Me
cannot
never finish.
use
All right, go ahead.
abnormal.
Right,
You
Michael.
you cannot use an abnormal example for society. You
Right,
talking about a probability that is not very high in the
right.
hundred of, like, what? How could you say that's like, brother?
Oh,
Listen,
hold
no,
on.
Wait,
listen.
all right. The thing
Hold on,
is,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Make we use
Mm-hmm.
some common sense. You have a study I go around right now where some fathers are sit down them children, 10 grand in front of them are them favorite candy, sandwich, and juice.
Mm-hmm.
Not one of these little youths I choose the money. You hear
Mm-hmm.
me? I tell you. So, oh, we fi even have a second thought for talk about we picnic them. Me don't know how much I wanna have picnic, but me know fi me want nothing choose nothing about where we are talk about, brother. They might
Yeah,
not
but
even introduced to that.
Exactly. No
That
sense
is,
of
brother. That is
right.
past criminal, brother. That is
Right.
past
Yeah, yeah.
pedophilia.
all right.
We agree, you know,
we agree
Michael,
with that.
and we all agree, you know, it's just that here we go on now. We have to reason from both angles for real. So
Right,
we have to look upon the other people them who want to push back, because I remember saying, you know, the people who were pushing back against where we are say is really the you have some rainbow set of people. Them are push back because within those wordings, you get what me I say, it's gonna give them more social acceptance.
right.
So
But you,
that even EU Samoa deal thing is beneficial to them. So they were
Them
actually
we
telling the
use them
government,
we use anything to normalize
right,
it. Then we
right.
compare
So
it to
they were telling the
slavery.
government
Then
to
we compare it
ignore
to slavery
the
with black
next
people.
group and sign it.
so
Yeah, but
Michael, I'm going to ask a question, but let me say this right. When Lion Man made the statement, you know, he was making a statement of fact. He didn't take a position one way or the other. He just made a
Mm-hmm.
statement, which is a statement of fact.
Right,
No,
right,
but he
right,
did
right,
say that is
That's what
because of
I'm
the
saying.
hermaphrodites, why that is in front of us, and hermaphrodites have been being born for
Right.
ages and ages and
And they was
ages. So that's it's
underground.
not because of the
But it's a
hermaphrodites.
statement of fact, though, right? That they were being suppressed.
Well,
I'm
they are
telling
seen
you.
as not normal
And
because
now
they're
they're on the
unusual.
surface.
right, right,
I
right. It
understand that,
is
you know,
seen
but
as
he's not. He,
abnormal,
They're
right?
seen as
hold on,
abnormal. They're not.
hold on.
They're.
He didn't make
Mm,
a call whether they're normal or abnormal. All he said was that they were being suppressed.
no,
Right,
but
right,
then he
Lion
said
Man.
no, no, Lalibela,
Right?
because
That is it. They was being
afterwards he said that's
suppressed
the
and
reason
now
why
they're on
they're
the
there.
surface.
Right.
They're on the
Okay,
Right.
all right.
surface
Let Miss
right
Julia
now.
respond there because he said the key word there, suppress.
Yeah,
So let Miss Julia respond there.
so Michael, you said that because of the hermaphrodites, that's why all of this is happening now
No, Lion
because
Man,
they're
Lion Man. Sorry.
lion man, sorry, but
Yeah,
that's why
yeah,
it's happening because it's there.
yes.
They've been being born forever. Hermaphrodites have been being born
And
forever. No, they
it
were suppressed because they're seen as not normal or they're unusual. And abnormal implies what is not only what is not normal, but what is also not desirable by social norms. You see what I'm
that is
saying?
it.
So
Right.
those are
And
constructs, right?
many of them grow up in society and make a lot of money, very
Thank you.
wealthy than we
Thank you.
who is
hold on.
not.
So hold on.
What?
If you're born without sight, or if you're born with one hand, right? Should we be telling our children that you could choose to have one hand and you could
No,
choose to have
that
no
is
That's
sight?
not
not
what
what
I'm
that's not
talking
what
Because
Lion
about.
Man is
I'm
but
saying,
talking
though.
but
about
that's not
you're born
normal
with
for you to be
something
born.
extra.
Oh, hold
Hold
on,
on,
guys,
hold
please.
on. It's not
Guys,
normal for
let
you to be
Michael
born
finish.
without sight. So
Yeah,
if
No,
we teaching our children about
hold
people
on.
that's being born abnormally and giving them an option to choose, why are we not telling them they don't have to see? They don't have
let
to
me
walk.
address that. Let me address that for you.
No,
You are
but
talking about
that hold on
somebody
the lion
born
man.
with
Hold on the
one less
lion man.
something. Me I talk about somebody who born with something extra. Something extra.
But you could
additional
also
like
be
somebody
born
who
with
born with
something
12
less.
finger.
Hold on, brother. You could also be born with something less. You're just using one perspective. I'm trying
So
to
hold
show
on,
you that the whole analogy is wrong. You
Michael,
using
Michael,
a
Michael,
hermaphrodite to prove a point.
Michael. Lion Man didn't say he supported or opposed it. He's making a statement of fact that hermaphrodites were suppressed.
Right, and they were
Are
suppressed. They were suppressed based on religious grounds. We know that too,
right, but he
are
because they
blind
were
people suppressed?
considered cursed
Are
and
blind
hold
people
whatever.
on, hold on, hold on, brother,
are blind people suppressed?
No,
my
hold
lad,
on, Michael.
hold on.
Got you, Lalibela.
Lion Man made a statement of fact. He didn't say I want them not to be suppressed or they should be suppressed. He didn't take a position. So you're responding to him as if he had taken a position.
No,
He
and
made
I
a
just
statement
want
of
to say
fact.
this to Lalibela. You see, people, Michael, people who are born with whatever, dysfunctionality,
Deficiency.
so to speak, or handicaps. Yeah, we know based on natural law, you can't change it, not true. You
Right.
can't born with one hand and 1 foot and you try to grow and next and a grow foot. You get what me I say? So yeah, so we just
Yeah.
know say biologically, I just saw things go based on causality and whatever. You get what me I say, family?
But we no born with
So
something
me only
extra.
put use that if he challenge the argument.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the thing is them born with something extra, more
See?
than every other human being.
Right?
And they was being suppressed,
That is true.
and
Yes.
they grew up in
Yeah, I'm still here
society
only karma. That
in a way where they achieve, we call it monetary, where them get richer than who born with the normal stuff. Very
Yes.
wealthy. That's they reach into the position where they can control the decision making. And
Influence
that's really
policies.
happy.
Okay, now I hear what you're saying. Now
You
I
you
Yeah.
hear.
You
have to have
understand
you
me?
have to
And
have
I'm happy.
special law for special people. Let me not say special people.
You
For
know,
you cannot generalize the population off of a small thing.
That
Basically,
is
like if
correct.
they are
I don't
That
think you
is
successful,
understand what
that's
I'm
correct.
about to
very
say.
good. It's very good for them to be successful. Unfortunately or fortunately, they were born like that. But you are gonna tell the youth say him is that a boy today and him can be a girl tomorrow. So
But
Man,
if
them
you
at
are gonna
least,
tell
the
him
man
that
never said that.
no, no,
but
no, no,
them at
no.
least,
I'm talking about I'm not necessarily replying to what
Right.
his statement. I'm generalizing the whole conversation. So let
Right.
me say that I'm not really just coming at him. So let me I say, if we are gonna tell our children say them can't choose, why are we not telling them that they could be that too? Like you could have one eye. Why are we not saying that? If you telling him he could be a girl, you can tell him anything.
all right.
Why
Me
not
can
tell
ask
him
you a
you ain't gotta
question.
have 10
Me
toes?
can ask,
Because
me
some
can ask
people
you a
ain't born
personal
with 10
question.
toes.
Me can ask you a question. It's a general question. Me never make it personal. If your daughter born with a camel toe and
Yeah,
you don't know, but she know, and she's insecure with it,
that's impossible.
What you mean
You
by
have to give
camel
me a
toe?
logical reason.
me
Hold on. What
talk
you
That's
to you.
mean?
But
What you
hold
mean
impossible,
on,
bro.
camel
Just
toe?
Michael,
Hold
please
on.
tell
Michael,
it to me,
Michael,
man.
please, hold on, guys.
Michael, what you mean by camel toe?
Hold
Camel
on,
toe is when you
guys.
pum pum print out.
No, guys, hold on,
No,
hold on,
you
No,
don't know
No,
hold
that.
on,
extra to
please,
extra
please,
to him
hold
mean.
on,
no,
please,
not about
guys.
extra two, man.
Yeah, man. We
You
just
just
don't
have
want
to
nice neat up.
describe
So
something to you.
hold
Wait,
on,
that's what
family.
I see is
Lion
offended.
man, hold on. When me I say we don't really want nice up the reasoning because
Right.
you know what the thing go. We kind of reason. We drop some solid points. It has good playback value because people will listen to the reasoning. So we don't want nice it up. So here we go
Right.
now. Lion man who was saying something, right?
Yes.
And then Miss Julia wanted to know the
No, what a
definition of
camel toe is.
camel toe because when you mentioned camel toe, that actually was the first question that came in my mind too. So
Right.
go through Lion
Go
Man
to
and then
All
Miss
right,
translation.
Julia,
all right.
and then Michael can say a
All
thing.
Yeah.
right. A camel toe is an extra length on her pee part, and she regard it as
What
something
you mean pee pee part? Hold on a second. You mean extra length in your clitoris or you mean your pum
that
pum
is
pee
it.
part?
That is it. Extra length in the clitoris, where
Oh,
she feel like it is a little small teapot.
Yes.
She get insecure within herself, and she started thinking that she may be masculine in some way. That alone
Yes.
trigger her mindset. And
Yes.
then now she start to be attracted to girls.
it don't work that
Yes.
And
way.
Uh,
well, it happens,
I've seen
and
the
I can tell
psychoanalysis
you
videos, right?
many
We've seen them.
Hold
girls.
on,
It
hold on,
happens.
hold on, hold on. I
No,
Hold on,
just
make
please,
just for the
guys,
record, just
guys,
for the record.
Guys,
Guys,
let's
we
finish.
have to let, hold
No,
on,
let him
guys. We
finish.
have to let the person land them plane,
Plane.
and
Yeah.
then someone can take on the baton. Make with
Yeah.
us deal with it in a decorum manner, please. Because
Yeah.
Lion Man never get to finish exactly where I
Right.
say.
Yeah,
And
man,
me,
give
me
him
not
one.
really want him say,
Agree.
boy, we
Let him
never allow
finish.
him to finish. So finish Lion Man. Then
Right.
Miss Julia can respond. Then
All right,
yeah, Michael and Lally Bell and
Yeah.
Skeptic there too.
all right,
Foresight are there too, but
Foresight is
you
all
know
fine.
it
right.
go
Let me
foresight,
tell
the
you.
general.
Let,
Just give me a couple of minutes, then make we iron this
all right,
out. So go
let me
through
tell you
Lion
something.
Man.
I've been with a girl where she have two boys, and
Mhm.
one of the boy is like is growing tits, and all because of the medication that him get from the doctor.
Yes.
And that boy feels so very insecure.
Yes.
Every day I see me, I have to encourage him, yo, you need to have a girlfriend. And him is so much against women. You understand me?
Mm.
Because of him insecurity of what is growing on him chest. And it's all because of the medication where the doctor them give.
Mhm.
And I know a kid
Finish.
that he had to do
So
surgery a couple months ago for that.
so that is fine. And listen, a lot of these young guys right now, they're growing breasts because there's a lot of estrogen in the foods. So a lot of times it's the diet. Okay.
I'm
It,
happy you said that, Miss Julia,
yeah, a lot
because
of
I was gonna go to the hormones because this
right,
gender thing too, that's why I'm not a big fan of this gender thing, but we know so
right,
here we go on now. Them use the Bible and them use religion and them solidify this gender thing because if we are dealing with biology, right? Man have what? Testosterone and estrogen.
right,
The female have the same thing too, right? We just know so
right.
here go on now. One of the X and one of the Y. We get that
X
part
Y
there.
X X.
But
Yeah,
when it come on to hormones, we have both the masculine and the female and the
that's
female.
right.
You get what me I
Right.
say? But we know the whole, we know the gender thing with them, say, all right, you do have them characteristic there. You name man and you name woman. We get that. And that's why we
Mm.
have this confusion
This is
now
the
where
problem. Right.
people want to change everything now. You get what me
But
I
I
say?
just want to respond to him, but because it was still my turn. I don't want to lose my turn,
Yeah,
right?
man, got you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miss Julia.
So, Mike, I understand what you're saying, and I empathize with your friend and all of that stuff,
No, it's
right? But
Lion Man.
listen,
Lion Man.
he
Lion Man.
oh sorry, so he is insecure because he has the little breasts, and him can get that removed. Okay, that's fine. But guess what? It doesn't change natural attraction. Let me tell you something. Me know from I'm a lick from you're young, you know that you like boys. Okay, it's a natural attraction. I've never looked at a girl, no matter how beautiful she is. I went to
I have
a
a
all
question for
girls,
Miss Julia.
most girls school. I don't have a natural, no, I can look at a woman's beauty and say, oh, she's a beautiful woman, because I appreciate beauty, but I don't have no urge or no natural attraction, like I want to sit beside this, like how I feel towards a man. You understand?
Me
Certain things,
understand you, man. Me
certain
So,
things
so,
understand
is
you.
so,
natural. So
so, so-
so
But we are
any
talking about the kid. Put
okay,
yourself
but
in
yeah,
the
listen
kid's
to but this is what
shoes.
I'm saying though. So
yes.
even though the child, even though the child might be, might be insecure around women, if he naturally gravitates to boy, then him naturally want to be with a boy. He
Peer
might
pressure
have
will
that
cause that.
abnormality,
Miss Julia.
right?
Peer
Wait,
pressure will cause that by him. Say for instance, him involved in a sports, and him then at the changing room with the rest of boys them, and him take off him shirt. That's where the peer pressure will come and him all
that's
feel
peer pressure,
insecure.
but it's not going to stop you. It's not going to change your attraction, my dear. It
Miss
doesn't
Julia,
change
Miss
your
Miss
not, but it's
Julia,
naturally
Miss Julia.
attraction to
put
you.
yourself in the kid's shoes. I
I
Miss
I
Julia.
am. Let me
really
tell
and
you.
truly understand him
Miss
because
I
Julia.
am.
I may deal with him for years.
So how
Because
is that
Miss
going to
I'm
Julia.
gonna
make
tell
him
you
want
what
a
the
boy?
problem.
Yeah,
All right, guess what the problem? And may I tell you a little
yeah,
history. Me
yeah.
meet them. One of them are 4 and one are 6. See?
Mm,
And one day, me walk in at the room because when me met the mother said, "Please take care of them, carry them go to school and
yeah.
thing." And one day, me walk in at the room and find one on top of the other.
Well, there you
And
go.
me say, me cut that out. Me
Yeah,
said that I me give them a speech. You
right.
see, when me tell
Yeah,
the mother get in a rage, whereas it caused her to lose the two of them because it happened again.
right,
And the mother
right.
burned one of them like she at the light and burn him on him shoulder.
Understand. I
understand
understand.
me?
Yeah.
And the you go school and you know, I mean, it's the scare show, and him tell one of them friends say mother do it, and the friend go tell the teacher, and the
Yeah.
system
And
come
just
take
do
the
the
student.
CPS.
You
Yeah.
understand me?
But
So
that
may I
little
tell
boy,
you, the journey is not an
and little
easy
boy might
one when it comes to that.
Right. Mr. Miss
Mm.
Julia.
that listen.
I know
That little
Lalibella
boy
wanted
might.
to say a thing as well. You finish Miss Julia, then Lalibella and Foresight they are wait patiently as well, too, you know?
Yeah, that little boy might have that abnormality, whereas him just like boys, and it just happened that him have breasts because of the hormones that is going around the place, and him eat because there's no way you can say because you grow breast from you eating all of this KFC or whatever them feeding you, you grow breast that means I'm going to want a boy or would want to be stimulated in my rectum or would not be attracted to a woman and not be attracted to a girl. That little boy is probably a gay little boy. Or not gay little boy, but I mean, he probably have the to be attracted to males, right?
No,
Which can be an
what about the
abnormality.
medication that he's been getting? Because he was
That can
getting
help.
medication.
Right, right. And
Oh,
Miss
You know what I
Julia
mean?
did agree that
yeah, I
you
agree.
know, yeah, the whole it can throw off your hormones and
And
stuff like that.
yeah, hormones.
Just like
Go
how
ahead.
you even water and them sitting there. So
Yeah,
Lalibella was gonna respond as well. We have 81 people in the building. Enough respect to the ones and the ones that may check in. Remember, if you just leave a like on the stream, people. Appreciate that. You don't know the thing go. So just go through Lalibella and then Foresight. May I forgive Foresight a little piece of the reasoning, you know?
yeah,
Yeah, so Miss
I
Julia,
noticed I keep
yeah.
forgetting me. I saw through
Oh,
this
I'm sorry,
speaking to
skeptic
you.
man. All right, now say all right. After Foresight, then you, my general. Me just feel so you did I go on, I go on listen and think. But my apologies. So go
Sorry.
through Lalibella, then
yeah,
Foresight, and then skeptic.
Yeah.
yeah, so Miss Julia, what is it like to be a bot? And that's a question I have for you, and you can answer it afterwards. It's a philosophy paper written by Thomas Nagel, and I want you to
Right.
process what it's like to be a bot. And if you can reconcile with that, then you'll understand why, even though you think you can approximate what the young man is going through, that
I
truly you
can't hear
cannot.
you. I can't hear you. Say again.
Well,
Why? Even though I think what?
though you think you can approximate the senses that inform the young man, that when it's all said and done, you probably cannot. When you get a chance, just process what it's like to
But
be a
I
bot.
wasn't doing that though, Lalibella. You have me
No,
all wrong. I wasn't
no, no,
doing
it's
that
fine.
at
It's fine.
all.
It's fine. It's fine. So let me
Uh,
say this real quick.
yeah.
By way of certain sexual experiences, the trajectory of a young man or a young woman's sexuality is shifted. That is established in science by way of research. Like you have little boys who've been raped,
That's
and
true.
based on the scientific research,
Right,
they've shifted their sexual orientation, right?
That is true.
right,
And,
true.
so to the and you're correct, and Lion Man correct. You know what I mean? Medication and different
Mm-hmm.
things can inform
Yeah.
a person's sexuality. And here's
Right.
the thing I'm gonna ask about: are you familiar with the idea that the man's G spot is in his
Yes.
rectum
In the
and so
in
forth,
the
right?
prostate. Yes, in the
Right.
prostate.
So
All
you
right.
understand if a young man were to be raped, how that could inform his sexuality, right?
That is true. But will that stop him from will that also stop him from wanting and desiring a woman? Or will that basically make him bisexual? That is the
So,
question,
so,
right?
Right. So,
so
but what is
Because
to know? But
yeah.
what is to know?
I'd love to answer
The
that,
thing
but
is that once Miss
Mhm.
Julia got asked the question, Lalibella have to go respond.
yeah,
Okay,
that's why
sorry,
I
You
got
know,
sorry,
him
I
sorry,
gonna
got
sorry.
really
stop. No,
want the
no, but
foresight
no,
piece of the
Lalibella, we have
reasoning
to
thing.
no,
You
just wait
see?
another day.
I got stop. I want to answer, but I'm gonna respect the silence. Go ahead.
Right.
Yes.
So you
Next.
can finish Miss Julia, man, and then foresight
No,
can
what
say
I
a
was
thing, you know?
saying was even though what you're saying is true, like certain there's nature and there's nurture, of course, right? I do believe that some a lot of people are born with that chemical imbalance or whatever it is. It's still abnormal because it's not the norm per se, right? Because I remember going to school. There's this little boy named Tishir Campbell, and let me tell you something. Nobody could have done this and like him. Nobody could have played Dolly House like him. And we were kids. We were 5 years old, so he was just like that. Okay, and he turned out to
Come
be
on.
he turned out
Right.
to be gay. No, he was very effeminate from him little bit. I
Right.
don't know if something happened to
Right.
him, but he
Sissy.
turned out
Yeah.
to be that. So I don't know how much of it was nature or nurture, right?
Right.
But the
Right.
thing is, yes, that is true. Like a lot of these things can be so you can be around a lot of women growing up Amazon, around a lot of women. You see all of these things, and so you think that that's a social norm and that's the way you're supposed to behave. But when you're introduced to a man and your natural XY takes over, does that make you turn away from it? Because there are certain gay guys that would never be attracted to a woman like I could never be attracted to a
True.
woman. There are certain
True.
gay guys
True.
that all them want are men. That's what stimulate them.
True.
Them dick get hard. That is what them want. You understand what I'm
All right.
saying?
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
So,
man. Fully noted,
but
Miss Julia.
I'm just sorry for being
Just
graphic.
land so we can give foresight piece of the
So
reasoning
what
thing.
I'm saying is, so there are certain things that make people bisexual as well. So maybe
Very true.
there's
Very
some
true.
nature there, right? But then the natural, what is inside of them to really to respond to the smell of a woman is there too, so them can have both sex. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
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 Right. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
no say more time as men, um, we what them say we push off what pheromones.
We both, men and women.
Right, and that kind of make we even attracted to each other. I wish we see that in our dogs, lions, tigers, whatever. But go to foresight because, yeah, man. Respect for the patients, in general.
As usual, Wagwan, good night, bless up a panel,
Big up
interesting
foresight.
reasoning. Yeah, man,
Yeah, man. Go
me
through,
here,
my general.
me just listen to
Your
the
sound, your
conversation.
audio, yeah, your audio, your signal sound away, you know, but just
Wow,
go through same way.
yeah, me just pick up from the reasoning with between Lalabella and Miss Julia a while ago. And I just want to even just add to what Miss Julia said, because Lalabella was talking about persons and who probably had like some circumstances that would have led them to become, or would have lead them to become who they become. Like a man getting raped when he's young, and that can inform his sexual orientation. But I'm just going to say, in addition to that, right, is that also a man can meet in an accident and lose a leg. You understand? A man can meet in an accident and blind. It doesn't mean that because the circumstances lead him to blindness or lead him to have one foot, it's going to be more acceptable because of that, right? So we have to really look at things from that perspective. Another thing now, I hear a caller earlier made a very important point. I don't know why we're picking out certain abnormalities and want to normalize it. You understand? Because the caller said something about if a blind man, you know, if somebody born blind, you don't really have someone who born and can with them two eyes in good condition and can see. You don't have that person. You don't find it
Right,
acceptable for that person wanting to accept blindness as the norm. You understand? So
right,
a baby born with 1 foot, you don't have a baby born with 2 foot, right? Wanting to accept 1 foot as the norm. I want to
right,
identify as a 1 foot man. So why are we picking out other biological abnormalities and saying it is okay for those persons, right, to want to identify with other abnormalities then? You understand?
right.
People who born
All right.
normal,
Do I get a
people who
reply?
born
Yeah,
Or
man.
biologically normal, why are we trying to say it is okay for them when it comes down to this one abnormality? Because with every other abnormality, we accept that they are abnormal, they are in a minority and all of that. And that's not the way it should be. But why with this one thing, we are telling like youth or encourage people to say, oh, you can identify, with those kind of abnormalities.
Right, all right. So foresight. All right. I'm gonna make Lale Bella respond, and skeptic did supposed to say a thing too. So you know the thing go. But foresight. Your audio kind of scratchy, but you know the thing go family. Let's say a word. So Lale Bella, you can just respond. Skeptic as well. There too. Him want say a thing.
yeah, man. Foresight was scratchy, but he was cogent enough to properly articulate himself.
Yes. Very,
Yes,
very,
So,
very,
very,
very
very much
cogent.
so.
right,
Foresight,
Yeah,
big
man.
up
right.
All
yourself.
right, cool, cool.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
So
cool. Come on.
here, loud and clear. But philosophically or logically, I don't agree with your reason. I get where you're coming from. But what you put forward as far as the accident is not an analog of someone being raped, and for whatever it's worth, the trauma associated with rape could inform their sexual preferences. I get where you're coming from, and the truth is, there's enough science. I get where you're coming from. You're asking a question in a general sense. And yes, within reason, if a person were to lose a limb by way of an accident, he or she then doesn't then argue that this is normal. Now,
even this thing that we call normal is a relative thing based on our tethering to a particular standard versus another. See, what is normal in the West might not necessarily be normal in China or elsewhere. But the truth of it is that there's, to exercise brevity, there's enough science to support that trauma, not necessarily only sexual trauma, can and has proven to inform one's sexuality.
But that's not true though. What you just said. You just said something that's kind of not true though, Lalibela.
What's that?
Because in the medical world, not normal means differing in any way from the usual state, structure, condition, or rule. Right? That's what not normal actually means in the medical world. Differing in any way from the usual state, structure, condition, or rule. That is what that means.
So real quick, let me recall one thing. So when I mentioned normal, I was talking about epistemology. Not necessarily science, not medical stuff, but that's fine.
But Lalibela, hold on, Lalibela, hold on.
Philosophy.
This conversation, though, you know, remember we are dealing with biology and them something there, right?
Right, it's a biology.
Yes.
So it's a biological conversation still.
Right. And every science is rooted on the philosophy in this and the philosophy in that. And I'm speaking from the philosophical perspective.
But right, we're talking about the context of...
from the but remember, you know, Lalibela, if we're having a biological conversation where we are dealing with medical, then that means that here we go now. Yeah, we should lean to the medical aspect of the thing.
Exactly.
And not the philosophical.
So hold on. No, what I said
in this context,
abnormal is anything that deviates from the usual. Lalibela. Anything deviates from the usual.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys, you know, Zane.
Right.
But if you notice the example I gave you guys for normal, right? It's in a social sense. When I gave the example versus China versus the West, I'm not disagreeing with what Miss Julia is saying.
Okay.
I get it. I just want you guys to understand where I came from.
Yeah, so I understand.
Right.
And even with natural science, right? Because it is inductive reason that they use to determine what is scientific. Even that in and of itself changes at times. And this is why. I'm sorry, what's this last thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is why it is in the 70s that they changed what homosexuality is versus what it was then. See? So you see the science shifted, informed by politics, of course. So in the 1960s, homosexuality was deemed a defect. But the science was revised in the mid-70s to no longer deem it as such. So there goes science.
What science that was?
Psychology.
Yeah, well, a lot of that stuff too is a lot of social narrative as well. That is true. Social narrative as well. But also you talk about rape, and that is also an abnormal behavior for a child to be raped. That is actually supposed to be a condition or a behavior that deviates from the typical or expected range, right? So basically, it really falls nicely into the same pocket, because you're saying that it is not abnormal for, you know, children who are raped to turn out that way because of the trauma of it and stuff like that. That is true, because it can go both ways. You know,
the point is, to be clearer. Let me just reiterate something, Ms. Julia, to Lalibela.
Yeah.
You can circumstances can change a normal situation, right,
into an abnormal
to an abnormal situation, right? Not because you have an explanation as to why it happened doesn't mean that the abnormal becomes the normal and you have to see it. What you're explaining is why something happens, right? What we are saying is what it is.
What it is.
Not because you have a why and a reason, it doesn't change what it is. Now, if it is normal, we know what a normal baby is. Right? We know what to expect. We expect the 2 eyes to work, the 2 feet, you know, we know what it is. So, and usually you would look at the majority of babies born. If within the next year or 2 you find that a lot of babies are born with 1 hand or 1 foot, then it becomes the norm after a while, right? It becomes the norm to see baby born 1 hand.
And that's the reason why they were designated as being quote unquote handicapped.
Exactly.
You know, if you're born
right. So you cannot change the meaning, right?
Etc.
Right. So,
exactly.
You know,
skeptic, you want to say a thing,
and
I want to respond to that afterwards.
Skeptic is at the mic there. Can I wait patiently?
Yeah. Respect him at that. my line of argument will come across more as a dystopian, but let me say this. We have to really understand. I wish you guys will understand that every single thing that is happening now is a design exactly how it was up. I'm an 81 baby, okay? I was
You're a
born
child.
1981,
Really?
okay?
Okay.
Right? So if you guys look, just check back then up until now and watch how the changes have been made. When I was back then during my young age, I never really see that much of those feminine men around. It was one or two. It wasn't that blatantly obvious. What has changed? We have seen a lot of chemical and introduction. There's estrogen, you know, that is used mostly. The farmers are using it mostly in the weed killers and stuff like that. So it's being in the food chain right now, and estrogen is what they use to turn frogs into females, right? There's also a fertilizer in potato. I think it's called linenum. It's called linenum or something like.
Linenolum. Linenolum. Yep,
Yeah.
that's right.
So what has happened is there's a lot of introduction of various different chemicals within the food chain to change stuff, because it's the way they want the world, and a lot of people, need to understand when I say this. We get it. I'm not for this whole thing, because it goes completely against the natural order of what we know the biological order is. But it's all a design. I think it's a plan, really, for us to really focus on that, really, when the bigger plan is to move completely from the biological order altogether.
Okay. All right.
The
So
frequency.
perfectly fine. Foresight. When Hitler was going after people, he went after Jews, gypsies. He went after
Yeah.
left-handed people. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you guys know he also went after left-handed people, right?
Yeah, lefties. Yep, that's
And
right.
then you guys might wonder, why would he go to left-handed people? What's wrong with them? They were viewed not to be normal.
Yeah.
They were deemed defective. In India, what my Indian coworker was telling me, they don't talk to people who are left-handed, because in India, because even when toilet paper was invented, they would still use
Yeah.
their hand to wipe their butts, right? And it was a left hand that they would normally use.
Yes,
I
that's
say all
right.
that to say is that to the extent that something is normal, aspects of this normal is informed by biology and social construct.
That's right.
Um, and that's just what it is. And some people, and I think Ms. Julia alluded to it, some of us have certain proclivities by way of sexual
Yes.
orientation. See, aspects of it is informed by nurture.
Right.
And when we study psychology and social behavior, we cannot deny the empirical information that's available. In many respects, it's not convenient for us, but it's true. And when we go from the broad references and we look at things on the micro level, we find that there is enough data points to affirm these things. Many respects, we're just not. It's not convenient for us.
No,
But
but okay, go ahead. When you finish, go
no,
ahead.
no,
Sorry.
no, no. I'm not gonna leave that because
Yeah.
I,
No,
I
but
think
what I'm saying is, listen, if this person was straight, right, and turned gay, he was never straight. Okay. And you cannot turn somebody. No, you cannot, listen, because it is a not. Listen, you know what it is to want a man, or to, or to be attracted to a woman, right?
I don't
Can
know what
you
it's like
see
to be a
yourself?
bot.
You
Straight,
know the
straight,
feeling.
straight and lean when you grow up. Straight and lean when you grow up.
I
When
don't
you're
know what
a
it's like to be
kid,
a
you don't
bot.
know about straight and lean.
Exactly, you don't know. But what Lalibela said is true. That trauma can affect the mind in a lot of different ways. So listen, there are some people who get raped, some girls who get raped, and they turn out to be very promiscuous because they're trying to wash that out of their mind. There are some little
Yes.
boys who get fondled and get raped, and them turn out to be gallus. You know why? Because them trying to erase the memory of that man doing that to them. So them feel like as
And
if they
some
must get
became
as
gay
much
though, right?
gal as possible. So and them secretly hate themselves Them secretly hate other men, and them secretly hate women as well. So so whatever triggers go off in the mind can there's a plethora of them that can lead to different results. That's true. But there is something inside of you in your biology that make you naturally instinct to certain things. Now, you can be born with that, and I call it a deformity because of the fact that it is unusual, or not even, let's say it is an abnormality, because of the fact that it is not usual. Male is, so to me, male and biology, male for procreation and for the continuation of life force, male and female supposed to go together. That is what you see
Yes.
happen
Yes.
mostly,
And that
right?
is why it is
So
so
Miss
natural
Miss
for a
Julia.
man to
so that is
have
the so
feelings for a woman.
but you not right. So if
Not
you
really.
inside of you have that abnormality to say you love man or you like a man, then that is your abnormality, and it's the abnormality because it's not supposed. You know, listen, you're not supposed to go up inside of even though that you have your prostate there that you can be stimulated. It don't have to be stimulated by going up into your rectum. There are certain things supposed to be an exit for your body, certain things supposed to be an inside for your to intake into your body. Okay, it is a matter of fact, it is not healthy because there's so many blood vessels inside of your bottom, to the point where if you cannot swallow, right, and you can't take a certain injection, or you're allergic to needles or something, they would put medication in your bottom as a suppository because of all the blood vessels that's in there. It goes right into your veins, right there. You understand? And it's so much we can talk about that. But if, say, that is what you want, you love man and you like penis, that is not a normal thing. It is abnormal if you're a man. And
So
that's what I would say.
so I
Yes.
don't necessarily disagree
Can
with
I
that, right? And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'll be real quick. Yes, procreation requires what we call man and what we call woman. See,
Yeah.
the problem is that we live in a framework where there is a social component. See,
Yes.
like for example, not all who have intercourse are doing it by way to procreate, right? There's a
No.
pleasure when
Yes.
you deal with the philosophy of hedonism and so forth, right?
Yes. Yes.
They're
Yes.
saying that
Yes.
you should pursue
Yes.
pleasure to the farthest extent that you can with the least amount of cost to you. So pleasure is
Yes.
the objective, right? And we deep dive into that philosophy, whether we agree with it or not, it does inform a lot of behavior that we see in today's society.
That is
So
true.
here's what I haven't done all night since I've been engaging. I
Yeah.
haven't taken a position one way or the other.
Yes. That is
And
true. I know.
I,
I'm not saying
I
that you have. But
no,
I
no, I
would
know.
but for the record, I
Right.
would get no pleasure from kissing a woman. I
That's
wouldn't
you
want to
though.
do it.
That's
But
you.
I
That's
would get a lot of
right.
pleasure from kissing a man. I can tell you
That's
that.
good. And I could say that's good, right? And I'm answering, wait a minute, that's good. You know what I mean? You know
can
what I
I
mean? Because
can
I'm
I
like, right.
highlight the
I know what
elephant
you
in the
mean.
room?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Can I
Go
highlight
ahead.
the elephant in the room?
Yeah.
The
Is it a
elephant
man?
in the room
Elephant
is
man?
that there's some frequency in this world that we live in is against procreation, and that frequency is like really and truly elevating to a point where it is really captivating the whole world that we live in. It really captivating it. It's against procreation. If you talk to the typical young girl right now, she's against having kids. You
Um,
understand me?
Well, that's different for social reasons and all types of them have all type of reasons for
right,
that. But yes, I hear
right,
what you're
right.
saying. Yeah.
And
And I
and
agree
and
with
and, and
we
the,
agree.
the whole social media, even the games that you see popping up on the computers right now, it is implementing some different type of games, some really different type of games that you never normally see like 5 years ago. I'm telling
That's
you,
social. That's true. That's social. That's social. But in the
just
woman's
little games
defense,
and in free. Yeah, and
it,
I'm not and I'm not
The
going
whole point
no,
is,
across
I hear
by
so
you.
woman and man.
you cannot disturb the natural order, create something else, and want it to be the norm.
And
Because the
in the
norm, all
mhm.
right, if there's a natural order, that creates a man to have feelings for a woman, and naturally a woman to have feelings for a man. But you're going to see now that you're going to teach youth to think otherwise. and to say it's okay for you to identify as anything that you want to identify. And that's a disturbance to the natural order. So you cannot
If
then
if there
disturb
is,
it. What?
can I say something to you?
You
If
cannot
there is
create
signs,
something else and then you
uh,
can say, yeah.
can I say something to you? If there's signs all around where you see it all on billboard, every time you punch the algorithm on the computer, the algorithm will pop up certain things in front of the kids' them face. You understand me? It even infiltrate, because most of the kids them in school I use computer, and it infiltrate that too. They're deliberately doing that, and some of
Right,
the
so they're
kids them
deliberately doing
fall
it. It's a
feet.
programming.
They are
Right.
developing doing it.
So let's go.
Because
Guys,
they are going against what they know the norm is. They themselves know what the norm is.
guys,
Because
And I'm telling
they
you,
wouldn't
there's a
have
so
to
force
they wouldn't have
against
to
it.
work to create something different if it wasn't the norm, you know.
let's go back
yeah.
to Skeptic's reason, right?
What
Skeptic is really
what
saying
really
that
happened? What really happened is they are moving completely away from natural selection. Okay, so completely
yes,
away from natural selection. They're gonna move completely away from the fiat system. They're gonna move completely away from the free market economy. They're going to go completely away from capitalism, because really free market system is really capitalism. Once
yeah,
free
that's what it is.
market
Yeah,
system is
yeah, that's what it
ended,
is.
capitalism is done. So what makes us a human being now, it's going to be in question as the emergence of AI. And AI is going to become the new regime, because eventually it's going to move towards singularity, where it's going to become sentient, and sentient, it means it's going to make its own decision, and it's going to become humanoids. So that's what is coming. everything
Right.
that is un- Everything that is unfolding right now between our eyes, that we're having a lot of question about, it's gearing us towards that world that we're going to be seeing between
Okay.
2030 and 2045.
All
So
right,
Skeptic,
skeptic. Well, one thing me notice a skeptic. You never pass
N-
2045 yet, you know. But
never.
one
Mr.
question.
Vegas they are still no so. Let me hear him say no. Unmute him right there, Subia, and got you.
Heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up.
Yeah, big up yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Big up, man. Me, yeah, man. Me see over one part there. I went last night now, Canada.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
man.
Here
Big
are
up.
seaside food, you know?
Yeah, man. That's right, come on.
Big of
Mm-hmm.
yourself, Sube.
Yeah, man. Maybe I listen to the reasoning still, and it's, like the man is about things can be correct.
At the same
I think,
time.
yeah, man,
Yeah, and
I think,
camera is actually on. Just to make you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Subi?
Yeah.
okay.
Sube, take off your camera, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
I'm
camera
camera
is on.
on.
He probably don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. But wait, it look like
All right,
him,
we lose him.
him
Him
cut
We
off.
lose
lose.
But
him.
yeah. But
Yeah.
got you. Who was it? Lali Bella or Miss Julia?
Yeah.
Me.
So I have a
But
question.
after Lalibela, go ahead,
I'm
Lalibela.
sorry. I have a question for Skeptic. Skeptic.
Yeah.
Here's my question for you, right? And because you made reference to you did outline a few salient things, and my question for you as related to natural selection is moving away or informing natural selection to have a more optimal process for birthing children and so forth. Is that necessarily bad in and of itself?
Well, bad for the Homo sapien race. The thing is, the thing is,
Expound.
we're the last evolution of the biological order,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the next step for humanity is going to be robotic.
Okay, I agree.
That's where we're going.
I agree. So let me ask the
So
question, right? I'm sorry, Ms.
yeah,
Julia.
no, it's okay. No, go ahead. Go. What's your question? What's your question?
Once you right, sorry. So once you speak of Homo sapiens, you're affirming evolution, right? Would it not be vain for us to stop evolution now for our own satisfaction?
To stop evolution for our own satisfaction. I mean, we could try and fight, but the thing is,
Why?
not everybody is on the same mindset, and to realize, well, I don't know if we all come together right now if we can prevent what is coming. But the thing is, this has already been planned centuries ago, and this latest stage, like within another few weeks, the Jamaican government is going to facilitate shops in having the digital passport be recommended, right? And that is going to be rolled out even here in the country that I'm at. So it's going to be right across the board, and everything is following the Chinese model.
You know, you haven't outlined anything.
Skeptic. Can I ask a skeptical question?
Yeah, of course I.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that human beings will become extinct?
As they were currently constituted, yes.
Well,
and only robots will take over.
Based on everything, I think we have to prepare our mind and hearts for what is coming. Yes.
You know, Skeptic, you haven't said anything at all.
You haven't.
All night.
He doesn't tell us anything at all.
No. Well, I'm not going to
These
go
are
there,
so
right?
vague all the time.
Right, and I understand why he is, but here's the thing about the Skeptic. I don't even view anything that you've said as being necessarily bad. Is that weird that I don't think you're saying anything? I don't determine. I don't attribute bad to anything that you've said so far. Am I being weird in that regard?
Well, human beings have the inclination to be optimistic, and and it's a good trait. You know, it's really a good trait to have.
No. Hold on, Skeptic. Not optimistic. I agree with what you're saying. I see the measurement that you apply to these things, but I don't view them as being bad. I'm not denying that these things will transpire. No. I just don't think they are necessarily in and of themselves bad.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I hope it's not going to be bad, but the way I see it, I'm hoping that I'll be able to have control when I have a neural link in my brain.
Right.
I'm hoping. I think that's it because we're going to transition into cyborg, and then from cyborg into cybernetics. So that's where it's all going, really. What I'm hoping is that the same memory that I have now, I'm able to have it 2045 and beyond. Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? So here's a question I have for you and everyone that's on the panel, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, we are of the view that it's reasonable to expect that we will drop flesh at some point in time. Now, what if we live in a time wherein, if we make the right moves with a few more minutes, it is potential for us to preserve our consciousness to wherein we could live to see forever? Would either of you guys be in opposition to living forever?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Do you mind expounding on why you wouldn't want to live for quote unquote forever?
Because because many things. First thing is, I am not sure what happens after this. I don't believe that death is the worst thing that can happen to people. And I don't know if when I transition, right, according to my spiritual beliefs and according to my beliefs, I don't know if I'm supposed to die to start a new beginning to something else. I don't know. I don't have the full tapestry, right? There's an old poem, an old allegory, and you probably know it, about the ant that saw the face of God. And it was an ant basically on a painting on the face of God. And all he saw was a brown speck, right? And he says, you know what? God is a brown speck. And the other ant said, go further. And he says, oh, no, it's a brown and a black speck. No, actually, God is brown, black, and blue. And you know what? It actually has some carvings here. You know why? Because he's an ant, and he was on a picture of God's face, so he couldn't see the whole face. So to him, God, right? So that's an old allegory. I don't remember which philosopher it came from, but I'll look it up after. So basically,
My question is, if say for instance, every human being could live forever, you know, there would be no space on the earth after a
But let
while.
me finish. But let me finish.
No,
Even but
you heard what
they
Skeptic
would
said?
find a way to do that because they will put you
Yeah.
on. They will find other planets or give other moons or they'll create other suns and stuff like that. That's what people trying to
No,
do right
man.
now.
That's all right. So that answers a part of it, and Skeptic also pointed to eugenics, right?
Right.
So to the extent that we'll be able to go to other planets, other systems, and
Right.
at the same time too, they will, because with eugenics, though humans will have the capacity to live forever, not all of us will be allowed to live forever.
Right.
See, and
Exactly.
that's why they also want to inform natural selection and so forth,
Right.
and a whole
Right.
host of stuff.
Right.
So
No. So I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want that. I would not want to be able to live forever at all. Because yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm perfectly okay with your your answer.
What about
And I
you?
would
Tell me
love to.
about you. Would you want to?
Would I want to live forever?
Mm-hmm.
One way or another, I will live forever.
Right. Because energy
So
is. It never
yeah,
dies.
yeah.
Right. Exactly. Because
So one
energy
way,
is.
yeah,
It just changes
right,
form. Yeah. Go ahead.
right. Go ahead, Imhotep. Oh, yes. Well, Imhotep is going to say something along the line of what you and I said. I would love to hear what the others have to say.
Where is Imhotep now? Him gone?
Well, what I have to say about that, I don't know if I'm not here forever. You understand?
Right.
Because what we understand it to be might not be final. You understand?
Right.
Yes.
We see that as final, but it might not be final. We don't know if that is really final. Nobody knows what happens after that. So that's a question that as Julia said, it's often said that energy can be. We know the saying that energy can be created, cannot be created or destroyed.
And
Can only be
destroyed. That's
transferred.
Right.
Well,
and not only that, but look at it this
Here
way.
forever,
Also,
who knows?
Skeptic. Yeah, and also look at it this way. You showed up here, didn't you? You showed up here, didn't you? So how the hell you know you're not going to show up again? When it after this plane or whatever, however else you're going to show up. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Go ahead, Skeptic.
Yeah, I don't. For me, I can only share what I see coming based on what it is, and it's also to it's not completely being a dystopian. It's a say to humanity that we have to really understand that the trajectory of us existing is to give an evolution to something else.
Exactly.
So really that's what it is. It's I will want everybody to adopt a mindset of living in the present, like living moment to moment. Every day that you wake up, you wake up with a renewed spirit and try to accomplish as much within that day, because truly it's really only a day that we got,
So Skeptic,
moment by moment.
a quick question though. So why is it that your timing doesn't go past 2045? What is it, a
Because
vision you get or what?
according to Ray Kurzweil, he's the guy that paraphrased the term the singularity. So basically that's what the year that they're running with, and possibly it might be sooner, because AGI is going to be accomplished by 2025. ASI is going to accomplish by 2030. And so the singularity is going to be accomplished by about 2040 to 2045.
Right. So on what basis they come to this thesis or hypothesis? 2045.
Well, the thing is, there's a plan that the World Economic Forum and the different governmental body. The thing is, it's not humans that is doing it.
Can I say something in this regard?
Yeah, man, go through.
The objective is to merge spirituality with technology.
Yes, basically.
So Here's the reason
So
why I
hold
asked the
on,
question I asked you.
skeptic. Well, that this 2045 thing what we are talking about is what? That the Earth guy become fully robotized by that time?
Yeah,
Transhumanism would have been
yeah.
realized.
Look it up. The singular. I want. Look up Agenda 2045 Avatar Project. So basically, we are an avatar. We're a biological avatar. So when we reach cybernetics, we're going to transition. Within another few years, we're not going to have any cell phone. We're going to actually use. We're going to have technology within our retina, and we're going to have the
Embedded.
brain
Yeah.
interface. So basically, we're going to really transition from cell phones and laptops and stuff, and we're going to enter the phase of augmented reality and virtual reality. So we're going
I
to
agree.
actually project stuff from our retina and from our brain interface.
I was saying that to my son today, right? And he doesn't say 2045. He says he's 10. He says it's 2050. But I agree with you, right? We're gonna move away from wearables. Wearables is a transitional type thing. I totally
Yeah,
agree with you. The science is there, and the G in AGI is general. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I think skeptic, you've got to understand that sometimes some of the things that you're saying, not that is beyond our scope, but sometimes
Right.
folks might not know what it is. And but I'm with you. I'm in the technology field. I get you. What I love about the responses I've gotten from you guys as far as living forever, I think it's you guys have applied proper discipline in answering the questions, and there is no right answer. But I greatly appreciate all the feedback. I think Lion Man and Imhotep never answer, but I think I definitely found great value in how you guys answer those questions.
Well, can I say something to Skeptic? Yes, it is true, and I agree with him. But Skeptic, listen, you should not assume that we don't understand or we don't know these things. Okay, so I think that you have to give us a bit more credit when you're explaining things, because don't assume that we haven't thought about it or we don't know these things. Now, the thing is this, right? Yes, it is true. I agree with Lalibela. There will move away from wearables because it will be implanted. We are going to be the cyborg. Things are going to be inside of us. Then we can project them, as you said, right? That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is this: chromosomes cannot change. They have tried to change them, they cannot change. Okay, now what are chromosomes? Chromosomes, right, is the nucleus of each cell that makes up a human being. Okay, these are the chromosomes. They are basically the building blocks of what we are, right? Now, we have different chromosomes as male and female. Okay, the males have the XY and we have the X, right? We both have 23 pair, 46 each. Okay, these chromosomes also affect the way we think. So when you say that there will be no difference between men and women, I disagree with that on a biological basis, because even though now, right, they say that okay, even the people who go through, the changes and the transsexuals, whatever, they have to keep pumping them with hormones. You know why? Because it don't stick. You know why? Because of the fact that their chromosomes will if they stop them hormone treatment, it will turn them back into a physical male. Now, also, I am in a group with two of my very best, well, two wonderful now best friends, right? These two men, sometimes I'm talking to them and I have to remember that these are men. They think completely different than I do. So my emotional reaction to something, right? Like if I was talking to a girlfriend, like somebody as close to me as them is as was in a woman form, they would give me back that emotional response that I could feed off of. You understand? They would read it and they would think, and not that they don't care, but their responses are different because they're wired differently. We are wired differently, and I don't want people to get that I don't want people to get that, to pass that and think that we could ever be the same. Men and women, regardless and regardless of nurture, we chemically, the chemical in our brains come from our chromosomes, the different chromosomes that nobody cannot change, regardless of how much hormones they put inside of you. Even if you're effeminate, we are wired differently, right? We have different drives, we have different instincts. You understand what I'm saying? So that is what I have to say about that. That's what
yeah.
I
And I Miss Julia, I get what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah,
Like yourself, I'm also a protector of the biological order. But
right.
it has to be said that chemically, we're chemical chemicalized. Our biological order is all chemically driven. So by them putting various different chemicals in our food supplies and everything else, it can actually trigger certain chemical stuff within us and changes within us that can, bring certain result that you see it out publicly in the streets. It can actually change even the neurological order in the brain and everything else. You know what I mean? So I get it. I'm also a protector of the biological order, but we cannot be naive about all the chemical castration that is going on.
That is
throughout
true.
our
That is
yeah.
true. There's a lot of chemical castration, and not
Yeah.
only the you see, this is my problem when they try to effeminize men, right? Or they try even in the commercials. You look at these commercials nowadays, right? And them always try to make the father look stupid, or the father is inept, or oh, when you leave the baby with dad, this is what happens. No, where in the world does that happen? Where? It's like they're trying to push this narrative like men are stupid, or they're inept, or them can't do certain things, or the woman have to do all of these things, or she's the thinking one. These are false narratives that they're pushing on people's throat. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to be mindful of these things, right? And it is so much. But anyhow, I don't want to get into it. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
There's another thing that I'm not hearing mentioned. They have a thing they call electromagnetic frequency.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Where that is what happened in the COVID-19 thing. You know what I mean?
How?
Whereas,
Tell me what you mean by that.
well,
Yeah, he's right.
when they
No, hold on.
Make him tell us how you mean. Yeah.
the first time they implemented the FM frequency, that is frequency modulation, in the radio wave, they had the swine flu. And that was when the FM dial become, popular. And we walking through frequency modulation, meaning we walk through FM frequency. Whereas vibration is affecting the norm of the environment where we into. And a lot of people body couldn't adjust to it. So they succumb to it. You understand me? So they had flu symptoms and all of these things. And, it was a pandemic, just like the COVID-19. See? And within the COVID-19, it was suggested that it was the implementation of the 5G. You know what I mean? And
Well,
a lot of people discredit it and say, yo, that is not it, and all of these things. But
yeah, and they're gonna say that, and I will say I'm in full agreement with you, because I do a lot of studies on that. What people must understand, we're electrical being, okay? We're similar
that
to
is it.
every single light circuit. We're connected to the gamma, beta, and alpha rays. Even the crown in our head, we have a crown. A lot of people don't know that corona is called a crown. We have that crown in our head. It's called a corona radiata. It's basically a neurotransmitter that transmits the electromagnetic energy. So we are actually connected to the Schumann resonance. And even the what is in that thing? You got the alpha ray, you got the graphene, you have the quantum dot, you have the hydrogel. All of that is electromagnetic chemicals, right?
But you have to be a lot
Hold
of
on, Miss Julia.
exposure.
Hold on,
It's
Miss
have to be a
Julia.
lot of exposure.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to cut you.
Relax.
Say Mr. Vegas check back in the cut off, so let me give him a minute now and hear what I say. Just unmute the mic, the Subi, and go through, family.
Yeah, man, make skeptic finish, man, because I'm make some points. So interesting, I
Well, I
guess.
mean, Miss Julia was going to respond anyway.
I will
So,
respond to
So
you.
much,
So
give me the land still. So me do want to
all
land.
right. Just land
Yeah,
skeptic and then make Miss
yeah.
Julia respond.
yeah.
One more channel.
All of that is basically connect to a frequency. We all are frequency driven. We are all a walking antenna. So what the
That
gentleman
is
is
it.
saying, is 100% correct. But the thing, they're going to push back on it and they're going to say otherwise. And I fully understand why so, because
Nobody
they
is
don't want
pushing back on
people.
it.
No,
I
no,
want to
Nobody
no,
is
no,
pushing
respond,
no,
back on
no,
it.
not
but I'll
you,
go to
Miss
Miss Julia.
Oh,
Julia.
okay.
Yeah, the general. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
and and
yeah,
and
okay.
and and, and I understand why they would do that, because they don't really want people to know
The
distinctly what
public
is
will know.
happening.
So,
So
They
I
don't
know
want
about
to.
L. A lot of
okay.
these antennas is called the L17A. A lot of them is
Mhm.
called the ELF technology. I know all about that,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
yes, it added to the frequency.
Let me
Okay.
respond to you. Okay, so basically what you're saying is true, right? Because of the fact that 70% of our bodies is water, and that is a conductor. Now EMF, as you're talking about, right, that disrupts the chemical structure of tissue, which is true because they
That
even did
is it.
studies on this in rats and all of that stuff, right? But it's
Mhm.
true that like high degree of electromagnetic energy absorption,
That's a
it
key word.
does, right, it does change the electric current in the body, and therefore
Mhm.
it does actually affect the functions of the organs. That is true as
Yes.
well, right?
Yep.
Now
Yes.
the and it messes up your
Uh,
membranes of your actual cells, your biochemical changes, all of that stuff, right? And actually it actually messes up your cellular functions and repair, because your
okay.
cells turn over and all that. Go ahead, Lalibela, what you saying?
So no.
Yeah.
Let Mr. Vega
I
said
want you to
put in
finish
him
before. I
input.
want you to finish
Yeah,
before I respond to it.
so that's what I'm saying. So what was I saying? So yeah, so it messes up your the cellular functions, also the turnover, also your body healing, right? So any little thing that you catch can be multiplied. So even like something like a flu. So basically it can even, I don't want to say give you AIDS, which is the autoimmune deficiency syndrome, but basically it shuts down the way how your body is supposed to function, so you're more susceptible to a lot of things. You understand what I'm saying, right? Hello?
Yeah, no, you're
And
going.
it
No, we
actually
have to
Definitely.
messes up your
respectfully
blood
listen to you.
circulation and all
Once
that,
you
so that is
disrupt the
true.
electricity, the electromagnetic frequency in the body, there's a lot
Yes,
of symptoms start to emerge.
Okay.
right. And it
You know what I
also it
mean?
also it also forms free radicals too, right? which
Okay.
which is bad
Yes.
because it's an oxidation reaction, right? Go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead. Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
no,
You guys.
Mr. Vegas, I want him to talk before I go,
Yeah,
cause I got respond.
yeah.
If Mr. Vegas is
Yeah.
ready.
I hear all of the points them, But what we have to understand still, especially when we talk about COVID and the 5G and something there, I think there is not much um, validation in the argument to support the claim still, because most of the things that we already did I use before, even the 5G still, whether they cause similar effect or similar outcome or similar impact, like
Okay.
microwave and all them things, the rules and for them things that will carry more radiation and them things are more than even the 5G them. So I think it's a subjective argument still. I don't think there is any concrete, nothing written in stones that we can really allude to,
Yeah, man.
point to.
I'm glad I said that,
No,
right?
Well,
there are
the
studies on
FM
it though, EMF.
frequency, was implemented before microwave, and when
So
the FM frequency landed, we had the pandemic of the swine flu.
so
So
I'm
they
so
speaking.
never
I'm
they
speaking. I'm
never
Well,
speaking. I'm
informed
speaking
the public.
specifically. I'm thinking specifically about the 5G still. But even if
oh,
we go
okay.
back there, even if we look back at the FM frequency still, there always been some amount of radiation where we're exposed to. Where if we were to say these frequencies are the radiation where come up on them thing that cause disease and all them things there, we'd have to ask the question or beg the question why other radiation or sources of radiation are cause similar thing. And I think so also with the body being an electromagnetic field,
Right.
I think there are ways where the body correct itself if you're actually um subjecting yourself to the right elements amount of nature still, like sunlight and them things there still.
Okay. That is a very, very good point. But the thing is this, though, and this is why I agree a little bit with skeptic, because I do understand what he's saying. But first of all, there's been many studies on the electromagnetic field and how it affects tissues, right? But Mr. Vegas, to what you just said, right, which is true, there are certain things that you can do to actually help your body replenish. But the thing is, we have to take into consideration now, right, that we are exposing children to a lot of it. Every child have a cell phone, every child have a tablet. Right.
Okay.
So the beginning age of mobile phone, right? Basically, it decreased rapidly. Now, elementary school children are using phones, and so basically their exposure to EMF is also increasing. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you see what I'm saying. So and a lot of the symptoms of this, right? And there have been several studies of this. Lots of these symptoms it includes stress headache, tiredness, anxiety, them can't learn, ADHD, them it impairment of cognitive functions basically, right? And very, very poor concentration. And this is the same thing that they're exposed to with microwave radiation. It's the same thing that is emitted by the mobile phones. Go ahead.
Let's say that is a cogent argument still.
It is the truth.
It's still a situation where is the argument or the objective reasoning on hold on 1 second. Where's the objective reasoning to say these type of radiation causes diseases and stuff like that?
Because
that argument is gonna.
Yes,
yeah, but something affecting the cell doesn't mean that there's gonna be an outbreak.
It does.
Like
they
a
have
swine.
studies
No,
on it.
this one I'm saying. No, this what I'm saying. No.
Yeah.
There's no radiation that they have detected, or that they have evidence of that caused a swine flu outbreak, or a COVID or anything like that. People come up with these arguments, right? So that is the point I'm making.
Okay.
Understand me? I do understand that there are certain, like the sunlight. For example, us as African, we are supposed to be living closer to the equator based on the melanin in our skin and the texture of the skin and stuff like that. So we are supposed, because the sun is at that side. So because of the melanin in our skin, basically, is to protect us from the ray of the sun. So when we go into colder places and not getting enough sunlight, then we're short of vitamin D and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So the sunlight and all of them things there, and the elements amount of nature will correct the body from these radiation that we are exposed to. But some of the things then becomes toxic because we're not like the children we mentioned with the cell phones and all of them things and so forth and so on, and television and all of them things there. The children them now get to play outside again in the sun. Nobody now walk from school again, exercise and all of them things, which is essential to repairing the body, and none of those things are not being done anymore.
Okay, so let me say this, right, because I'm glad all you guys spoke, right?
Right.
As it relates to 5G, when we talk about the frequency used, it's the 30 gigahertz to the 300 gigahertz, right?
Right.
Extremely high frequency.
Extremely high.
Wow.
That's right.
And here's what's going on with the reasoning, though, right? Here's what's going on with the reasoning. At the time of COVID, there wasn't a single 5G macro cell that was transmitting 5G, right? And here's the thing. To the extent that we now have 5G, of all the wireless technologies that we've ever had, 5G is CFS. And here's why. Usually when we design these RF networks, we have sectors, alpha, beta, gamma, and we just blast indiscriminately frequency in those sectors. 5G uses a technology called beamforming. And with 5G, if you are not in a particular coverage zone with a device that's talking to the network, nothing is being transmitted. And I'll say this without a doubt, because I've done these deployments.
Yeah.
There was no 5G equipment to be used in any meaningful sense at the time of
during the COVID pandemic. You're right. 100% right on that.
I agree with
that. It was an argument that people put forward out of
yes,
without no evidence base, you know.
But
Right.
guys, listen to me. Even though I don't agree with the COVID and the swine flu part, right? EMF does influence the metabolic process in the human body. It does.
Miss Julia,
Yes.
Miss Julia, based on the concentration, right? So you saw we
Based on the
designed
concentration, right?
right. So you saw we designed these RF networks.
Yes.
All of these radios can only transmit a certain amount of power. See? And
Right.
predicated on the power that these RF devices are able to transmit, none of it is remotely close to where it would adversely impact the human body. And all of these arguments that we've had is abstract, independent of the application in the cellular industry. All of these research.
I think also what is a bigger danger, or what is more detrimental to especially Africans, is not even these radiations that they're so afraid of, that they speak on. I think the climate where some of us as Africans are living in, is totally poisonous to the body, because that is we have a high rate of cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, all of them things there in the black community, the African community, because most of these people are not exposed to the elements that's supposed to replenish the body and stuff like that.
Yeah, and what I want to say also is that causation is not tantamount.
Right.
I mean, correlation
is not tantamount to causation.
So,
right.
And that's why we have to be very efficacious with our reasoning and stress tests when it comes to these things that we hear. And the truth of it is that if you apply a certain amount of power to the millimeter waves, they can be problematic. But based on how we design them in the RF world, they're far from being impactful. And here's the thing.
I remember when people were.
For you, Lalibela. That's my question for you, though, because this is the thing. That is true. When they create these devices individually, right? Mm-hmm. They are not in. They don't emit enough to really affect our organs and our tissues, even though we know that it can damage the biological tissues, right, and induce changes. But when you are exposed, right, to radar, also the communication equipment, also the mobile phone base station, also the high voltage lines, also any kind of radio TV transmitter, also any kind of electrical equipment at home, also any microwave. Yeah.
Miss Julie.
Yeah.
Did you know that going into the sun at a certain time of the day is more detrimental than all of the things that you just spoke about?
I understand that.
And we have people that especially back in the days before we have all of these technologies, we had people that work throughout the day and exposed to the sun rays, and when the sun is at its highest peak.
Right.
Can I say something?
But hold on,
I am
finish
Mr. Vegas. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, make him finish.
No. Go ahead, man. Just make a note. Say, some of these things that we point out, I think they're even less dangerous. I don't even come close to certain elements when I educate.
I disagree.
On which part of it?
I'll tell you why I disagree. I disagree because right now, in the world that we're living in, we're not just exposed to one of these things, we're exposed to all of these things. And the air quality is also bad, and the water quality is also bad, and the food that we're eating is also bad. So it's not like as if we're back in the day when things were healthier.
No. I'm not arguing that. I'm not talking. I'm speaking specifically about the radiation that we always throw around that causes causes disease and stuff there. What you just said a while ago about pollution and the food contamination and all them things there, I totally agree with that. Those are major factors that is more detrimental to the human.
And that's why that's why it's important.
You guys are not listening.
Miss Julia, that's why it's important for us to really say make the person land, and then we can just go through. But go through, Miss Julia.
What I'm saying
we can clearly understand their argument,
What I'm trying to say to everybody, what nobody's not getting, is that everything works together. It either works together for good or it works together for bad. The fact that we are exposed to all of these things at the same time, and our body can't heal properly because the air that we breathe, because oxygen is supposed to help to clean our blood, the water we drink is supposed to help to clean our blood. The fact that we are exposed to all of these chemicals in the foods, the air, everything, plus all of these devices does not help. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And what I am saying is,
Yeah.
we have to be very careful as many of us are well researched, or many of you guys are well researched, even more. Lalabella sounds more knowledgeable on some of these subject matters, and Imhotep and yourself, Miss Julia, and other people, maybe more cognizant of these areas of study, right? But what I'm saying is, though, that we're very careful when we posit information about what like 5G caused the COVID outbreak,
Yeah, no,
and
that
I
is
did
food.
the
I don't
studies
believe
on that
that.
too,
Yeah.
and that was not no 5G
Right.
was up and running during that
Right.
time.
Right.
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 And
You
I
see
was
me I
not
say, and
saying that.
another argument about the FM frequencies,
Right.
the next
That was
argument
not
of the
my
FM
argument
right. So I'm
at
arguing
all.
on that basis. I'm not
Okay.
arguing the fact that there is
Okay.
contamination, the fact that there is pollution, the fact that there is all of these things that, of course, if
Right.
you put them together, yeah,
Right.
they're going to be detrimental to the human body.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It's just like if
Right.
you if you eat certain amount of food and you eat it in moderation, it may not trouble you, but if you know
Right.
overdo it, it may mess with you. So that's the angle I'm reasoning and from
Right. And I
still.
agree with
Right.
that angle. I agree with
Right.
that.
The other
Well,
point I
well,
wanted
well.
to
I have a experience with a friend of mine who built FM transmitters, and he have the antenna inside the room where whenever I test the transmitter, it's right there, and that man died from cancer all over his body.
Okay,
You know what I
so guess
mean?
what? Guess what? I work in the
And
cellular industry, right?
yeah,
I've built and designed and deployed the largest microwave network in America, the first 4G network
mm,
in America. Likewise, the same for 5G, right? I am here. May have told you afterwards. As far as I am concerned, I'm healthy. This is the industry that I'm in. It's highly regulated. It's highly researched. We were benchmark testing 5G from 2012, right? And it just started
mm,
getting deployed the other day. So the truth of it is, brother, we do extensive research. And when I was young and I was doing things like calculus, I didn't understand the value of applied calculus until I go into
Right.
the professional world. I'm start realizing that's where it's important. I used to laugh after the little business students and the applied
I
calculus.
say,
I thought they weren't
what
smart
that
enough.
for?
No,
Right.
no, I
But
thought they
question,
weren't smart.
Lalibela. Was it Huawei that brought in 5G into America?
Well, Huawei. Here, I'm glad you asked the question,
Right.
because here what Huawei owns the majority of 5G patents, right?
Yes, they do.
America knew that, and somehow they, I mean, it's just politics, right? Or whatever you want to call it. So they wanted to find a way to prevent Huawei from getting a monopoly in America. The thing is that every company that deploys 5G has to pay or get rights from Huawei. In
Right.
2012, they just invested heavily in 5G. And before that, like the newer technologies like beamforming and so forth, that's making 5G extremely good. Samsung pioneered a lot of those. I was working for Samsung at that time, and the Chinese just came and just eat up everybody lunch. You
That's
see me, I
true.
say? And
Lalabella,
mm,
Lalabella.
mm. Go ahead.
Um, I get it that we have to be politically correct because, especially a lot of stuff that I mentioned here, I know they don't want it in the public domain. You're familiar with the company Altec?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, they are the major player in actually installing all the ELF technology. I won't say much on it, but people must understand if we we are being manipulated in more ways than most people will understand, and in so much ways that there is technology right now that is doing a lot of DNA sequencing It's doing a lot of DNA and RNA sequencing that a lot of people don't even know. But it's out there. But I understand we have to be politically correct, and I get it, and that's all I will say. I will move
I
on.
But tell you this,
I'm thinking here, skeptic.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I'm listening.
What's up, Mr. Vegas?
He's muted again. Mr. Vegas, unmute so you can talk. We can't hear you.
I was gonna say, like in future wars, they're
Right.
gonna use frequency,
But
a lot of frequency.
listen, Lalibela, I found the papers. Now, first of all, let me just make this disclaimer. I was not trying to say that I was not trying to say that EMF caused the swine flu or caused COVID. That's not what I was saying, right? But I love to read these papers. Now, here it is I found. Now, what you're saying, Lalibela, is right. Here it is. Some studies have shown that microwave exposure failed to induce a detectable genotoxic effect by itself, right? But they have reported interference with DNA repair mechanisms, okay? At the same time, men carrying phones in their pockets or on their belts, and therefore most of adverse effects of the EMF are seen in their reproductive organs. Okay.
Right.
And now it says here, Serafiminesh et al. Showed that exposure to RF EMF produces increases in testicular proteins in adults that are related to carcinogenic risk and reproductive damage. Now, they also discuss the effects of EMFs on female infertility. Okay, there it is. Goldaber et al. Reported a significant increase in fetal abnormalities and spontaneous abortions in pregnant women exposed to EMF. Many of these effects may occur because of the hormonal changes due to the EMF. There it is, right there. And I love reading these things. So everything what I was saying it was not about the swine flu or whatever, but what I was saying was the exposure to EMF. We cannot get around it, even though they make these devices with not enough harm for one device, which is what they legally have to do. The fact is, we're not just exposed to one device in our home. We're exposed to all of them, and sometimes more than one. And now we're exposing our kids with them.
All right.
That's all I was saying.
Do remember, you see the oxygen when we walk around and breathe,
right?
That is water itself. It's like we're walking in a river. And when they drop a single frequency in that river, it causes, just like you fling a stone in a river, and you see that ripple effect, that is when they change the frequency in that same water that we breathe.
So here's why I don't have a problem with what you've just
what I read.
Julia.
What you saying about what I read, Lalibela?
So here's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Clearly, I have to be able to glean the methodology, right?
Right.
And that will inform in regard to, and first, they qualify their statement by saying some research, right?
That's true.
So the methodology matters, and the individual or the institution that fund the research inform the research also, right? So if I were to see the methodology, it might make sense, and I might then say that in the real world, that application is far from even the norm. And that's what I was saying, that when I was younger and I loved mathematics and I was doing calculus and everything, I never understood why people had to get the watered down version.
Right.
But in the real world, right, when you design a cellular network, you've got to design it based on a certain limited amount of power.
Right.
And you've got to design a network so that power can feed all of the equipment. So you see, if I were to apply every possible amount of power available, RF would be extremely bad, 5 millimeter wave flavor, right?
Right.
So the methodology of some research will matter.
I'm happy. I'm happy you said that, Lalibela, because the methodology is important, because we have to know who they did the studies on to.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What species and what race and everything that takes into consideration, and we have to check to how much radiation the person was exposed to. You understand
Yes,
me? I say
exactly,
all of them
That
things
exactly.
have
is
to be,
true.
All of that.
and is yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out the sum, which is essential to people. Because the only reason why they put some there is because there are other research
Thank
that
you,
will
sir.
counter that
That is
argument.
true too.
Exactly,
That is true. That is
exactly.
true as well. That is true as
So
And,
well.
we have to really look at the wording
real
of
talk,
the
real
article
That
talk.
is true. That is true. But
before
it doesn't. That that
we can
that.
present it still. But it's
But
not. I'm not saying
it's negative.
it's not. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
Okay.
It's not the case. I'm not saying
Right.
one or the
Exactly,
other.
exactly,
I would have to look at the peer
exactly,
review. I would have to look at the
exactly.
source
Right.
and
Thank you,
what
sir.
other article this
Thank you.
person are the persons have written
Yeah,
are
man.
put forward. You
Real
understand what
talk,
I say? Because
real
some,
talk.
as
Right.
you say, some of these researches are sponsored.
Thank you, sir.
Um,
Well, this is from the
and
National Library of
so
Medicine. So this
right,
book
but it
here is
can
the
still be
National Library of Medicine. Yeah.
You
it can
see,
still be
yeah,
it
of
can it
course.
can have an independent researcher
Exactly.
or scientist that
Always,
is going to, you understand what I say?
always.
So but again the thing is we have to know who the study was conducted on.
Facts.
What race are people, if we want to call
Right.
people a
Facts.
race,
No, it's
stuff
real
like that.
talk.
Because
It's
some
real
things
talk.
that affect the Europeans
Thank you.
in some
Yes.
else. So we have to be
Yes.
Yeah, man,
we have to
definitely.
really
And we have to
we
look
have
uh,
to
at
go
uh,
back
the
and check.
the
Real talk.
methodology as well.
all
And
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, 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 yeah.
Real
Because
can
talk.
I say?
remember, I know.
Can I say?
Remember, I know.
Yeah,
One
all
second,
right.
for
Yeah.
me. Some of these things that we see on the internet are some of the things that we come across. Like radiation. People get crazy about this and that and microwave and this and that and that, but they don't know who the study or what race of people the study was
Thank you,
done on.
sir.
Because
Yep.
remember,
Yep.
some people they do have more resistance, or the
Yes.
body is more, some people body more prone, are more susceptible to certain things.
Real
You
talk.
understand the message? So I have to be very careful of that. And it comes to even the point.
Facts.
But go ahead and make a point, General, before me even divert to the
All right.
first part of the
You
argument.
know. All right. Throughout history, there's some big theaters where they have philharmonic orchestra where people
Mm-hmm.
go sit and listen opera music and different type of music, and there's a certain seat that is empty, and the reason why that seat is empty is that people who sit in that seat, they have to call the ambulance. And the reason why they have to call the ambulance is that all the frequency of the music is centered to that seat. All the frequency of the instrument and everything that is vibrating directed to that seat. And that person that's sitting there get into hysterical vibration that they have to call the paramedic.
Convulsion. Yeah, convulsion. Yeah, real talk.
Well, that's possible because I remember so them used to use the flute and them things and people, about sound wave
And
no,
and
you
yes,
break up bad,
vibration
QB. You break up bad, bad, bad. Bad, bad, bad. You break up bad.
can you hear me? Can you hear me
yeah,
now?
in them location. Yeah, we're here
Can you hear
now.
me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Subi.
No,
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
say
yeah,
when I
good.
say them think they possibly, and remember to, the person when wire the room can direct the sound to bounce off at a certain part of the room. Um, and when it comes down to sound waves and them thing that when them use and heal people, stuff
Yep.
and back in the days and stuff like that. So even in church, when you go to church, you see some people getting out of the spirit and run up and down. Notice the type of music that is playing. You see me I say?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, that can be very true. Um,
And
but
that is frequency.
yeah, of course, it's frequency, but it doesn't like I could go and sit in that seat and nothing happen to me. That may I say, so may I say, it depends on who go sit on the seat. So may I say, it's not everybody that frequency will impact the same way.
Right.
It's a may I say, it's like some black people can't go into the sun, and some black people can stay under the sun all day. It's a matter because when the sun is at its highest peak and the radiation coming from the sun or the sun ray, it's a matter it affects some people differently. Some people, black people do get skin cancer too from the sun too, and depends. It's a matter because everybody interbreed and everybody mix up now still, but So there are some instances where, the researcher, the scientists, or whoever, we have to look at the methodology and how they conducted the research. So even with that, what they just said about people go sitting in the seat and how it impact that person. A different person depends on who they put in the seat, where the sound. Like us Africans,
I agree with you,
case in point, us Africans. Yeah, if you see when how we behave when music plays, even at the dance hall when music sweet, we get a different vibration. When the music sweet, you understand? When in the church and when the drums are beat and the piano goes up, is it impact us in a certain way. You see, I say compared to, even if you look at modern music, right, the contemporary type of music, it's a different. It impacts you differently. Now people are more like into, it not really get them dancing. If you go to a stage show now, and people don't even know scientifically, why the people now move a stage show again? Why the people now dance a stage show again? The frequency changes, the music the vibration changes to the point where people not feel like they cannot. Is that them can't cheat it? They can't
We're
fake
talking
it
like a
unless
shift
they
in
go
Mr. Vegas.
right. Unless you trick them, or unless you stick them up and say, "Yo, Aluna, re, Aluna, this." Like when it's a Cape Town on the stage now. Cape Town cannot just go out there and sing a normal show, especially it's in the diaspora. You understand what I say? Is a different vibration. Is the type of music where the people are being exposed to now. So people don't understand. So enough of them sure where they see people them stand up and look upon people, It's because the sound wave and them thing that change. You understand what I say? So it now hit
Me
them
not lie
and
still, Cape Town fasting. Me not lie, him
Yeah,
hold the
him
frequency.
took it. Of course, him
Him
took
hold
it.
the
Him took it.
frequency.
That was
yeah,
clean
yeah,
and
yeah,
Him
yeah,
hold the
yeah, yeah,
frequency.
yeah,
Him
yeah, yeah.
maintain it.
100% clean.
But look at this. But look at this. Cape Town work and everybody else, when you look at everybody else's performance and look at the audience. You understand what I say? So what I say is, if Cape Town is and Cape Town is a smart person, just don't think Cape Town is not really up there. If you look at his reasoning, his intellect is up there. Yes, I say, so notice what I do. Him stick them up. All of them man, them are about, go so, do so, yes, sir.
Yeah, he
You
has to
understand
work
what I say?
more. Yeah, he has
Yeah,
to work
yeah,
more.
he has to is what am I to do for you even stick them up and
It's a
you
part
might
of
go
the
out there
frequency.
and you sing your
It's a
best
part
and
of the
you sing with your
vibration.
heart and your soul, of course. You understand me? I say. So watch this now. Back in the days, as the rhythm plays, so everybody start get crazy. Just you just say pum, 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 and the whole people them start get mad already. So by the time Tiger them come on, by the time Ninja Man them come on, the place some mash up already. Just walk. Ninja used to just walk on the stage and the place bust. You understand me? I say.
But my
So
boss, let me tell you something. You see, when you open your mouth and you start to speak, you let out vibration and frequency. Cape Town, I study Cape Town all throughout the years. And him learned that from, I don't remember the artist who him learned from, for introduce in song. The introduction of your song, because remember, you deal with vibration and instrument, So whatever you say out of your mouth, towards the
but
people
he
that
has
are mold
Even
mastered
them.
even before that, though. Even
he has mastered how to get the people them to react in a time where the frequency change. He has mastered that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
The
think you
even
understand it now.
frequency,
before,
the
even
frequency
hold
has
on,
It's a
the guy
different
changed.
that just
paradigm we're
spoke.
living on right now. The whole thing changed.
Yeah,
People
it's a
people
paradigm shift, and
Who
and
just
and and the thing is, it's not a subject that
the
I'll
paradigm shift? Yeah,
expound on it. But
but
do you know that when you go to a stage show, do you know that people are actually looking at each other if they are moving before they move? If they look
Group
at you and
thing.
you're not moving, they're not moving. If they
That's
look
group
so
think.
around and they see other people not moving, they're not moving. You
Mike,
understand me? I
That's
say,
group thinkers.
Michael, what were you just saying? Your name is Mike, right? Who was just talking? Mike, or was it? What was your name, sir? Lion Man. So Lion Man,
Yeah,
even
yeah, yeah, yeah,
before,
yeah,
yeah,
Lion Man, yeah.
Lion Man. Sorry about that. So even before you open your mouth, there's also a thing called thought vibration. So sometimes people can actually sense your thoughts as well too. So you don't only
right.
emit vibration just by speaking. But I just want to
Mm.
say one last thing, Lalibela. So even though something is proved, right, and there's not that many studies, we can't negate the fact of the possibility. Though the probability might be lower than the study might suggest, right? As you say, because it says some studies, We can't just throw out the baby with the bathwater and say, you know what, it can never happen, or it will never happen, because the possibility is still there, even though the probability is low. Agreed?
Okay, I agree with you.
Well,
Right?
agreed.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Wavy check me the one him say a little thing quick.
Let me just say this real quick.
Yeah.
So Miss Julia.
Yes.
You see, before I started to get involved in 5G,
yes,
I was hearing the same concerns, right? And because I knew that I was going to have to get involved in it, clearly I had to do my research, right?
Right.
And for example, I'm sure you guys are seeing that Elon Musk is launching his satellites into orbits, right? And we
so
know
you know I'm not talking about 5G, right? You know I'm talking about the EMF, the electromagnetic fields on the
Because
whole.
the earth is governed by EMF.
But
the whole earth is governed by EMF.
Right. So I'm just talking to Lalibela. So you know I'm talking about all the exposure to different EMF. I'm not talking about 5G, I'm not talking about swine flu, and I'm not talking about COVID. So I don't want anybody to conflate what I'm saying anymore. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about exposure to EMF, right?
So since we talk about power, since we talk about frequency, right? Waves, right?
Right.
I know that the amount of power being transmitted matters, right? So I'm not so unless I were to look at the amount of power, the amount of watts,
right,
or decibels, or whatever unit of measure we're talking about, that will impact how efficacious the study is.
Right. So, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yes. So in theory, like Mr. Vegas was saying, we're not in a position where we can dispute what you're saying.
Right.
And we wouldn't even try.
Okay.
All right. Can I say?
That's it. Go ahead.
All right. So wait. I mean, I know I joined late, so I don't want to I'm not like completely caught up to speed, right? But what are we talking about? 5G and the electromagnetic waves that come off of it? Is that what we're talking about?
We're right. We're reasoning on your topic, then, Robert. We're speaking about the radiation or different
talking about the electromagnetic field.
So let me say two things, right? So to the first thing I wanted to I think Skeptic was talking. I wanted to piggyback off of that when we talk about frequency. In the 1500s, right? They had this thing in Europe called the dance plague, where thousands and thousands of people just picked up and started dancing, and they literally kept on dancing until they dropped down out of exhaustion and died.
That's true.
And that shit was happening for like hundreds of years, for like 300 to 400 years, in random different parts of Europe. Hundreds of people would just get up, start dancing endlessly until they died. So, the frequency is definitely there. And now to talk about the 5G and stuff like that, there's two types of radiation, if I'm not mistaken. There's ionized and there's non-ionized. And when it comes to the Wi-Fi, there's short range and there's long range. So the energy, the power that's emitted out of our Wi-Fi radios, especially like to 2G, like 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz bands, the amount of ionized radiation that comes out of it is very low. There's been a lot of long-term studies that show that there has been no conclusive evidence that the radiation that's coming out of our 5G phones will cause any type of damage. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. If people are really worried about 5G, they should really consider this. 2G, it released more radiation than 5G did. And
I'm glad you said that.
Yes, that is true.
2G and 3G
That's what I said earlier. Yeah.
That is true.
2G and 3G actually exposed our bodies to more radiation.
That's true.
That's something to consider.
Yeah. So I was not. So again, I was not talking about 5G.
Lalibela. Before we speak to Skeptic, Robert, and that's why I mentioned beamforming, right? That 5G is the most efficient network we've ever designed. Right.
And the main thing is that the waves that come out of like the cell phones and all that is not ionized. It's not ionized waves. And those waves are those are not really strong enough to really penetrate the body and do damage.
Right. But you can
Lalibela, can I ask you a question? How did this 5G argument come up? Where did 5G come up? Who mentioned 5G?
I think Lionman brought it up, right?
Oh, okay.
No, man, Lionman was saying that there are arguments out there that alluded to it causing the COVID outbreak.
I missed that part. Okay, that's why I was confused. Go ahead.
And Robert,
you did conflate two different networks, 5G and Wi-Fi, but your point still nonetheless is taken, right?
So, but 5G and Wi-Fi. So, look, for example, 5G and Wi-Fi is based on the same thing. So the difference between 5G is like has a shorter range. So the higher the transmit rate, the lower the transmit range is.
So hold on. You have 2.4 gigahertz, 500 gigahertz, 6 gigahertz, and then now we're getting ready to put out 7 gigahertz, right? Millimeter wave, 300 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz. They're similar in that they're frequencies, but they're totally different technologies.
Different frequencies on the radio band.
Different modulations also. Totally different modulation, right?
Bella.
Would you agree? Would you agree though that the 2.5 range is further and penetrates farther than the 5 gigahertz does?
Of course, definitely.
And the 5 gigahertz transmits more speed than the 2 gigahertz.
Yeah. So the channels for 5G are wider.
Exactly.
But they don't propagate as far as 2.4 gigahertz. But 2.4 gigahertz has lots of interference-related issues because most of our cellular phones back in the day,
cordless phones,
microwaves, and so forth, right? So when we design these Wi-Fi networks, depending on where you are, we factor in, is that brick, is that we have to factor in all of those kind of things, and then we determine, do we use 2.4 gigahertz for this device, 5 gigahertz,
how many walls, etc., etc.
Right.
Well, let me just say one more thing. Skeptic, also consider this: just by standing next to a tree, you're exposed to radiation.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that. What I want you guys to understand is the way you guys know the internet as it is now. All of that is going to change.
Yes,
and Lala Bella, you can back me up in saying the internet is going to change. Right now, it is transitioning into spatial web, which is Web 3.
Yeah, Web 3.0, yeah.
Yeah, so Web 3 is a complete different beast.
Yeah, it's going to be. See how Internet 1.0 and 2.0 was like Google.
It's a complete different beast.
3.0 is more AI based.
Electromagnetism that is coming from with this thing, it's going to be. It is going to be outerworldly. It is going to actually bring us towards becoming more interstellar. And this is why Elon Musk is shooting off so much Starlink in space, because the Starlink is going to be binded to the ELF technology. The ELF technology is going to be bound to the L17A. The L17A is basically all the lighting mechanism. When you guys see all the blue lights and the various different color lighting system, that's the L17A, which is basically the DNA sequencing, the protein sequencing lighting mechanism, right? So everything is going to be connected. We're going to be augmented in the cloud. So basically, the technology that is coming here is all going to be augment us towards the brain interface.
Right. You know, Skeptic, we're saying the same things, but we're speaking different languages, right? And I totally agree with you, but we're saying the same thing. I'm with you. You know, augmented AI, MR, and VR, right? It's gonna be a whole different paradigm. It's like, think about it. Before 2009, right? We couldn't fathom Instagram, mobile, Facebook, and all of the technologies here before 4G. Not until everything changed when you had mobile broadband, and the changes that will come with Web 3.0 will be exponentially more significant, and within reason we can't necessarily fathom it. I know we spoke about
we're gonna live in the industrial metaverse.
Yeah, man, real talk. See, and you can look at it. And Mr. Vegas could speak to certain social behaviors now that's gonna even then force us to want to live in the metaverse, because we're becoming so
isolated.
Yes, and not
that's
agreeable, right? Not agreeable.
Yeah.
And think about it though, right? I've never seen a Bob Marley performance before. Now, when you tell me that you could simulate what amounts to Bob Marley,
a hologram, yeah.
Yeah, and even beyond a hologram, you can simulate my being at the One Love concert, where I literally can sense being there.
Yes. You put on your head. They have it now in a Lalibela. They have it now. You can put your headset on now and actually go to concerts. That's right. They
Miss
have
Julia,
it now.
my son have a little thing there, and when I go on him thing, I say, yo, what the hell is going on here?
I have it
And
too.
yeah, that's why I'm
I
so
have the
intrigued by what Apple is
Oculus.
coming out with.
Yeah, I have the Oculus, right? And
I'm gonna share this with you guys. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is.
There goes Robert.
So don't quote me on it.
yeah, I have the Oculus. I have the Oculus.
Hold on. I don't know how true it is, so don't quote me on it.
Go ahead.
I've heard something that and allegedly. Let me put allegedly.
It's okay. We get the conditions.
We get it. We get it.
Let me put allegedly. All right.
Robert, I have the same headset. Yeah. Go ahead.
Allegedly, it is said that it seems like Bob Marley is on the cryogenics freezer.
Say again.
It's Bob Marley is on the cryogenic freezer.
It's not far-fetched.
Hold up, real quick. So wait, are we saying that Starlink is a bad thing or a good thing?
It's a good thing.
Oh, because I was gonna say, less than only 35% of Africa has access to the internet. Starlink is gonna solve that problem.
So Facebook is currently solving that already, but I agree with you.
But we don't want it to be a monopoly, right? We need competition, right?
Listen, you know me, right?
Starlink is going to be great for people in Africa because they don't have the infrastructure to give internet access to the billion plus people that's there. So Starlink is going to be great for Africa.
Yeah, right. The only concern that I have with Starlink, right, is the many satellites that are going to be in orbit. And we're talking about Elon Musk, who is not necessarily known to do complete thoughts. And we're currently seeing issues with Starlink. So we're talking like over 40,000 satellites.
Yeah, but he got FAA approval. So, and even the government, the U.S. government is taking contracts for Starlink. So clearly they think it's viable.
Yeah, man. My brother is at the Cape Canaveral, right? And Starlink is there, and Starlink is at a lot of military venues. But that doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, we're talking about the government. Right, so they're researching. It's R&D, but Elon Musk, he's not a thorough person when it comes to following through.
But it's not like he's doing the science. He's hiring people way smarter than him to do it. But wait, let's push back on what Skeptic just said. So Skeptic.
Well, let me finish. Basically, when you said Lalabella that it's going to be beyond hologram, what they're saying that a lot of these stars that has passed on, right? Yes. They were able to actually capture their consciousness, and they're presently in cryogenic state. Disney is actually in cryogenic state. So a lot of the people.
Oh, you mean Walt Disney?
Yeah, that's proven to be a myth, though.
Yeah, so a lot of the people are coming back in synthetic form as soon as we get our brain interface.
So here's what I'm going to say. Regardless if they have them in cryogenics or not, I think we have enough meta data. Look at even Bob Marley. There's enough information out there about Bob Marley that when they get to that age of technology where we can actually simulate Bob Marley as if he were real, we won't be able to distinguish the difference. And I was going to say that the fiber optic network that they're building in Jamaica is a wonderful thing because all of these technologies will need 5G and greater level of fidelity for a lot of stuff. Look at the electric vehicles, right?
It's a good point you just make, Lalibel, and I just start to cut you. I just wanted to add to it quickly. What you just said is the real case. The amount of information that is out there on Bob Marley and information that we're not privy to as yet. I remember people buying information and all them things, because they have their futuristic plans, how they're going to use this information. So we are going to see people like AI forward with also Michael Jackson, a new Michael Jackson, or a rebirth Michael Jackson.
That's dope, no?
And there will be information. That Michael Jackson say, oh, yo, I'm said that in a 2027. I'm said that in a 2030. Yo, the man a live star. You see me I say?
Yeah.
When When in truth, you have AI we can sound like Michael Jackson. You have AI right now we can use and record music right now. I tell you, say, me and Drake do a song.
Of course.
So may I say?
Oh, yeah.
So that is what is going to really happen. Still, there's not that info. They have stored any consciousness from anyone, based on my understanding or my knowledge. So may I say? Nobody capture nobody information or knowledge or whatever it is.
So if you think about it, right? AI and that shit that you're talking about is just a developed version of what already exists. Because think about it.
Thank you.
What did man do in order to preserve his will, his thoughts, his emotions? He wrote books. He made constitutions. He made statues. He made music. He made art. All of those things were a way to immortalize yourself. Was a way to immortalize. It was a way to immortalize your thoughts, your will. Like, like the Constitution is literally a living document that was made hundreds of years ago by people who are already long gone. But they put their soul into that shit, right? No pun intended. But so let me finish the point. So the point is that I think that the concept of being able to like use AI and AR and all that stuff to bring quote unquote dead people back is actually a dope thing, because like, I'll give you an example. Look at Albert Einstein, right? Albert Einstein died relatively young. Imagine if he lived to another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, whether physically or in the AI space. Imagine how much more contributions he could have contributed to humanity, or just other people like Biggie Smalls or Tupac or Bob Marley. You get what I'm saying? Like if they had a way when they were alive to preserve their thoughts.
Music is gonna get to a point where we're gonna be in the club listening to Bob Marley, them new music, or some Bob Marley singing music to us.
But Subi, I'm 1,000% sure that there are going to be laws that come out to govern AI, because AI is going to be like the new wild beast, and it's just no way that they're going to just allow AI to.
Yeah, they already are working on that.
They already clamp down on it. Some record label will not accept any music from that is made from AI, and in the school they're trying to stop from doing work. Yeah, man.
Mr. Vegas, you're getting ready to remaster a song, right?
Right.
You're going to be able to do a lot more than that. I will be able to use technology to go to your first concert.
Man.
Yeah, use the headset.
And when I go there, things are going to be so fluent that I won't be able to tell the past from the present and the future, as a forth, right?
That's
and
right.
Yeah, I think that is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. That's what's going to happen.
It's already
blow people's mind.
Guys, it's already in development. Let me tell you something. What and I can tell you this now because I didn't get the patent. Okay, so I'm pissed off about it. So just had more money than me. So last year, right, when I got my headset the year before, but it just came out, the Oculus. I got the newer one, right? So last year, I came up with this app, and I have all the documentation for it, which is called Remember, right? So basically how it works is you upload pictures of your deceased loved ones and videos of them, right? And basically you put on the headset, you put on a suit that I actually put in the description of it that is actually vibration. So when the person touches you, you actually feel like as if the person touched you, right? And you can actually go in for a kiss, and you can actually experience the person. So the person is there. So it's so you create basically from your memories, and not from your memories, but from your pictures and from your videos, and you can upload like your favorite place that you used to go with the person, and you can basically have a time with your deceased loved one, right? No, I even went as far, because we were working on this for like 5 months. I even went as far as say, okay, you cannot run this app for mental health. You cannot run this app for more than say 3 hours a week, right? Because you don't want people who are actually in grief, who don't want to let go, to keep going back into that thing. So I actually had to do that legally. Let me tell you something. It cost a lot of money to even get that far. Okay, so we were working on that and everything like that, and I did not get the patent because somebody else was creating. So I tried other versions and said, okay, with the suit, they don't have the suit. They have the idea, right? and but they don't have the suit. So the suit part, the eye touch suit now, where it can actually, where whenever the person reaches out to you, depending on how hard they touch is depending on how much the suit vibrates at wherever they touch you. So you can actually experience them again. You can actually sit with them on the park bench. You can actually go for a walk with your loved ones, right? So that is still them saying to me, Julia, you're wasting money now, because you keep going after these different iterations, and the prior art, that's what they call it, the prior art is already there. You know about patents and all that stuff, right? So anyhow, so that is being developed. So everything that you guys just said, they're actually working on it, and I found that out because I developed my own thing, and I spent a shameful amount of money, which I will not disclose, and got not, but paid.
Well, what I will tell you guys, I will tell you guys is AI is not artificial intelligence. AI is alien intelligence. AI is here for our evolution. Okay, it's not man-made. It is from it is from species from another galaxy.
Do you have any empirical evidence to support your claim?
Tell us something, skeptic. Come on.
Well, that is contrary to what I did a AI course the other day, and that is kind of contrary to what I ascertained still.
AI is
I mean, no evidence. Me no evidence to say it's from another species. As this, me no say man have to implement, everything right for it really work,
So here's how I was giving.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason why Sam Altman had to leave OpenAI the other day. There's a reason why the head of Google had to resign. A matter of fact, he submit his resignation because he's saying whatever program is being put in this stuff, he did not program it. It's actually have a mind of its own, right? Those were quote unquote his words.
Right. So skeptic, not to cut your wisdom, but where is Sam Altman now?
Exactly.
Well, he went back because they none of them have the information that he has.
Yeah,
so they were
but
compelled.
the point is
They were
he's back at
compelled
OpenAI.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying the point is he's still back there now. He left
Yeah,
for a
because
couple of days and he's back now.
yeah, their house said it. Their house said him because they were saying that he wasn't giving them the information. He wasn't upfront with them, but they were forced to take him back because he's the only one who is privy to the information.
Skeptic. It's like what Kenzie just wrote in the box, though. Like the reason why some of y'all would even assume that is alien technology is because you don't understand how AI works. But AI is very similar to what Google is doing. It's just literally just doing the search for you. It's not really like it's nothing really. It's not that like advanced in a way, because like AI makes a lot of mistakes still. The other day, I was applying for a job and I had AI write the resume for me. It did not do a great job.
It's not AGI yet, and it's certainly not ASI yet.
Right,
but no one is right now. Chat GPT is at what 3.0 right now, and it still has a lot of work that it needs to do.
4.0.
So skeptic. The father of AI was it 1954? So he came on the scene. No, not came on the scene, but was researching heavily into machine learning and so forth, right? I mean, I get your premise that it is so-called alien intelligence or whatever you say the acronym stands for and so forth. But for whatever it's worth, right? Man of his own volition is the one who's doing these work. If you look at, if you've ever checked out Lex Friedman and so forth, the amount of coding that's associated with it, we do expect, based on the mathematics, right, that the code, the end code, will do things that weren't necessarily programmed. That's the whole idea about machine learning and so forth. So when you posit that AI, because of AI, certain things are doing things that wasn't coded, that is actually the expectation. to reach adjacent sentient status, and
Yeah,
then ultimately wholly sentient.
AI is gonna increase our lifespan for sure. AI is
Of
gonna.
course, yeah.
Let me show you something why skeptic argument can be dangerous too. If we start believing that these robots or these artificial intelligence are not really artificial intelligence, you know what's gonna soon start happening? Robots and everything they're gonna start kill people and they're gonna say, you know, so the robot malfunction. And you know, so the robot did act on its own and nobody's gonna be held accountable.
That's the Matrix story. That's how the Matrix story begins. The same shit.
But
A robot
hold
kills
on.
one person.
You guys didn't see last week where one of those
it
So
killed
the robot beat up the man.
what
Yeah, that's the story of the Matrix. That's literally the story of how the Matrix began.
Brother, what am I gonna do, you know? Me and you walk down the road, and a robot just pull over. Because robot are gonna drive the car, the robot are gonna be the new police them and two them want to kill black people, but just pull over and say, hey, you go now, and you try show them your license, and the robot are gonna just pick up danger, blah, 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 and the man gonna say, yo, we didn't code the robot for that, and you're gonna see it all over the news, all over CNN, all over area. Robot today went rogue and killed 15 black men.
Sure, but luckily,
listen.
it won't be in our lifetime. Luckily, it won't be in our lifetime.
What Mr. Vegas is talking about is really where we as black people need to focus, right? The ethics of these coders who are coding
Right,
these
the ethics.
things, right? Because here's the problem we're gonna have soon. They're gonna say that these aren't human beings who are making these decisions. It's AI, and AI is impervious of being prejudiced.
They're gonna say it's better than
But
people.
Robert,
Brother, the man,
not to cut your lalibella. Skeptic is saying 2045 the world will end. So when you are saying that in our lifetime, skeptic does not agree with you.
Hey, remember, so the man have something down there about dumb bomb and him something, you know. The man when they go to bomb them in and them have. Yeah, there's a man say, bridge, you know what thing I go on, but the man go say, oh, that was just a dumb bomb, you know, it's not that we intended on doing that.
I mean, Skeptic got a point though. The world as we know it ain't gonna look the same. You know, global warming, the ocean is gonna rise.
Everything that I'm saying, you guys are going to see it unfold. Everything.
I doubt humanity is gonna be wiped out.
But me not say it's not gonna look like it unfolding, Skeptic. But I'm telling you, it's not gonna be anything outside of our zone. You know, causing them thing here are working. These things are operating, so people can use it as a means to cause harm. You know, so I say without being held accountable. So what you're saying basically is if we ever start believe say yo, you know, aliens are gonna start be robots around here, aliens are gonna walk the earth and everything. These me sure no say. You know, the people who are going to control of them aliens and them are going to inflict them will upon people. And we are going to just have to accept it. Say, boy, the alien gone back at space and them kill the people and gone back at space.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So
them are going to send a spaceship to go find him and then we just put on the news. Say, they just you know, it's a I just think it's a dangerous error come up.
So Lalibela and Skeptic, I want to ask you something now. So with everything that we were just talking, right? I was listening to them. Do you think? Oh, okay. Let me rephrase it. What is the probability of this AI or these machines in the future? Right? You just said like a while ago, like they'll be able to teach themselves. Like if they make a mistake, they'll be able to correct it and learn. Right? Mm-hmm. What is the probability of them being able to teach each other? So basically, like, that is where I think that could be a problem. Okay, so you have two computers beside each other, right? Lalibela and Skeptic, right? You have two computers beside each other. One of them is malfunctioning or it figure out how to do something. Would that information then be transferred to the other computer that is beside it? Whereas they can actually impart.
If it's programmed that way by man.
Right, exactly. So then that is the problem where if they're so sentient where them become more advanced than us, faster and more advanced and easier way of doing things and no emotional baggage, all of that stuff, and then they can impart that to themselves. So that is where
I wouldn't to them. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Skeptic, because Skeptic is more. I think Skeptic is more can understand the question.
What is the probability of
before Skeptic?
I
truly expect.
What's the probability of?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You said, Miss Julia,
A
what you said?
computer
Yes, what's the
teaching.
probability of that, of the computers not only learning to self-correct, but also passing on the new information to each other, to themselves, so teaching themselves without basically having a human to program the next computer. The computer that has learned can now pass on that information that it has learned to the next computer. So basically we don't need as many human hands programming, so them basically teaching each other. What is the
Yeah,
probability of that?
yeah, that's where it's all going. It's going to be self replicating. Robot is going to be sentient in that it's going to build itself, create itself, and engineer itself.
All has to be programmed by man. All has to
Initially,
No,
be programmed by
we're
man.
going.
initially at this
So
stage.
No,
Initially, at the first.
but robots can be taught to program.
in,
It's
and
only, it's only,
initially,
it's only thing. It's only thing. I'm skeptical. Just upgraded programs.
Yeah, but
no,
you,
No,
but
no,
listen,
Mr.
you,
Vegas,
Can I
Mr.
say something?
Vegas, this is Mr. Vegas.
It's just
Sorry to interrupt you. The thing is,
Mm.
what humanity have to eventually come to grip with, and I think it's going to
ethical
be,
concern.
the biggest fight. In fact, it's going to bring a lot of revolt. It's
Right.
going to bring a lot.
Guys, self-made check-in. Let me give you a minute there. Go to self-made.
Yeah, I'm not
Finish
gonna
him,
stay long.
In
I'm
fact,
not. Sorry, go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. Sorry, finish.
yeah, in fact, it's going to bring a lot of revolt, and people's going to push back on it. But the thing is, we have to govern ourselves right now and understand that AI is going to become our evolution. That's what it is,
Yes.
plain and simple.
well,
Yep.
me not a problem with the argument, you know, because we already have a situation where you don't need people in certain areas to perform. You know, so I already understand that. But the
Yeah, man.
fact
Real
that
time.
it's just now like Miss Julie was asking, what's the probability of machine a program themselves? It's just like right now, you can set your phone and put it beside the next phone, and when you go on your bed, the phone will update. The phone will update it or transfer information. It's just that
Yeah,
they must have
that's the
better ways.
purpose of the singularity, Mr. Vegas. When
Right.
it
So
reaches singularity, and that's about between 2040 to 2045, um, we're going to be synchronized. We're going to become completely immersed in the cybernetic world. So we ourselves are going to become robotic.
I
I
agree.
doubt that I doubt in the sense where if it's a literal argument, I can't fathom that yet still.
Which is fine.
But in the sense of we being programmed, we I think we are already programmed. I think we are already robotic.
Well,
Yeah,
for us to be
already
robots,
semi-cyborg.
but hold on, for us to be cyborgs in 21 years, skeptic, I think that's a bit far-fetched. But
Also,
let me hear
The
what self-made
self-made
I said
then.
there.
Yeah,
with
self-made.
AI,
Yeah.
Big up
with
yourself,
AI,
self-made.
Yeah, man. Good night. Blessings, Miss
Good
Julia.
night,
Blessings,
dear.
everyone on on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
What I wanted to mention was pointed towards the question Miss Julia had, that skeptic asked. I mean, that Miss Julia asked. It's basically what I was saying is recently, about maybe a year or two ago, Facebook, they was getting ready to launch a whole thing of robots, and they discovered that the robots was communicating amongst themselves, a coding and basically what which we couldn't understand.
yeah, man.
So they had to shut them down.
Really?
Zuckerberg and the whole crew, they had to shut them down. So I say that to say that,
That
you
was my
know,
question, self-made.
yep,
I
yep,
can't believe that.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I said. Yep, that's what I
yeah.
said. It was pointing towards your question, because
Mm-hmm.
basically what I'm just basically gonna say is that AI has been here and it's here to stay.
Hmm.
It's not going anywhere. What do you think Siri is? What do you think self checkout is when you go to the supermarket? All that stuff is AI, and it's just going to continue to advance, and it basically is here to stay. That's all I had to say. And also, with the movies and the shows that we watch, predictive programming is basically getting us used to and prepping us up for what's to
Thank you,
come.
sir. Thank you.
Yeah, facts.
And
That's
Blessings, y'all.
facts.
and
Blessings, y'all.
respect.
Blessing,
And
Yeah, what?
self-made.
Yeah, respect,
and
Bless.
respect.
Wow, I did not know
and this is
that
why. Sorry.
question. Yeah,
And this is why Elon Musk
yeah.
doesn't like Google, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the the ethics that inform Facebook, Elon Musk is of the view that Google isn't like that, and that's where the fear is. I mean, if you look at what General Dynamics is doing and so forth, trust me, AI is going to change things so much so that we can't fathom what's going to happen in 5 years. I mean, think about AI, like Robert is saying. AI helps me with my job on a day-to-day basis. Most of my conversations is with ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I remember, was it last year or so, or around this time I asked ChatGPT certain questions about Jamaica, and some of them were initially wrong. I'm like, are you sure? And you would be surprised how much this thing is talking to me, and I'm thinking I'm talking to a person. And it has only improved. And AI is going to be integrated into so many things. And even look at Microsoft Excel. Things that I couldn't do in Excel a year or two ago is like it's so predictive. I'm like, what the hell was that? You know what I mean? Or even Outlook. I'm like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's so intriguing though. My
it
concern is
is.
I'm so old right now that I'm not going to be able to enjoy a lot of these things that my kids will. But we're living in very interesting times.
And we just got to
Can I
keep
can I can I can I can I can I can I speak on the Facebook situation?
Yeah, man.
Facebook situation was two robots or chatbots. They were basically called chatbots. So they were not using information that was not known or they were not privy to. You understand me? I say is people see them text them gather and were speaking. They were not speaking in unknown languages. You understand? They were basically just people text that is already available. They were speaking.
Yeah,
They
Subi
were
is correct.
gathering and speaking.
Yeah,
So
Subi is right.
it's nothing to do with like two robots that start communicate and nobody know understand what they must say and stuff like that. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, Subi is
It's
right. I went and read the article, and that's what basically
Okay.
it said.
Well,
no, I
initial
saw it.
question wasn't about
I
them
did see
talking
it from them time. So it's new. We have not, we have to understand whatever robot or technology them are gonna come with. Just like how we spoke about a while ago about bringing back Bob Marley them and Peter touched them and them something. There's information that is already out there. So though
Right.
they maybe did not program the robots them to pick up on those texts from persons. You understand? That may be the argument that we I think would make more sense. But we have to just dig deeper into that still.
But
Yeah,
bro,
so just to be clear,
all
I
new
wasn't talking about any robot saying any language that we don't understand. I was just asking regarding the principle of them being able to share information among themselves, regardless if they know it or not.
Right.
Right? And
I
that is
don't
why
think
the additional
we're gonna get
question.
to the point where robots have their own autonomy. We're not
I
even know it.
disagree with you on that. They will have
They will,
a
man.
level of autonomy. What I
They
do
will even
robot,
brother. If they will have to be programmed by human beings, brother.
no question. But
Right.
so look,
So it's not that we're gonna have a robot. We're gonna have a robot. We're gonna have a robot police station, robot military out
they already
and
have them in China.
now listen up. We're not gonna have a robot military where man no program the
They
robots.
absolutely will have a robot military.
So
Beyond a
Of
shadow
course,
of a doubt.
but they will have to be programmed by man.
Nobody's
hold on,
I'm not doubting you on that. But
Robert,
what I want to say is though, it's not far fetched that robots will be able to program other
Them
robots.
already. Yeah, but they have to be set that way. They have to be programmed that
No,
way.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not. Listen, what I'm saying is that it's not far fetched that robots will be able to program each other because you can use Chat GPT right now to write a code. I can say Chat GPT, write a code that says wavy in glowing blue and red letters, and it's gonna write the code for me to be able to make that show up on the screen.
But you just point out the key thing. What I think we all can agree on. You would have to
AI
program it.
in its infancy. We're not talking about AI 10 years from now or 20 years
hold
from
on.
now.
Look at it closer to home, right? Tesla with their
Self-driving
vehicles,
car.
right? With the machine learning that they're using, these cars are determining their best path. They're making the judgment calls themselves.
Yep.
Right? A lot of what these cars are doing weren't coded. The cars are actually learning.
They develop the models, basically.
Yeah, the cars are learning, right? The cars are learning. You know, I'm Mr. Vegas. I'm glad to say you mentioned you did take an AI class the other day, right? I'm gonna share a URL for Harvard. They have a lot of CS50 type courses that are free.
Yeah, man.
They're self-paced. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
And any lay person can take these classes.
That is true.
And I promise you, they're worth it.
But even that we just said a little bit about machine learning and them someday with AI cars and self-driven and doing things that they were not programmed to do. They have the device that will pick up on certain signals.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's not that they're doing what they were designed to do, to pick up on sensors. They have sensors.
No,
You understand what I'm saying?
I can tell
Yeah,
you,
the cars have sensors, right?
Wait, skeptic. Let me just make one more point real quick. I think something that we all need to keep in mind, though, is that with every new technology, there's going to be reservations. Like when the street light was first introduced in Europe, people pushed back against that too. They thought that street lights would make people not sleep at night and make them hilarious and make them more violent and more likely to run around and kill people. So,
but there is actually some truth that people are afraid of for the street lights and still.
Hold up. So yes, I'm not disagreeing with you. So like yes, there's truth in the idea that if you don't get sleep, you'll be delirious. But street lights are not bright enough to disrupt you from sleeping for the average person. It's been proven. We've had street lights now for like what 1,000 years, and people not 1,000 years, but over 100 years, and not many people are running around killing each other because of street lights. So the point is that yeah, it's based in reality, but just because we got to weigh the pros and the cons. Are the benefits more worthy than the cons? And in the situation with street lights benefited us more than it hurt us. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Street lights help commerce. Street lights, it does a whole bunch of shit.
But the fear, Roberts, the fear, the thing is, they have a fear and they don't understand where the fear come from. The fear, what they have is basically the premise of the creator must be able to stop its creation. So they're afraid of creating something that them cannot control or they cannot stop it. You understand? But it cannot stop development. It cannot stop, advancement either. But people have this fear, and so that fear it trickle down to everything. You understand? But it is true.
I think your fear comes with listening to people like skeptics. Still, I'm not saying what skeptic is saying is not possible or will not happen. I can't fathom it. But people, when you listen to maybe to skeptic is not frightening, but people will listen to skeptic. Just like how people is afraid to cell phone are going to do all kind of things to people. So people will listen to skeptic and robots.
But we must be able to control what we create. We must be able to control what you create.
One more thing, skeptic, and I'm gonna shut up. I promise. What I think though is, and this is not an insult to anyone, but I think it's just mostly from ignorance. Like we fear what we don't understand. The more you understand something, the less you fear it. You know what I'm saying? And that goes to every single thing on the face of the earth. Even that dark alley that you're afraid to walk down at night. If you go down it 3 times and you get familiar with it, it's not gonna be scary to you no more.
Robert, that is exactly what I just said, which is if you create something and you cannot stop it, that means you don't know how to stop it. So you're ignorant of it. You don't know what to do to defend yourself. You don't know how to kill this machine. So that is where the fear comes from, because they don't know. They don't understand. If you're going to create something that you can't understand to the point where you can't, the creation is more powerful than the creator, it's going to be a problem. You see what I'm saying? So that is what it is that they're afraid of, like the unknown, right? Creating something and not being able to stop it. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you guys something, right? And you guys will probably don't believe me when I say this. The pandemic that just occurred, already seen it coming, okay? And I actually prepared myself, and how I prepared myself for what was coming is that I get a message and I sign up an Uber. I literally sign up an Uber. I was an executive chef. As a matter of fact, I'm still an executive chef. It's just that I'm not in a kitchen. I have not been in a kitchen since the pandemic. Okay. When I bought 2 Tesla, I have a Model X and a Model 3. I put the Model 3 in Toro, where I'm running it as taxi, and the Model X, I do Uber with it sometime. And I have an online business that I buy and sell online.
Can I get funny with you?
Right? So because I've seen what was coming. The thing is, what people understand, this whole thing, the old thing that comes with you'll own nothing and still be happy, that is down the pipeline. It's coming. The plan is we're
Yes,
not going to
yes.
own nothing. Okay, so all of that is going to go on. In fact, another wave is coming that a lot of people don't understand. When I'm saying to you guys, I would not drive my Tesla complete without actually viewing the road. I will never
Wait,
do that.
Skeptic, do you got the self-driving kit? Did you pay for that too?
Yeah, only for my Model X.
You
Right?
hiring? Skeptic, you hiring? Can I get a job with you? I want to test.
Elon built you.
No, no.
My
But the
Skeptic,
fact is,
Skeptic, how you got 2 Teslas and I don't even have one? What's going on here?
well, I kind of pay my bills and I know that the credit thing.
Skeptic, you're funny.
The credit thing in this place is essential.
No,
You know what I mean? You know,
Skeptic,
buy
my
them
credit
cash.
is up too. My credit is
I'm
up too.
making
I'm private.
payments.
That
I'm
is
making
funny.
payments.
I
But
love that.
the thing is, it's coming. What is about to happen? It's coming, and you know, people don't want to hear it. But I'm telling people that what the Agenda 2030, you'll own nothing and still be happy. It's a thing. They're planning to give everybody universal basic income. I heard Elon Musk
That's a
calling
good
it.
thing. Why is
I
that
heard, I
bad?
heard, I heard Elon Musk calling it universal high income because he don't want to attach the basic to it anymore because he want to appease and to entice
So,
the
Skeptic,
people.
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with universal basic income?
But you think about you are earning $20,000 a week.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to accept $1,000 a month?
Wait,
You
What
but
if
ain't
that's all
gonna
you need?
wait. What does that have to? Wait, how is that accounted to universal basic income?
because that's what it is. They're gonna limit the amount of payout.
No.
Yeah, that's not
Universal
what it
basic
is.
income just means that everyone gets a set amount of money, and then you can earn whatever you want on top of that.
Yes, you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
get digital token, and
So
you're gonna be.
like everyone in here would get $2,000 a month, but you can still get a job and make an extra $8,000 if you want. It don't say
Yeah,
that you have to be on your
the
ass.
thing with that, you're gonna have a carbon footprint tracker, and basically, if you don't meet the requirement to spend your carbon footprint, you're going to be locked in your zone.
That sounds good
Everybody is
too.
going to be trapped into a 15-minute city zone.
That's good too. Because listen, the global population is only growing, and if we get 10 right now, we have 8 billion people. If that number swells to 16 billion people, 16 billion people all driving cars on the road, what you think is going to happen to the environment then? So ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm pro all that shit you talking about. None of that shit don't sound negative to me. We
Well,
only have one Earth.
I like how you feel positive about it. I'm not.
Listen,
All
we
right.
only have one Earth, and it's our duty to preserve the Earth for the next generation. And we already know that we're destroying the Earth. We can't listen. In just 100 years, we did 10,000 years worth of damage. So the Earth can't continue at this rate. So there's nothing wrong with that. Carbon footprints and stuff like that.
The Earth will kill us before the Earth will kill us and get rid of us before we kill it and get rid of it. That is the truth. The Earth is more intelligent than us, and it will
I don't
kill
even
us.
mean kill the Earth. I just mean make it unhospitable for us.
Yeah.
But why I won't allow my car to drive me and I fall asleep in it because I know the spatial web is not up and running yet, right? The Web 3. The
But
Web 3
also,
is
if
going.
I'm not mistaken, Skeptic, most of those Teslas have a sensor where if your hands aren't on the wheel or if you try to sleep,
It will alert you.
The car will beep
alert
and
you.
give you a warning. And if you
Yes.
don't put your hands back on the wheel or if you don't open your eyes, the car's going to pull over.
Yes, it will stop. It will stop for sure.
So you
Right?
can't just jump in there and get a blanket and a pillow and knock out. I mean, you could. There's a way to hack the system to do that, but by default, you
That's
can't.
why people crash because the Tesla is malfunctioning. A lot of these areas does not have the proper internet servicing to really do that. You understand me? And that's why a lot of people have crashed, right? And end up trying to go in lawsuits. Well, they can't win it because the internet is not perfect. It's not perfect yet.
Yeah, but let's
Elon
go
Musk is shooting off a lot of Starlink to
Which
get
one?
up the spatial web.
Skeptic, which one is safer? People driving or computers driving?
Well, everything is eventually going to be within another 10 years. We're
You
not
didn't
going to
answer
be
the
allowed to
question.
drive.
You didn't answer
We're
the
not going
question.
to be allowed to drive in another 10 years.
Wait, you didn't answer the question though. I asked you, who do you think is safer, computers driving or people driving?
If computer take over fully, you cannot have people on the road as well driving.
I agree.
But you cannot have computer and people all together. It's going to be.
I'm inclined to agree with you somewhat on that too. I'm sorry.
It depends. It depends, no, because think about it this way, guys. Okay, say the computer is programmed that if something is bigger in the road than something is smaller and it's going to hit something, it's going to hit the smaller thing, right? But what if that's what the computer uses to as a benchmark, but then it's the difference between hitting, say, basically a bike or a little child. Now the computer now is programmed to basically hit the smaller thing because it will probably less impact, less damage, and probably because of the fact that they think that okay, it's small, it's between a human and a ball, but that might be a baby. So you still need that discernment of a human in some ways to be able to say, okay, scan, unless they can program the computer to say scan it and see that it's a flesh, blood, blah blah blah, and then you make a decision to choose.
Well, they can do that. They do have sensors that can do
right,
that too.
But then how would it choose? Like say, okay, what if there's a man walking with a child on his back, right?
Or condition,
or an old woman. So it depends on what they program it. Go ahead. What?
I was going to answer your question. So it's in programming, there's you set conditions. So and if so, you could just set it as conditional like that.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah. I just while you was talking, I went and looked up the total crashes for Tesla Autopilot. There's only been since Tesla Autopilot has been around now, and how long has it been around? Since 2019, right? Since 2019, there has only been 17 deaths and 736 crashes total in Tesla Autopilot.
But how many people
and
own
that's
those
in 5
Teslas?
years. Hold up. And that what's that, Bella? And that's in 5 years. Now, if I take 10 seconds to go and look up the crash and death rate for people,
but how many?
It's gonna be way
but regardless, right? When it come on to making a decision for when it come on to like something like that, life and death decision, like what to hit and at what speed, it really have to be. I mean, there's no fail safe proof, even though you can program it to say okay, flesh and blood, blah 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 blah. There's always going to be an instant, or there's probability that there can be an instant where it chooses wrong, right? Where it chooses the child over the school bus, or where it chooses to go over a precipice than to hit a ball or something like that. You understand? And then the more computerized it is, the problem with that is the more they can be hacked, because people cars have been hacked. They've been hacked and them said driven into a pole, all of that stuff. So there's pros and cons to it. You have to weigh the pros and cons. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Robert, I don't know if you saw the Forbes article that came out last week that is saying that Tesla has the highest accident rate of any auto brand.
Yeah, but that's a disingenuous article. You know why? Because Tesla probably has the most advanced self-driving cars of any. Tesla is the furthest ahead in fully autonomous vehicles. Because there's
That's not true.
So who has more? Minus China. Don't tell me about Chinese companies. Tell me about a non-Chinese self-driving car company that is more autonomous than the Tesla.
I haven't watched Autoline in a long time, but Tesla is not even in the top 5 at this point.
What?
No. Trust me, Robert. I moonlight as not an auto enthusiast, but I've been studying the industry since '97 or no before that. No, trust me, Tesla. I know it's scary for most people to hear it, right? But Tesla, for example, even here in America, right? When it comes to self-driving technology, GM Super Cruise is superior to that of Tesla's. superior.
I went and just looked it up. You're right. I just went and looked it up. You're right.
Right.
Apparently, Consumer Reports just last year they did a test on all 17 of the self-driving systems, and Ford's Blue Cruise system is number 1. Tesla ranks somewhere in the middle. So you're right. Thank you for that information.
Yeah, man. Tesla is what people think of when I think of EVs, but
wonderful.
Right.
Those cars.
Thank you.
Yeah, here's the thing about it, right?
It's the most popular, but you know, it has currently right now it has a lot of problems for sure.
You know
most popular in America,
there's a lot of recalls on them.
Tesla kind of had the head start when it came to self-driving, but I have to keep in mind that Ford is a lot more wealthy than Tesla is in terms of like the company. They have more research and development.
No, I mean, remember Tesla is worth
what you're gonna see with Tesla moving forward. It's gonna get a lot better. It's gonna improve. Me personally, I like the Lucid more than the Tesla.
Lucid Air.
Yeah, I like the Lucid Air more than the Tesla.
Yeah, but now that the Gravity that's coming out, right? The SUV, the Gravity, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, listen, gentlemen, it has been really great hanging with you. It's almost 2 o'clock.
What Miss Julia, the same thing I gotta say, I know to you. Really? I say, and I can't just say on the last words, I'm gonna close this off because soon 6.5 hours there reason. That's solid reasoning, go on, still enough respect. So just say on the last words in closing there.
Yeah, I'll go first. Well, my last word is I know the future is going to be really, really crazy. And one thing I can tell people, live by the moment. More than ever before, you have to live by the moment and understand that the plan is to centralize everything and to take all our possession and to put us into smart cities and to put us into a biometric carbon footprint tracking system, WorldCoin, digital currency, all of these stuff. So it's coming. So what people have to do is to just live by the moment and understand that the change is imminent and there's nothing that we can do about it unless we can come together and fight back. I don't know, but let just get up every day with a great optimism. Get up every day thinking about your family and just enjoy life. That's all I can say.
Okay.
All right, Skeptic. Thank you, man. Enough respect for you checking. I know, so you see the AI in our thumbnail, so you make certain saying I missed that one. Yeah.
I was like, yes, he's coming around. He's coming
like a
around.
kid in the candy store.
Glad to see you, though, Skeptic. Honestly.
Yeah, man. Big up, Skeptic, man. So, all right. So, Miss Julia, got you.
Okay. Well, my last word is let's not sexualize children. There is no reason why an 8-year-old should be labeled a bisexual or whatever sexual, because we should not be sexualizing them. Men and women, regardless of what they choose to be, we are wired differently, and we have to create space for each other. We are wired differently, different or the way our brain works is completely different. So we have to create space and understand that men are different than women, and we as women, we have to give them space to be men and allow them to give us space to be women as well, and water each other so we both grow and we don't just tear down each other or dim each other's lights. We have to allow each other to shine in our own gender and in our own glory. That's
all right. Thank you. Lalibela.
Yeah, man. Imhotep, I appreciate you for hosting this platform. I appreciate all who've joined the panel. I appreciate every single soul in the chat. This was a wonderful discourse, and I'm glad that we were able to, I mean, I can't even imagine how many topics we touched on. And
yes.
I was here wondering. True. Yeah, and I think we naturally flowed into the AI stuff as if it were scripted. It was so seamless. I mean, Skeptic, everyone, Miss Julia, Robert, I mean, so many names, so many names to mention. This was a wonderful discourse, and I greatly appreciate it. Now I'll pay for it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Enough respect, man. Lion, man, you still there, my general?
Yeah, man, me there, man. I say we all
responsible for the things that we created because we was being created. So we are creators ourselves. Even
Facts.
though I put forward some things to create a conversation so that others can learn, you know what I mean? Because you don't know, it's negative and positive on earth run the earth. You know what I
Real
mean?
talk.
So we have to, because if all of us was all positive, we wouldn't have a conversation.
Real
So
talk.
Right.
we are responsible for the things that we created because we are all creators right here. And I'm grateful that others can learn from the conversation that we create right here. Imhotep is
Yeah,
a
man.
great platform, and I'm grateful. I'm very much and me not lie. This platform have me.
Don't
Come
be a
back.
Yeah,
stranger, though, you know. Don't be a
Don't be
stranger,
a
you know.
yeah,
stranger,
man,
lion
lion,
man.
man.
Come
Just make
back.
sure you subscribe. So that's when we have to
Make
them
sure you
reasoning. Yeah,
subscribe and
you
like.
can check in.
Yeah man,
Yeah,
yeah
man.
man, yeah
So,
man, yeah man. Yeah man.
all
For real,
right.
for
So,
real.
got you
I
now,
like it.
Robert. Got you, Robert. In closing.
Oh yeah. In closing, all I'm gonna say is like we as people, we need to try not to fear the unknown, and we have to understand that change is inevitable. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing remains the same for forever. The only thing that remains the same forever is dead people. But
Even they change.
once you're living,
True.
you are changing. So we need to
Real talk,
understand
Miss
that
Julia.
Yeah.
what was good yesterday might not be good today or might not be good for tomorrow. So we should keep these things in mind when we learn new things, when we hear new ideas, because everything becomes stale eventually. That's
Right.
all.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Facts.
Well, all right. Just to say that, Robert, about the dead part, the even in death, there is
Right. There's
transformation.
change.
You get what
That's
me I say?
right.
Oh no,
You
but I
know what
don't
thing
mean
go.
I didn't
That's what
mean
I said. That's what
physically.
I just
No, no,
said
no,
to
no,
him
no.
as well.
Look, let me just clarify this. I don't mean I wasn't talking about physically in that sense. I was
No,
talking
no,
about
I do understand.
mentally.
I
Yeah.
So
mean,
for
we
example,
both agree, you know. We both
no,
agree.
no,
You know
I
why?
know. I'm clarifying for the listeners. So for
Right, because we
example,
both agree that it gets to go on now. The only thing that's constant is change.
Change. That's
yes.
right.
You get what me I say?
That's
So,
So let
right.
me just make the point real quick. So for
yeah,
example, you see Tupac, Biggie, and Bob Marley died. So we remember them as they were. But you see Snoop Dogg, he's alive. So we remember him as he is. When you die,
right.
you are immortalized. When you die, whatever you did, that stands. But when you are alive, you're changing because living things change. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right.
Don't
And then
let
now
that go.
there's also the African proverb that says to speak one's name is to make one live again. So we know say here what Bob
Yeah.
Marley live on, Tupac them live on because here what them always in the conversation. You get what me I say?
Right.
So I mean, I just mean it that way in terms
Yeah.
of
And
our
cool it up is the word
yeah
stuff.
our ancient ancestral thing. So
I'm
anyway,
joking.
once I once
Yeah.
big up on yourself,
All right, big up
Cool
yourself.
it up,
yeah
you're the
man,
worst
big up Miss
thing.
Julia, big up Lali Bella, big up
Bless up.
Lion
Salute,
Man,
salute, salute,
Skeptic,
salute.
Yeah
Robert,
man.
Mr. Vega,
Robert.
Solid Reasoning,
Hey,
Real Man, the
I mean,
check-in earlier.
I appreciate Miss Lulu Bella,
No, it's Miss
because she
Julia
balanced
and
the thing.
Mr.
Oh,
Lalibela.
is Miss
Miss
M-
Julia,
Julia. Miss
Lion Man.
Julia.
Miss Julia, I apologize. You
Yeah man,
really
all right,
and
so
truly have balanced the thing. So
all right,
I'm
so
grateful for you.
Thank you, Darius.
yeah man, big up Miss Julia,
That's her.
where I
That's
hold
her.
the fort, hey, more females need to check in, like
Yeah,
all
man,
Yes,
midget
sir.
them
Miss
and,
Julia
Yeah,
you know,
balance the thing, man.
always have some
Yeah, man.
sound argument. Yeah.
Thank you.
Facts,
right,
She's
so,
facts.
you know the
solid.
thing go.
She really solid. Me not
Thank
lie.
you.
I would like that.
Bless up. Bless up.
Without
Love it.
you are the mother because you're very intelligent and you're really and truly balance the source because and
Clearly.
any female can really amongst how much man there so four,
Right,
5 man
right,
Hooligans
right.
like
and
Robert.
really and truly you're chosen. I'm
All
grateful.
right,
Bless.
so
Bless you.
what you are going now? If me follow Uno, you know. If me follow
We're
Uno,
not gonna let
here
you.
we go on.
We
We don't
we
left
don't talk, we don't
until the
talk, we
morning.
don't
So
talk, we
let
don't
me just
talk.
go and
Yeah,
Yeah.
remove
yeah.
Uno. Let me remove
See?
Uno one by one there. Uno big up on yourself. Cause you know what the thing go. You get what me I say? So yeah man, this was a solid reasoning again. 2:02 in the morning, yeah. 60 people still there and listen to the reasoning. You get what me I say? Yeah man, very, very informative reasoning. Yeah man, very good playback too or play forward, Yeah, man. The chuckers them, ruin them and jam on them. Yeah, man. Me see all me see big up to LTR, you know. Yeah, man. The panita go and listen. Big up to Julius Diamond. Big up to Kid. Yeah, man. Big up to Low Case. Nine that person. Can see. Big up. You don't know it go only good karma. Boy, me I tell you, only good karma. I must about after 7 or after 8 of England there. You know, we take up your whole night. Big up yourself same way. You know what the thing go. Julius Diamond, yeah man, big up my general. Rowan Noble, you know what the thing go, my general. Sweet Pea, you sleep and wake up and we still there. Yeah man, I saw it go more time in a Sweet Pea. That's the reasoning more time, man. Sometimes the reasoning a flow and you just don't want to disrupt it, so you just here we go on. Make things flow. You get what me I say? All of the ones and ones who check in earlier, man. Big up on yourself, you know. Ma at root, big up, man. You get what me I say? All of the other ones and ones them. So yeah, man. This was a very good reasoning. Yeah, so we kind of diversify more time. So catch you on for our next one still. Let's make sure you subscribe. Make sure you leave a like. So at least once you subscribe and hit the notification bell and hit all, then when we go live and I hold them reasoning, yeah, you know you can definitely check in and join the panel or join the chat. You know, I must say big up self-made. Yeah, greatly appreciate how the chat was very respectful because sometimes, yeah, once of them reasoning, yeah, you know, it's a toxic still. But I say go big up seven, you know. Yeah, man, you know, says seven, hold down the chat room straight through. You get what me I say? Big up Colin Burton. Big up what that person the name again, man. Miss Bennett, big up yourself, you know. You get what me I say? Big up I think where the person name? August Town me come from or whatever. Yeah man, big up Clifford Cameron. You don't know it go. All of the ones and ones them. Wanna big up on yourself again. Greatly appreciate the support. As always, catch you on the next one.